Godric's Hollow, the night that changed everything. Lily Potter froze, her heart hammering as a blue police box materialized out of thin air. Her protective instincts flared as two strangers stepped out. Peter and MJ exchanged glances, ready to introduce themselves, but before they could utter a word, Lily had her wand raised, her emerald eyes burning with determination. "I won't let you hurt my son," she declared, voice trembling but unwavering. Peter raised an amused eyebrow as an arc of lightning-like magic shot from Lily's wand. Without hesitation, he raised a hand coated in golden eldritch energy, catching the spell mid-air. He let the magic dance between his fingers before crushing it effortlessly. That wasn't very nice. Lily's breath hitched. Not even Dumbledore or Voldemort could so casually nullify a spell like that. Impressive though, Peter mused, inspecting his hand as if he'd merely caught a firefly. "You've got quite the spark." Lily tightened her grip on her wand, still standing protectively in front of the crib. Who are you?" Peter's eyes flickered toward the familiar-looking red-haired woman and the baby in the crib.
"Harry Potter, huh?" he thought in interest.
Meanwhile, MJ remained oblivious to their exact location. Before Peter could respond, the sound of a fierce battle downstairs sent chills through the room. Voldemort's laughter rang out, followed by the anguished cries of James Potter. Peter turned to MJ. "Stay here, calm her down. I'll check out what's going on downstairs." MJ nodded, keeping her gaze on Lily and baby Harry.
"Got it."
As Peter exited the room, Lily immediately aimed her wand at his retreating back. But before she could cast another spell, MJ was beside her in an instant, plucking the wand from her grasp. Lily gasped unarmed, but still shielding her son. "Who are you? What do you want?" MJ gave a reassuring smile. "We're not here to hurt you or your child. We were just passing through."
Downstairs, the duel.
As Peter descended, the battle sounds intensified. He reached the source just in time to witness a desperate duel, James Potter, bloodied but standing, facing off against Voldemort. Yup, this is definitely Harry Potter, Peter thought as he observed the snake-like, nose-less figure attacking a man who bore a striking resemblance to an older Harry. That must be his dad. And James was not doing well. For a few minutes, he had held his own, but the power difference was becoming clear. Voldemort, amusement flickering across his ghastly face, was toying with him, throwing spells meant not to kill immediately but to break him piece by piece.
A jet of green light shot forward, Avada Kedavra.
James collapsed, too injured to move. Before the spell could strike, a figure appeared between the two combatants, hand raised. Peter caught the spell mid-air. The killing curse fizzled against his palm. Voldemort's crimson eyes widened in disbelief.
How?
Peter grimaced as he examined the dark magic writhing in his hand. "This is some nasty magic." He flicked his fingers, sending the spell hurtling back toward its caster. Voldemort dived to the ground, rolling out of the way as his own curse obliterated the wall behind him.
Upstairs, an uneasy truce.
MJ continued her attempt to keep Lily calm. "Relax, everything will be fine.
I promise."
Lily's hands trembled.
"Fine? Fine."
"Do you have any idea what's happening right now?" MJ glanced at the baby's crib, noticing the name spelled out in bubbly blue letters. "Your son's name is Harry, right? How old is he?" Lily's face twisted in frustration. "Why is she making small talk while my husband is fighting for his life? Are you insane?" Before MJ could answer, a portal opened in the middle of the room, and James Potter, bruised and bloodied, fell through, landing at Lily's feet.
"James!"
Lily dropped to his side, tears welling as she frantically searched for injuries. Panic seized her when she realized she had no wand. "I need my wand. Please, he's going to die." MJ remained calm, keeping the wand in her grasp. Instead, she waved her hand, conjuring a golden spell circle over James. Within moments, light seeped into his wounds, sealing them at an unnatural pace. His pain faded, and within seconds, he stood, stunned by his miraculous recovery. Lily's eyes were filled with awe and confusion.
Who are you?"
MJ shrugged with a smirk. "Just a couple of newlyweds on our honeymoon."
Back in the duel, Voldemort was furious. No one had ever turned their back on him.
Even Dumbledore had never dared to show such disrespect. And yet, this stranger had caught his spell, dismissed him entirely, and mocked him. Peter turned back to face him. "Lost your nose, huh? Did you cut it off to match the whole slimy snake aesthetic, or were you just born like that?"
Voldemort seethed.
"You dare mock me?"
Peter tapped his chin.
"Actually, I have a real question.
Were your parents, related?
Because incest babies tend to come out, well, deformed like you. The Dark Lord twitched violently. His lineage, the Gaunts, had indeed practiced inbreeding to preserve their bloodline. Peter's words struck a sore nerve. Peter grinned, doubling down. I mean, Michael Jackson lost his nose too, and he was a pedophile. So, do all pedos like you lose their nose, or are you just special? Voldemort's fury boiled over. You will regret this. Wand raised, he unleashed a barrage of spells, each more powerful than the last. But Peter dodged effortlessly, moving with supernatural speed, casually slapping away killing curses as if they were nothing. The frustration on Voldemort's face was priceless. Peter let out a yawn.
Is that it?
I was really expecting more from the infamous Dark Lord. Voldemort barely had time to react before Peter vanished from sight.
Where?
A whisper of movement by his ear.
How disappointing.
The next thing Voldemort saw was Peter's fist colliding with his face. A deafening crack echoed as the Dark Lord was launched through the air, smashing through the wall and crashing into the cold night outside.
Peter dusted off his hands. Welp.
That was easy. The aftermath of the duel. The abrupt silence that followed the violent tremors left Lily and James in a state of tense anticipation. The house had been shaking from the battle downstairs, but now, all was eerily still. They exchanged wary glances, the air thick with nervous energy. Lily's eyes flickered toward her wand, still in MJ's hand, while her mind raced with worst-case scenarios. MJ, however, broke the silence with a casual remark. Well, looks like Peter's finished. Lily and James stiffened at her words, alarm flashing across their faces.
Finished?
James echoed, his voice laced with worry.
You mean he's dead?
Lily interjected, her stomach twisting. This is Voldemort we're talking about.
He must be.
MJ chuckled, shaking her head.
No, not like that.
I mean, he's probably done handling your little home invasion. James and Lily remained skeptical. In their world, the only wizard who could stand toe-to-toe with Voldemort was Dumbledore, and he wasn't here to help them. With an eye roll, MJ tossed Lily her wand.
Here.
I think you'll want this. Lily caught it on reflex, still eyeing her warily. Before she could speak, MJ turned toward the door.
Wait. Lily called, stepping forward.
You can't just go down there. It's too dangerous. James nodded fervently. We should stick together. We'll have a better chance of surviving until reinforcements arrive. MJ ignored them and left the room. Outside the Potter home. Downstairs, MJ found a massive hole in the side of the house, allowing the cool night air to sweep inside. Standing outside in the moonlight was Peter, casually surveying the scene. At his feet lay Voldemort, bound tightly in golden eldritch energy chains, his unconscious form completely restrained. MJ raised an eyebrow. You didn't kill him? Peter turned, a grin tugging at his lips.
What's the point?
He's got too many Horcruxes. We'd just be wasting our time until those are dealt with. MJ nodded in understanding. They knew exactly where every single Horcrux was. After all, they'd both watched every Harry Potter movie. Before they could continue their conversation, the distant roar of a motorcycle engine reached their ears. Within moments, a flying Harley-Davidson descended from the sky, its rider expertly maneuvering the massive bike onto the front lawn. Sirius Black. His expression was a volatile mix of concern and fury as he dismounted, his wand clenched in a white-knuckled grip. His mind was still reeling from what he had learned. Peter Pettigrew had betrayed James and Lily. His own sister, Bellatrix, had gleefully bragged about what was happening tonight. The moment Sirius landed, Peter greeted him casually, waving.
Yo.
Sirius blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the nonchalant greeting. His eyes quickly scanned the scene, his gaze locking onto the bound Voldemort.
The Dark Lord. Defeated. Unconscious.
Before Sirius could process what he was seeing, a sudden movement from the house drew his attention. James and Lily, having heard the arrival of Sirius' motorcycle, peered cautiously out the window. Their eyes widened in shock when they saw the Dark Lord defeated at Peter's feet. Sirius visibly sagged with relief when he spotted James and Lily alive and unharmed. You're okay, he muttered, then suddenly tensed. His eyes shot up to the house in panic. Where's Harry?
Is he?
James quickly reassured him.
He's fine.
Voldemort never got to him. Sirius let out a long breath, relief flooding through him. But his focus quickly snapped back to Peter and MJ. His gaze locked onto Voldemort's unconscious form, rage igniting in his chest. Without hesitation, Sirius stormed forward, raising his wand.
Avada!
Peter swiftly snatched the wand from Sirius's grip before he could complete the curse. Give me my wand back.
Now!
Sirius snarled, shaking with fury. He has to die. James and Lily emerged from the house, Lily holding baby Harry protectively. They had overheard Sirius's words, and despite everything, they found themselves agreeing.
Peter, however, remained calm.
Killing him won't solve the problem. We have to destroy his Horcruxes first. James and Sirius exchanged confused glances, while Lily's face paled in horror.
Horcruxes? She whispered. Peter nodded.
There are 6 that I know of.
Lily's stomach churned.
He tore his soul 6 times? There's barely anything left of him. Sirius looked between them, frustration evident. All right, what the hell is a Horcrux? Lily quickly explained, and as comprehension dawned on James and Sirius, their expressions turned to ones of pure disgust. James clenched his fists. We need to destroy them.
All of them. Peter smirked.
Glad we're on the same page. But first, there's someone nearby I think you'll really want to see. A flick of his wrist, and a golden portal swirled into existence. Out from the portal tumbled a rat, but before it could scurry away, Peter sent a spark of lightning at it. The rat twisted and contorted, its form stretching and shifting until, in its place, lay a trembling man.
Peter Pettigrew.
James, Lily, and Sirius froze in place, their eyes widening in shock and fury. Sirius was the first to recover. He snatched his wand back from Peter and advanced on Pettigrew, his expression murderous. You traitor! He bellowed, pointing his wand at the cowering man. We trusted you. Pettigrew scrambled backward, his beady eyes darting between them. I would never betray you, he pleaded. James, Lily, you have to believe me.
Lily scoffed.
You expect us to believe that, you filthy rat?
James' eyes darkened. I trusted you, Peter. You were our friend.
Pettigrew's fearful mask cracked, his cowardice giving way to fanatical devotion.
Friends?
What good are friends when you're dead? He spat. The Dark Lord gave me a chance to survive, and I took it. You'd have done the same. Sirius sneered in disgust. I'm a black Pettigrew. Voldemort's offered me power more times than I can count. And every time, I turned him down. Because unlike you, I actually have a spine. Pettigrew's gaze flickered with something twisted. That's because you haven't felt his power like I have. He muttered, his voice almost reverent. You can't win against him. Sirius and James exchanged a glance. Without a word, they raised their wands in unison.
Diffindo.
2 sharp blades of magic shot forward, slicing through Pettigrew's neck. His head hit the ground with a dull thud. Lily quickly turned away, shielding Harry's eyes. Just as the execution concluded, the crackle of lightning and a sudden whoosh of magic signaled the arrival of 2 figures. Dumbledore and Hagrid. The old wizard's face was a mask of horror as he took in the sight before him.
Stop this instant.
Dumbledore's voice thundered.
But it was too late. Pettigrew was dead.
And nothing would ever be the same again.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The air crackled with tension as Dumbledore and Hagrid surveyed the grim scene, their eyes widening in disbelief. What have you done? Dumbledore exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and disappointment. Sirius, panting heavily, met Dumbledore's gaze defiantly. We couldn't let him live. He betrayed us, and he'd do it again. Dumbledore's eyes softened as he regarded the grief-stricken trio. There are always other options, my friends. Killing should never be the first one. The lecture from Albus Dumbledore echoed through the night air, his wise eyes fixed on James, Sirius, and Lily. As he began to express his disapproval of their hasty decision to dispatch Peter Pettigrew, Peter himself interrupted, a smirk playing on his lips. Relax, old man. The only real loss here is in information, and Pettigrew wasn't exactly a treasure trove of knowledge. Low-level Death Eater, you know. Why bother with him when we've got the final boss right here? Peter lifted his leg, casually resting it on Voldemort's unconscious form, emphasizing the defeated Dark Lord at his feet. Albus, still processing the scene, finally shifted his gaze to Voldemort, or rather, Tom Riddle as he knew him. Shock painted his expression, and he took note of the peculiar chains of golden eldritch energy binding the Dark Lord. Tom. Albus whispered, his shock momentarily overpowering his lecturing demeanor. The unexpected sight of Voldemort subdued left him momentarily speechless. Peter, not missing a beat, continued, see? No need to fret over some rat traitor like Pettigrew. The smirk on his face grew more pronounced as he tapped his foot on Voldemort's prone body. The headmaster's focus returned, and he urged urgency. "We must move him to a more secure location before more Death Eaters arrive," Albus urged, his experienced eyes scanning the surroundings. Although he had many questions, like who the hell was the man resting his foot on the Dark Lord's back and why was he here, his curiosity could wait. Now, they needed to secure Voldemort in a place where his followers won't be able to find him. As Albus spoke, another crash of lightning heralded the arrival of Severus Snape, his greasy hair disheveled, worry etched across his face. Insert picture of Snape here. He rushed forward toward the house, calling out, "Lily, Lily," but a welcoming committee of wands awaited him. Even Lily, holding her wand protectively, joined the defensive line with baby Harry still in her arms. Although her and Severus might have been close childhood friends at one point, his decision to become a Death Eater destroyed any remaining love she had for him. Severus, realizing the situation, relaxed. "You're alive," he muttered, a smile forming in his usually scowl-ridden face. Lily was alive and well, and even all of the wands currently pointed at him right now couldn't ruin just how happy and relieved that made him. But when his eyes fell upon the decapitated body of Pettigrew and the captured form of Voldemort, shock painted his features. The Dark Lord, defeated? This was beyond his wildest expectations. Unwilling to stay here any longer, Albus swiftly cast a spell that rendered Snape unconscious and lifted his body with another. "Follow me, quickly," he commanded, taking charge in the chaotic situation. Attempting to assert control, Albus aimed to take possession of Voldemort next, prompting Peter to slap away another levitation spell with a sharp motion. "He's my prisoner. I'll handle him," Peter declared firmly, his eyes locked onto Albus Dumbledore. While Albus harbored discontent at this interference, the urgency of the situation prevailed. "Hold on to me, everyone," he instructed, preparing to teleport them to a safer location. Unwilling to trust his and his wife's transportation to another, especially since he knows of the many dangers of apparition from the movies, Peter delved into Albus's mind, reading his intentions. With a raised eyebrow, Peter opened a portal with a wave of his hand. "Is this the right place?" he asked, his confidence unsettling Albus. The headmaster stared at Peter in shock, realization dawning on him that his mind's defenses had been breached, and rather effortlessly as well. How? Fear and confusion danced in Dumbledore's eyes as he turned his wand against Peter, catching everyone off guard. Questions lingered on their lips, but before anyone could voice them, MJ disappeared in a burst of speed before reappearing beside Albus, a single strike snapping his arm, eliciting a cry of pain as his wand clattered to the ground. Ignoring Albus's yelling, MJ picked up his wand and walked over to Peter, twirling it between her fingers. Her disdain for Dumbledore was palpable. After reading all of the books and watching every Harry Potter film, she saw Dumbledore as nothing more than a scheming old man, and wouldn't tolerate any of his behavior. Peter smiled as he saw MJ playing with Dumbledore's prized wand, the Elder Wand. "Go find Voldemort's wand too, we can keep them as souvenirs," he said, which sparked some excitement as she rushed off into the house, searching for the Dark Lord's wand. As she ran inside, Peter approached Albus and, with a casual wave of his hand, healed the old man's arm in seconds, leaving Albus in bewildered silence. "Remember, old man, it could be worse than a broken arm next time, so don't go pointing dangerous weapons at people you don't know," Peter cautioned, his voice carrying a subtle threat. With a nod, Albus reluctantly accepted the warning, making a mental note to seek answers about these mysterious strangers before making any rash moves. The onlookers, Sirius, James, and Lily, stood in stunned silence. Seeing Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard they knew, in such a disadvantageous position was a sight they had never witnessed before, not even against Voldemort. Peter, satisfied that Albus understood his point, levitated Voldemort's body behind him and walked through the portal with MJ, who rushed over with a bone-white wand in her hand. "I found it," she exclaimed happily. Before following them through the strange portal, Sirius, turning back to Pettigrew's lifeless body, questioned, "What should we do with him? Should we just leave him here?" Albus, contemplating a proper burial, was about to offer to take Pettigrew's body with them when Lily intervened. With a flourish of her wand, she simply set the traitor's body ablaze, causing Pettigrew and the remnants of his gruesome end to slowly burn away. Lily, still cradling baby Harry, turned to the group, her expression unyielding. "He doesn't deserve our kindness or our pity," she declared, her voice firm. With that, she walked towards the portal, the weight of the past and the decisions made tonight etched on her face. Albus, his arm healed but thoughts still swirling, followed Lily through the portal alongside Hagrid. James and Sirius hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the burning figure of a man they once thought of as a brother. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, they stepped through the magical gateway, which snapped shut behind them. As the portal snapped shut, leaving behind nothing but a broken home and a burning headless body on the front lawn, the once quiet night was shattered by the sound of relentless lightning, a prelude to the arrival of multiple figures clad in hooded robes and white mask, the ominous Death Eaters. Surveying the area, they discovered Pettigrew's burning body and signs of a fierce battle. Though the absence of their Dark Lord and Master raised alarm among the masked figures, intensifying the tension in the air. In a moment of annoyance, one of the masked men pulled off his hood, revealing himself as Lucius Malfoy. His cold gaze swept across the scene, and he barked orders to the others. "Fan out and find the Dark Lord. Now." Insert picture of Lucius Malfoy here. The Death Eaters, discontent with being ordered around, reluctantly obeyed. As more masks were removed, other known Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, their loyalty to Voldemort evident. Among them were Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Antonin Dolohov, each donning their distinctive masks. Insert pictures if you want. The Death Eaters began arguing fervently about the best course of action without their psychotic leader at the helm. The absence of clear direction left them in disarray, a stark contrast to the organized chaos they usually thrived in under Voldemort's command. Bellatrix, her wild hair framing her fanatical expression, voiced her frustration. "We can't afford to waste time bickering. We need to find the Dark Lord and restore order." Rodolphus, the loyal, disagreed. "How are we supposed to find him? I say we all head home and wait for him to return. After all, it's not like he's been captured, right?" Antonin Dolohov, known for his ruthlessness, growled, "Enough squabbling. We need a plan. Lucius, what do you suggest?" Lucius, always composed, pondered the situation. "We search systematically, split into groups and cover every inch of this place. We must locate him at all costs." Bellatrix nodded, her gaze uneasy. "We need to find him quickly. I don't have a good feeling about any of this." The Death Eaters, begrudgingly accepting Lucius's plan, divided into smaller groups. The once cohesive force now moved with uncertainty, their unity shaken by the absence of the Dark Lord's command. As they dispersed into the night, the burning remnants of Pettigrew's body continued to cast an eerie glow on the desolate scene. There was no sympathy or camaraderie in their ranks, so they simply left him there, burning all night long. After stepping through the portal, Peter, MJ, and the others found themselves in a vast entrance hall of what appeared to be a grand but dilapidated mansion. Dust danced in the air, and cobwebs clung to the corners, showing the neglect that's taken place over time. Once everyone had gathered inside behind Peter and MJ, the portal snapped shut, leaving them in the eerie silence of the forgotten mansion. And after a long night, it was finally time for James and Lily to get some answers. Sirius, Hagrid, and Albus, although not present since the beginning, were just as curious as James and Lily about these mysterious people. Especially Albus, who began to realize that Peter and MJ possessed superhuman abilities, which seemed to transcend that of normal magic. "Who are Dash?" As James turned to Peter and MJ, finally able to ask one of the many burning questions he had. Suddenly, Harry began to cry. Swiftly, Lily cradled him in her arms, attempting to soothe him and figure out what might be causing his distress. The sudden interruption delayed their quest for answers. Turning to Albus, James inquired about a place to lay Harry down for some much-needed rest. Albus sighed, realizing the exhaustion that had befallen the child after the day's tumultuous events. Reluctantly, he led them to a room, leaving Peter, MJ, Hagrid, Sirius, and the unconscious prisoners behind. While James, Lily, and Albus dealt with the immediate needs of the baby protagonist, Peter turned to MJ with a mischievous smile. "Want to check if this place has a library?" he asked. MJ's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of exploring a new universe's magical literature. With a nod, the two set off to find the library, Voldemort still floating behind them, bound by the golden chains. Hagrid, sensing the urgency of their departure, attempted to intervene. Stepping into their path, he cautioned, "You shouldn't wander off without Dumbledore's permission. This ain't your house, after all." Peter and MJ exchanged glances before turning back to Hagrid, their mere looks enough to instill a sense of fear in the soft-hearted giant. Instantly, Hagrid scurried to the side, stepping out of their way. Feeling a pang of guilt for intimidating Hagrid, a character she liked from books and movies, MJ offered a reassuring smile. "We'll be in the library. You can find us there once they're done putting Harry to sleep." Reluctantly, Hagrid nodded as they walked off, disappearing down a dark hallway. Sirius, who had been standing beside him, couldn't help but comment on the intimidating aura the two strangers carried. "Blimey, that's one scary couple." After searching the mansion for a while, Peter and MJ, with the unconscious and bound Voldemort in tow, finally stumbled upon the library. The entrance seemed to be secured with various protective wards, but Peter effortlessly bypassed all of it, allowing them to slip inside without a problem. In the heart of the library, they found a vast, dusty room. Countless bookshelves lined the space, each filled to the brim with both new and ancient books, each one a treasure trove of magical knowledge. MJ's eyes widened with delight as she beheld the impressive collection, and her joy brought a smile to Peter's face. While he was already a master of the mystic arts, making this library rather normal and unimpressive, seeing the happiness it brought his wife was what truly brought him joy. Though that didn't mean the library wasn't valuable to him. After all, magic from another universe was still worth looking into. Before MJ could eagerly dart off to explore the shelves, Peter turned to her with a mischievous grin. "Let's do some looting before they come looking for us," he suggested. As he spoke, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a golden spell circle in the air. MJ observed with curiosity, realizing this was a spell he hadn't taught her yet. Once the spell circle was complete, MJ watched in awe as every book in the library floated out of its place on the shelves, drawn into the golden spell circle one by one. The circle pulsed with energy, and after each book was absorbed, it was spat back out, returning to its original spot on the shelves. This process continued for a few minutes until every book in the library had been scanned by the spell. The golden circle then condensed into a tiny book, falling into Peter's outstretched hand. Intrigued, MJ couldn't help but ask, "What did you do? I've never seen fact spell before." When Peter mentioned looting, she assumed they would simply be taking all the books, but the spell seemed to return them all to their original places. Peter grinned and explained, "It's a pretty easy spell. It copies the contents of each book it scans and compiles them into one book, which we can access anytime." He tossed her the small book as he elaborated. Catching the book, MJ examined it with curiosity. "So, everything in this library is inside this tiny book? Why is it so small?" she inquired. Peter nonchalantly shrugged. "Magic," he replied simply. With a satisfied smile, MJ acknowledged the brilliance of the spell. "Cool, I'll stash it away for now and look it over later," she says as she puts the small book in her pocket before rushing off to explore the library. Smiling as he follows behind his enthusiastic wife, Peter couldn't help but think, this is a lot better than the zombie universe. At least in this universe, they have loot that's actually worth taking home with us. When Albus, Hagrid, James, Sirius, and Lily finally arrived at the library, searching for Peter and MJ, they were met with a surprising sight. The mysterious couple sat at one of the tables, quietly immersed in reading some old-looking books, while the unconscious Voldemort lay on the adjacent table. Albus, having to unlock the library himself to grant access, was astounded to find them there. The wards he meticulously set up seemed effortlessly bypassed by these strangers. As the group approached, Peter and MJ looked up from their books and greeted them with calm expressions. Taking seats at the same table, the group finally began to voice their questions, with James and Lily taking the lead. James asked straightforwardly, "Who are you two?" Peter grinned, introducing himself, "I'm Peter, and this is MJ." Lily's question followed, "How did you appear in our house in that blue phone box?" "Magic," Peter nonchalantly replied with a shrug. After all, he probably shouldn't mention anything about their multiverse travel. At least not until they can build some trust between one another. The simplicity of his answer left them with more questions, but before they could press further, Albus joined in, inquiring, "Where are you from?" "America," MJ replied with a casual tone. This revelation didn't surprise the group, as they could already tell by their accents. Albus continued probing, asking why Peter and MJ were here. MJ responded honestly, "We're on our honeymoon." With the preliminary questions out of the way, everyone joined in, firing inquiries at the couple. Sirius asked boldly, "Who defeated Voldemort?" Peter answered confidently, "That would be me." Lily, intrigued, questioned, "How do you know about Voldemort having Horcruxes?" As soon as the word Horcruxes left Lily's lips, Albus's eyes widened in alarm. He stood abruptly, "Are you telling the truth? Did he actually make multiple Horcruxes?" Peter nodded, confirming, "It's true. Voldemort has 5 Horcruxes. That's why we haven't killed him yet. Because he'll just turn into a wraith and fly off." Albus, disapproving, reprimanded Peter, "Killing should only be used as a last resort," he asserted. "With Tom in custody already, we can turn him into the government and allow the courts to handle his punishment. I have no doubt that he'll be spending multiple life sentences in Azkaban for all that he's done, I assure you." In response to hearing Albus call Voldemort by his real name, Tom, the group, besides Peter and MJ, who already knew Voldemort's origins, began to question Albus about that. After all, he never mentioned this before. The atmosphere in the library shifted as the group exchanged puzzled glances. James, Sirius, Lily, and Hagrid, all wearing expressions of disbelief, directed their attention towards Albus. Especially Hagrid, who remembered Tom Riddle from his time in Hogwarts, before he was expelled. Peter and MJ observed quietly, knowing the significance of the revelation about Voldemort's true identity. "You shouldn't have kept all these secrets, you scheming old man." MJ shook her head. Albus sighed, realizing the weight of the questions that now hung in the air. He gestured for them to take a seat, preparing to share a piece of Voldemort's dark history that he had kept hidden. "Tom Riddle was once a student at Hogwarts. In fact, I was the one who delivered his acceptance letter," Albus began, his voice carrying the weight of years of memories. "An exceptionally talented young wizard, but with a thirst for power that far surpassed anyone I've ever met." As he spoke, the group listened intently, absorbing the details of Voldemort's origin story. Albus delved into the dark path that Tom Riddle took, from his suspicions of the young boy as he joined Hogwarts, to his realization of just who the newest Dark Lord was when he began his mad quest for power. They were all especially shocked to hear that the Dark Lord, the man who preaches blood purity and slaughters entire villages of Muggles and Muggle-borns alike, was in fact a half-blood. His father was normal man and his mother a squib, a witch born without the ability to use magic. Upon hearing the revelations about Voldemort's origins, James, Sirius, and Lily exchanged glances of shock, while Sirius' eyes narrowed in suspicion. Hagrid, who had known Tom Riddle, displayed a mixture of frustration and sadness. Albus met their gaze solemnly. "I made a grave mistake in my youth. Tom Riddle was a brilliant student, and when he began to show signs of dark magic, I believed I could guide him away from that path. I thought I could save him and I was wrong." Lily, her voice tinged with frustration, countered, "You shouldn't have kept this from us. You had no right. Especially after Harry became a target." Sirius couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you tell us about this before? Knowing who he was could have been crucial in our efforts to stop him," he said, eyeing Albus suspiciously. "Do you have any idea how huge the impact would be if it was revealed that the Dark Lord is a half-blood? His followers would start killing themselves out of shame alone." Albus, acknowledging the weight of his choices, sighed deeply. "I can only offer my sincerest apologies. I was wrong and I'm sorry for keeping this from you. My mistakes have consequences, and I bear the weight of them. As the group absorbed Albus's admission, James questioned, what do we do now? Looking up from his book for a moment, Peter spoke, I don't know about you guys, but MJ and I plan on collecting SND destroying Tom's Horcruxes before finally killing him. If you guys want, you can tag along. If not, he says as he turns to stare Albus straight in the eyes. Then stay out of our way. As Peter's stern words hung in the air, a palpable tension settled in the library. The group, including Dumbledore, exchanged uncertain glances, grappling with the unexpected hostility directed towards the venerable wizard. Dumbledore, usually composed, found himself taken aback by the abrupt animosity. Attempting to defuse the situation, he cleared his throat and addressed the couple. I apologize if our initial encounter was less than pleasant. I assure you, I meant no harm. He apologized. Usually, I endeavor to make a better first impression, but I seem to have dropped the ball this time around. Peter's gaze remained steady, and MJ's expression held a lingering suspicion. Her thoughts, influenced by the tales and speculations from their universe, cast a shadow on Dumbledore's attempts at reconciliation. He's definitely hiding something, MJ thought, her skepticism evident in the furrow of her brows. I've read too many stories where the wise and kind mentor turns out to be the real villain. Peter, however, decided to accept the apology, recognizing that hasty judgments could lead to unnecessary conflicts. All right, we'll start with a clean slate from now on, he warned, his tone firm. Earn our respect or squander your second chance, it's up to you. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the compromise. While Peter seemed open to a fresh beginning, MJ's guarded stance remained evident. She eyed Dumbledore with lingering suspicion, a silent challenge that hinted at the preconceived notions she carried. As Dumbledore hesitated, gathering his thoughts, Peter glanced at MJ, silently urging her to ease the tension. In response, she reluctantly nodded, acknowledging Peter's unspoken request to give Dumbledore a chance, at least for now. Albus took a deep breath, addressing MJ directly, I understand your apprehension. However, I hope you'll be willing to give me a chance to make a better impression as well. MJ, unmoved, replied with a curt, we'll see. Turning his attention back to Peter, Dumbledore extended a hand, since we're all on the same page, may I have my wand back? Peter hesitated for a moment. The Elder Wand sat on the table in front of him and MJ, alongside Voldemort's bone white wand. While a part of him wanted to keep it as a souvenir from their visit to the world, he acknowledged the fact that it didn't belong to them in the first place. With a nod to MJ, who reluctantly handed over the wand, Peter addressed Dumbledore, you can have it back. But remember, point it at us again, and we'll be keeping it next time. Dumbledore accepted the wand with a solemn nod, recognizing the implicit warning. As he held the Elder Wand once more, a serious and contemplative expression settled on his features. The weight of their distrust lingered, an unspoken agreement that trust would be earned, not freely given. The atmosphere in the library shifted, the hostility diffusing, but an underlying tension still lingered. Dumbledore, now armed with his wand, chose his words carefully. I appreciate your willingness to give me a chance. Now, if you have any questions, or if there's anything you wish to share, I am here to assist. While Peter remained cautious, he acknowledged the potential benefits of collaboration. We're here to deal with Voldemort. If you can help us with that, great. If not, like I said before, you should just stay out of our way. Dumbledore, understanding the gravity of their mission, nodded in agreement. Very well. I'm willing to assist you in whatever way I can. Peter raised a brow, motioning toward the still unconscious and bound Dark Lord. Even if it means he's going to die? He asked. A sigh escaped Dumbledore's lips as he looked toward Voldemort, regret written all over his face. Although I still disagree with killing a prisoner, who has no way of escaping or defending himself, I'm still willing to help find and destroy all of Tom's Horcruxes. And once it's time for him to die? MJ asked, her eyes narrowed. Albus looked right back at her, then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. It was fairly clear that as soon as it came time for Voldemort to die, Dumbledore would either try to dissuade them or use force to put a stop to it altogether. And MJ was more than fine with that. After all, like Peter said, as soon as he raises that wand at them again, Albus will be giving up its ownership. Looks like we'll be taking our souvenir back soon enough. MJ thought, a greedy look in her eyes. With a nod to Dumbledore, signifying their fragile alliance, MJ turned her attention to the rest of the room. Hagrid, Sirius, James, and Lily awaited their decision, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Anyone else planning to join us? MJ asked, her eyes scanning the room. We're offering, not insisting, by the way. You don't have to come if you don't want to. Hagrid, ever loyal, spoke up first. I'd love to, but I got me work at Hogwarts. Can't be leaving the students alone, not to mention all the animals that need feeding. But if ya ever need me, just give a holler. Peter shook his head, understanding. Thanks, Hagrid. We've got this covered, but we appreciate the offer. James nodded appreciatively, gratitude evident in his expression. Thank you for letting me tag along. It means a lot. After everything that's happened, I need to make sure Voldemort's gone for good, or else I won't be able to sleep at night. If James is going, then you can count me in too, Sirius said, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he turned to Peter. How do you know where these Horcrux things are, anyway? Peter smirked, his answer cryptic. Magic. Sirius raised an eyebrow, clearly unsatisfied with the vague response, but he decided not to press further. Of course, he wasn't the only one either. Everyone else was starting to get annoyed with Peter's lack of explanations. But just like him, they kept their mouths shut. Finally, all eyes turned to Lily, their silent question lingering in the air. She hesitated, torn between the desire to join the mission and the responsibility of caring for baby Harry. I wish I could, Lily began, her gaze fixed on her newborn son. But someone has to stay with Harry. We can't leave him alone, especially with Death Eaters still out there. Peter nodded, acknowledging the importance of her decision. Fair enough. Your priority is Harry. We'll handle the rest. Suddenly, Albus spoke. What about our prisoners? He asked, his gaze turning toward the bound Dark Lord in the room. Severus is currently in a cell in the basement. Maybe we should lock Tom up as well. Instantly, Peter shook his head. No, as I said before, Voldemort is my prisoner. We'll take him with us. All right. Albus reluctantly agreed, knowing he wouldn't change Peter's mind. Does Snape have to stay here? James abruptly asked. I would really rather he wasn't anywhere near my family. We'll be fine, James. Lily assured him. Albus said the cell would hold, and besides, I don't think Severus would ever hurt me, even if he had the chance. I mean, you saw the way he was acting earlier. Yeah, you may be right, but what about Harry? James countered, which seemed to strike some reasoning in her. Face it, Lily. He's not the same Severus you grew up with anymore. He's a Death Eater, and I can't tell you the amount of children Harry's age I've found dead since this war began. It's not a sight or an experience that I'd wish on anyone. Fine. Lily was convinced. But where should we go? You don't have to go anywhere, Peter said, drawing everyone's attention. I'll upgrade his cell before leaving. You'll be perfectly safe. After quelling everyone's worries, and upgrading Snape's cell, the group prepared to head out. Hagrid bid them farewell, promising to be available should they need him. Lily remained with Harry, watching over their son with a mix of determination and concern. Sirius, ever impulsive, jumped in with enthusiasm. So, when do we start? Peter, wearing a mischievous smirk, answered, we start at a place you know quite well, Sirius. 12 Grimmauld Place. Surprise flickered in Sirius's eyes, a mix of nostalgia and apprehension. My old family home? Why there? You know I'm expelled from the family, right? Peter's grin widened. Yes, but it's where we'll find the first Horcrux, he said as he waved his hand, conjuring a golden portal. Let's go. I'd like to finish this dirty business tonight and spend the rest of the week relaxing with my wife. Stepping through the portal, Peter effortlessly levitated the unconscious Voldemort behind him, the bound Dark Lord hovering eerily in the air. The others followed suit, finding themselves on a dimly lit street, surrounded by residential buildings. The portal snapped shut behind them, leaving no trace of their arrival. Sirius squinted at the row of houses, his gaze fixed on where 12 Grimmauld Place should be. However, thanks to the powerful wards, only numbers 11 and 13 were visible. Number 12 remained hidden, protected by a magical barrier that defied visual detection. Turning to Peter, Sirius voiced the obvious concern. How do you plan to get us inside? I may have grown up there, but I'm not exactly welcome. Peter responded with a sly smirk, raising his hand to conjure a golden spell circle in front of him. Like this? The intricate symbols unfolded, a mysterious branch of magic that left even Dumbledore intrigued. As the spell completed, it shot towards the space between house numbers 11 and 13. The buildings expanded, making way for the emergence of the concealed Black family home. House 12 materialized, distinctively darker and more foreboding than its neighboring residences. Peter, motioning toward the house, welcomed Sirius with a casual grin. Welcome home, Sirius. With that, he strolled confidently toward the entrance, leaving Sirius to reluctantly follow, a mix of nostalgia and dread in his eyes. Reaching the front door, Peter gave it a few knocks, the sound echoing through the quiet street. Sirius, standing behind the group, shifted nervously, grappling with the prospect of facing his estranged family once again. As the door creaked open, a small, angry-looking elf appeared, a glint of hostility in its eyes. It stood at the ready, prepared to defend Grimmauld Place from any intruders. Insert picture of Creaker here. Who dares disturb the noble house of Black? The elf spat, its tone dripping with disdain as its eyes find Sirius, hiding at the back. I see, young Master Blood Traitor has returned. Hello, Creaker. Sirius sighed, a wry smile on his face. It's good to see you too, Peter, undeterred by the standoff between an elf and his former master, offered a charming smile. Yo, I'm Peter, and this beautiful woman beside me is my wife, MJ. We're here to speak to you about Regulus Black. Instantly, Sirius's eyes widen at the mention of his brother, who has been presumed dead for a few years now. The elf's eyes narrowed, suspicion evident in its demeanor. Creaker has nothing to say. Leave and take dash. Before Creaker could finish his sentence, a loud, shrill voice echoed through the corridors of Grimmauld Place. Creaker? Who's at the door? The voice belonged to none other than Walburga Black, Sirius's mother. Instantly, Creaker's demeanor shifted from hostility to adoration as he called back to his mistress. Young Master Sirius has returned, mistress, and he's brought along some questionable blood with him. The mention of questionable blood earned a disapproving glare from MJ, but she remained silent, letting Peter handle the situation. Seconds later, an aged male voice resonated from within the house, commanding Creaker, invite them in. However, the mistress of the house wasn't pleased. A loud, indignant screech followed, and a spell came flying around the corner, aimed directly for the door. Reacting swiftly, Peter swatted the spell aside with a casual wave of his hand before confidently striding past Kreaker and entering the house. Kreaker, shocked by what he saw, grumbled but couldn't defy the invitation that was issued. Sirius, alongside everyone else's, reluctantly following Peter, muttered an apology for his mother's typical behavior. He didn't need to see her to know that she was the one who had fired that spell. Navigating through the dark and dusty corridors, Peter eventually reached a parlor room where an old man sat on a worn-out sofa. Arcturus Black, the head of the Black family, had a dignified aura about him. Next to him sat Walburga, a middle-aged woman with a crazed look in her eyes. Arcturus, Albus greeted with a nod, a surprised look on his face. "It's good to see that you're still alive and well," he said, though it sounded more like he was hoping for the opposite. "Albus," Arcturus replied curtly before turning his attention to his wayward grandson. "Sirius, I see you still know where your home is. It's been so long that I thought you'd forgotten the way back." "I'm not here because I want to be," Sirius replied without an ounce of familiarity. "As soon as this business is taken care of, I'll be on my way. Good riddance." Walburga butted in, her tone haughty. "If it were up to me, blood traitors like you wouldn't even dash." Before she could finish, Peter levitated Voldemort around the corner and into the room for all to see. Instantly, the room went deathly quiet as both Blacks recognized who this was, especially Walburga, who was a supporter of Voldemort since the war began. "Now that I have your attention," Peter said as he and MJ took a seat across from Arcturus, harshly dropping Voldemort into the coffee table between them, which buckled and broke. "I'm Peter, and this is MJ. We're here to discuss something important about Regulus Black, not have a family squabble. If you want to argue and fight amongst yourselves, then save it for later." Arcturus regarded them with a shrewd gaze, his gaze turning to Dumbledore for answers. "Is that?" he queried, a hint of shock in his voice. Albus nodded. "Yes, he captured him earlier tonight." "He, as in?" Arcturus asked, his eyes turning to Peter. "Yes, me," Peter replied with a smirk, which infuriated Walburga. Meanwhile, as everyone was talking, Walburga, a fervent supporter of Voldemort's ideals, erupted in rage. Seeing the man who carried all of her hopes and dreams sprawled out on the collapsed coffee table seemed to trigger something in her. With a furious expression, she pulled her wand and pointed it toward Peter, intent on avenging the apparent humiliation of her beloved Dark Lord. "How dare you?" Avada Dash. In a swift response, MJ, annoyed by the interruption, leaped out of her chair. She appeared in front of Walburga, delivering a powerful kick square in the stomach. The impact launched Walburga backward, crashing into a bookshelf that shattered upon impact with her body. As Walburga crumpled to the floor, gasping for air and holding her aching stomach, Kreaker, horrified and enraged, attempted to retaliate. But before he could make a move, Sirius pulled out his wand, holding it threateningly at the elf's head. "Please give me a reason, you decrepit old rat," he said, more than willing to end the infuriating house elf's life. Tension gripped the room, and soon enough, everyone had their wands drawn, poised for a fight. All except for Peter, Albus, and Arcturus, who remained calm and composed amid the brewing chaos. Amidst the tense standoff, Arcturus, the head of the Black family, bellowed, "Enough." His authoritative voice cut through the chaos, demanding attention and respect. He cast a stern gaze across the room, his eyes finally settling on Walburga, who had managed to stand, glaring venomously at MJ. "Lower your wands, all of you," Arcturus commanded, his voice unwavering. Slowly, begrudgingly, the wands were lowered. Sirius reluctantly withdrew his wand from Kreaker's agitated face, maintaining a watchful eye on the elf. "Now, what is the meaning of this spectacle?" Arcturus directed his question at Walburga, his tone reproachful. "This is not how we conduct ourselves, even in the face of unexpected guests." Walburga, still seething with anger, straightened herself, refusing to back down. "They have desecrated and disrespected the Dark Lord. Do you have any idea how dash?" I said, "Enough." Arcturus spoke, a dangerous glint in his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Regardless of the circumstances, we do not resort to violence within these walls," he reprimanded, turning his attention to Peter. "Now, what business do you have concerning my late grandson?" Finally, with the chaotic atmosphere subsiding, Peter gestured toward the unconscious Voldemort, addressing Arcturus, "Let's get down to business. We can't kill him since he's made multiple Horcruxes." The mention of Horcruxes sent a chill through the room. Even Walburga, who had revered the Dark Lord, was taken aback. The notion of splitting one's soul seemed to be a line Voldemort had not hesitated to cross, leaving Arcturus visibly perturbed. Arcturus, his brow furrowed, asked with a hint of disbelief, "Horcruxes? And you think there's one in my house?" Peter nodded, replying, "I don't just think, I know." He shifted his attention to Kreaker, continuing, "Regulus Black gave it to Kreaker before he died." All eyes turned to the old elf, who seemed surprised that someone knew about the item Regulus had entrusted to him. Arcturus directed his inquiry to Kreaker, seeking confirmation of Peter's claim. With tears welling up in his large eyes, Kreaker affirmed, "Yes, young Master Regulus left Kreaker some things, but Kreaker didn't know it was a horsecook, Horcrux. He didn't tell Kreaker what it was, but he did say to destroy it." Infuriated, Walburga demanded an explanation from Kreaker. "Why would my son entrust you with such important belongings? Why not me?" In a somber tone, Kriaker began recounting the events of 1979, pointing at the sleeping Dark Lord in the center of the room. He borrowed Kriaker from Master Regulus and took Kriaker to a cave. The room listened in stunned silence as Kriaker revealed the harrowing experience. In 1979, under the looming presence of Lord Voldemort, a fateful encounter unfolded between the Dark Wizard and Regulus Black. The air thick with trepidation, Voldemort declared to Regulus that he required a house elf. In a swift and seemingly selfless act, Regulus promptly offered up Kriaker, stating that it is an honor for his loyal elf to serve the Dark Lord. Transported to a foreboding crystal cave, Kriaker found himself subjected to Voldemort's sinister plans. The malevolent wizard compelled the elf to consume a peculiar potion from a basin, after which he placed a silver locket within the emptied vessel. A locket which held a portion of his soul inside. A mysterious sequence unfolded as the locket vanished beneath the inky potion, which seemed to magically reappear in the basin. Meanwhile, the elixir wreaked havoc upon Kriaker, inducing nightmarish delusions, agonizing stomach pains, and a relentless state of dehydration. Voldemort, satisfied with his success, departed, callously leaving Kriaker to fend for himself. The elf, desperate for relief, attempted to drink from the nearby lake, only to find the undead Inferi, lurking in the water below, awaited their chance to claim the life of whoever came near. Yet, Voldemort, blinded by his own arrogance, remained oblivious to a crucial aspect of house elf magic. Unbeknownst to the Dark Lord, Kriaker possessed the ability to apparate out of locations where wizards and witches were powerless. Leveraging this unique magic and unaffected by the enchantments that bound the cave, Kriaker managed to teleport to safety, dutifully following his master's command to come home when he finished his task. In a twist of fate, Regulus Black revisited the ominous crystal cave after hearing about it from Kriaker upon his return. He suspected Voldemort of making a Horcrux, and asked himself what would his brother, Sirius, do? And so, he set out to destroy it without the Dark Lord's knowledge. Determined, Regulus drank the potion himself and directed Kriaker to replace the Horcruxed locket with a convincing replica. With a heavy heart, he commanded Kriaker to return home and destroy the presumed real locket, unable to teleport out with his loyal house elf. In the closing moments of his presence in the cave, Kriaker witnessed the haunting image of Inferi hands dragging Regulus into the watery abyss as he tried to quench his never-ending thirst. The loyal house elf, burdened by the weight of his master's secrets, departed as instructed. However, fate intervened, as Kriaker found himself unable to fulfill his master's final command. Despite relentless attempts, he was unable to destroy the locket. The revelation struck a chord, especially with Walburga and Sirius, who had believed his brother to be just another Death Eater. He actually tried to fight against Voldemort. Sirius was shocked, saddened, and pleasantly surprised. Tears welled up in Walburga's eyes, grief washing over her as she realized the true fate of her son. Sirius, too, was moved, understanding that Regulus had been a hero who sacrificed himself to thwart Voldemort. Kriaker, concluding his tale, added, Master Regulus ordered Kriaker never to tell anyone about what happened. Arcturus, though visibly affected by the revelation, maintained a stoic composure. This is grave news. We must deal with the Horcrux, and ensure Voldemort is dealt with, permanently. Surprisingly, Walburga didn't have any complaints or arguments to make. Her favorite son was dead, and Voldemort was to blame. Although they shared the same ideals, she just couldn't bring herself to advocate for him anymore. As emotions swirled in the room, Peter turned to Kriaker. Go get the locket and I'll destroy it for you. Peter said as he thought, I probably shouldn't mention the fact that Regulus could have survived if he wasn't such a suicidal idiot. All he had to do was order an elf to drink the potion again. A few seconds after teleporting off, Kriaker returned with the locket clutched tightly in his bony hands, a piece of dark history that seemed to pulse with an ominous energy. Arcturus and Albus exchanged a knowing glance as they recognized the intricate design of the locket, an heirloom of Salazar Slytherin, one of Hogwarts' revered founders. Their shared curiosity hung in the air, wondering how such a significant artifact had fallen into Voldemort's hands. Handing over the locket with a wary expression, Kriaker warned Peter, steal Master Regulus's locket, and Kriaker will find a way to make you suffer, no matter where you hide. Sure. Peter, unfazed by the threat, accepted the locket and examined it with a thoughtful expression. Before he could proceed with its destruction, Albus interjected, curiosity etched on his aged features. Peter, how do you plan to destroy the Horcrux? It is no simple feat. Few things possess the potency or power required for such a task. Looking up from the locket, Peter smirked confidently. I'll destroy it with this. He conjured phoenix flames on his open palm, a mesmerizing dance of ethereal fire. Controlling the flames with practiced ease, he enveloped the locket, prompting Kriaker to take a step back, fear evident in his eyes. Aiaiaiaic. As the flames touched the locket, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the air, and a sinister black smoke began to emanate from the cursed object. The room was filled with tension as the shadowy form struggled, attempting to escape the fiery grip of the phoenix flames. Aiaiaiaic. The shrieking intensified, an eerie symphony of agony, as Voldemort's malevolent essence fought against its inevitable demise. Wide-eyed, everyone in the room watched the spectacle unfold. The black smoke twisted and contorted, desperately trying to evade the relentless flames. But Peter's control over the phoenix magic seemed absolute, and the shadowy figure was gradually burned to a crisp, dissipating into nothingness. and as the shard of Voldemort's soul was eradicated, Kreaker felt a huge weight drop from his shoulders. Tears rained down his cheeks, his beloved master's last wish finally completely. With the Horcrux vanquished, the flames subsided, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Peter inspected the locket, which miraculously remained in perfect condition. He glanced at MJ and handed her the locket, silently affirming their plan to take souvenirs from this unprecedented journey. Arcturus broke the silence, his stern gaze fixed on Peter. Impressive control over fire magic. Few possess such mastery. It's not actually magic, but thanks. Peter shrugged nonchalantly, confusing everyone. You pick up a few tricks when you've been around the block as many times as I have. Albus, however, couldn't suppress his curiosity. But Salazar Slytherin's locket is a powerful magical artifact. How did it come into Voldemort's possession? Peter exchanged a knowing look with MJ before responding, that's a story for another time. Right now, we've got bigger problems to deal with, like destroying the rest of the Horcruxes. Arcturus nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Indeed. But do you know where the rest of them are? Stepping out of another portal, the group, led by Peter, emerged into a desolate dark forest. In the distance loomed a dilapidated shack, an ominous silhouette against the darkened woods. Arcturus and an unexpected companion, Walburga, followed closely, driven by a shared determination to see the quest through to avenge Regulus. Sirius, visibly surprised by his mother's presence, couldn't fathom her change of heart. Once a staunch supporter of Voldemort, she now sought closure for the loss of her favorite child. As the last person stepped out and the portal closed behind them, James inquired about their whereabouts. Little Hanglitten, Peter responded cryptically, leaving the explanation hanging in the air. Without further ado, he led the way towards the crumbling shack, a place steeped in the dark history of Voldemort's origins. Albus, recognizing the significance of the location, explained to the others that Little Hanglitten was Voldemort's birthplace. Tom was born in this town's orphanage. Sadly, his mother died during childbirth, or else things might have been different. Maybe if he had a mother to love him, he could have turned out better. The revelation added a layer of understanding as to why one of his Horcruxes might be concealed in this seemingly inconspicuous shack. Approaching the weathered entrance, James reached for the door handle, only to be halted by Peter's firm grip on his arm. Confused, James questioned, "What's wrong?" "Watch," Peter said as he tapping his finger on the door. A protective golden energy shielded Peter as a black miasma emanated from the wood. The deadly defenses dissipated against Peter's barrier, saving him from a particularly nasty curse. Instantly, realization dawned on James as he acknowledged that Peter's swift action had likely saved his life. A silent nod of gratitude passed between them, a testament to the trust forged in the crucible of their shared mission. Motioning for the group to wait, Peter conjured multiple spell circles with a wave of his hand. The intricate patterns worked in harmony, systematically disarming the layers of protections that cloaked the shack. With the defenses neutralized, Peter led the way inside, followed by the watchful eyes of the others. Searching the dimly lit room, Peter focused on the creaking floorboards. With a deliberate motion, he lifted them, revealing a concealed compartment below. Within the hidden space lay a golden box, harboring the Gaunt family ring, the next Horcrux on his list. Shrouding his hand in the familiar phoenix flames, Peter retrieved the ring from its gilded prison. Holding it aloft, he commented, "What a nasty curse," before bathing the cursed Horcrux in the cleansing fire. Not only did the ring hold a piece of Voldemort's soul, but it also carried a curse which would quickly kill anyone who wore it. The flames danced and flickered, consuming the ring and the malevolence attached to it until all that remained were ashes. The only piece of the ring that Peter left intact was the dark stone, which now lay in the palm of his hand. As the last embers faded, and everyone let out a relieved breath, Peter looked down at the stone in his hand, a curious look on his face. Is this actually a Deathly Hallow? He wondered. The Deathly Hallows were 3 highly powerful magical objects supposedly created by death itself and given to each of 3 brothers in the Peveril family. They consisted of the Elder Wand, which Dumbledore currently carried, an immensely powerful wand that was considered unbeatable. The Cloak of Invisibility, which, as its name suggests, rendered the user completely invisible. And finally, what Peter was currently looking at, the Resurrection Stone, a stone which could summon the spirits of the dead. According to legend, he who possessed these 3 artifacts would become the Master of Death. The story of the Deathly Hallows was originally told by Beedle the Bard and subsequently passed from family to family as a wizard fairytale. But few wizards ever realized that the Deathly Hallows were genuine items. Most people thought that there were things that Beedle had made up to entertain young wizards and witches. In the original story, no one but Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore had ever been in command of all 3 Hallows, though neither were ever in possession of them all at once. I'll have to test it out later. Stashing the stone away from the time being, Peter wondered, what would happen if I collect all 3 of the Hallows together? MJ watched as he stored the Resurrection Stone away, just as curious as him. They seemed to be on the same wavelength as she began plotting how they would get a hold of the invisibility cloak. After all, it is a Potter family heirloom. Maybe we can trade some magic knowledge for it, she thought. Closing the door of the dilapidated shack behind them, Peter faced the group and with a flick of his wrist, conjured a shimmering portal. The familiar golden glow enveloped them, transporting inside of a large castle, Hogwarts, a place laden with magical history and secrets. As they materialized within the hallowed halls of the school, Albus Dumbledore, the venerable headmaster, wore a mixture of surprise and curiosity on his aged features. Peter, how did you manage to breach the school's wards so effortlessly? This shouldn't be possible. Peter, ever nonchalant, grinned. Let's talk about that later. Right now, let's just focus on the task at hand. Albus nodded, his eyes reflecting a keen interest in learning from Peter. But sadly, they had a job to do at the moment. The realization dawned on everyone that their purpose in returning to Hogwarts was more than mere nostalgia. There, within its revered walls, hid another Horcrux, a revelation that left them incredulous. How could such darkness lurk in the sanctuary of a school dedicated to magic and knowledge? A nervous look dawned on Dumbledore's face as he turned to see Voldemort floating behind Peter, thankfully still unconscious. We should have locked him up somewhere. It's not safe for the children to be anywhere near him, he thought. After all, they just brought the Dark Lord himself to a school full of innocent and impressionable children. A lot could go wrong if they aren't careful. Arriving on the 7th floor, Peter halted before a seemingly ordinary stretch of wall. With a knowing smile, he paced back and forth 3 times before a door materialized, revealing the room of requirement. Albus, the only one among the group who was unsurprised by this enchanted room's existence, watched with an understanding nod. Tom must have found the room while he was at school and used it as a hiding place. Peter turned to the group, his expression resolute. This is it. Another Horcrux is hidden in here. As the door creaked open, unveiling the room's ever-changing interior, a collective gasp escaped the group. The space transformed into a vast library, filled with towering shelves of ancient tomes and mystical artifacts. In the center stood a pedestal, atop which rested a seemingly innocuous object. James, wide-eyed, muttered, "A Horcrux in Hogwarts? Unbelievable." Peter approached the pedestal, his eyes narrowing at the object. It was an ornate diadem, delicately crafted with intricate details. Ravenclaw's lost diadem, Albus mused, recognizing the artifact. Peter extended his hand, grasping the diadem as his hand lights up in flames for the 3rd time that night. Time to collect another souvenir, he said as he turned to MJ. We should give this one to Lily. She'd look cute with it on. MJ nodded. Sure, but we'll have to get something for America as well. We can't forget about her. Sure, we'll find something. Peter nodded as the 3rd Horcrux of the night was destroyed, leaving only the diadem itself intact. Watching Peter talking so casually with MJ whilst he destroys a Horcrux with his bare hands, the whole group couldn't help but wonder whether this was actually as life-threatening and dangerous as they originally thought. Isn't this a little too easy? Each of them thought in unison. After sealing the freshly purged diadem away with their growing collection of Horcrux remnants, Peter opened another portal, leading the group into the dimly lit lobby of Gringotts Bank. The grand marble hall echoed their footsteps as they stepped into the shadows. The bank closed for the night. And suddenly, as soon as the portal closed behind them, the stillness was shattered. The bank's anti-theft protections whirred to life, activating with a mechanical precision that echoed through the hall. Lights flickered on, and the air buzzed with the sudden activation of wards and transfiguration enchantments, locking down exits with thick, solid metal walls. Panic rippled through the group as realization dawned upon them. They were in Gringotts. Peter had brought them to the goblin-owned bank without telling them, and they were detected almost immediately. Even Albus Dumbledore and Arcturus Black exchanged uneasy glances, aware of the historical tension between wizards and goblins. Goblin wars had erupted over far less, and the potential repercussions of their current situation loomed ominously. Amidst the growing unease, Peter, unfazed by the unfolding chaos, simply instructed everyone to calm down. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a comfortable sofa, and from his storage necklace, he produced snacks, creating a surreal scene of relaxation amidst the heightened tension. MJ and Peter reclined on the couch, enjoying their snacks as if they were at home, while the others struggled to comprehend their indifference to the dire circumstances. Arcturus attempted to explain the severity of the situation, emphasizing the delicate relations between wizards and goblins, but Peter's response was nonchalant. We're here for a Horcrux, and out of respect we'll wait for the goblins. Though if they take too long, we'll just have to force our way into the vault, Peter stated matter-of-factly, as if breaking into Gringotts was a routine affair. The group, initially resistant to the idea, found themselves compelled to wait alongside Peter and MJ. The minutes ticked by, and impatience grew. Peter, ever determined, was on the verge of forcing his way into the vault when, just in the nick of time, the massive doors leading deeper into the bank swung open. Dozens of armed goblin soldiers marched in, expecting to face intruders ready for a fight. Instead, they were met with the surreal sight of the group lounging on conjured sofas, munching on snacks, and engaged in casual conversation. The goblins, momentarily frozen in confusion, exchanged perplexed glances. It was as if the intruders were oblivious to the fact that they had breached the most secure place in the magical world. Unfazed by the armed goblin presence, Peter waved. Yo, we're just here for a quick errand, so if you could call your boss over for a talk, we'd really appreciate it, he said with a casual grin, as if requesting directions to a casual destination. Seeing that the goblins didn't answer or move to do anything for that matter, Peter waved them off. Can you make it quick? I have one more stop to make after this, and I really want to hit up McDonald's before they close. It's been a while since I've had some nuggets. MJ's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, I want French fries, she said, confusing everyone by how excited she got just for some fast food. Of course, they didn't know that Peter and MJ had just spent almost 2 weeks in an apocalypse universe, where fast food wasn't an option. The goblins, torn between protocol and the sheer audacity of the intruders, hesitated. After a moment of incredulous silence, one goblin, seemingly in charge, begrudgingly stepped forward. "Wait here," he grumbled before rushing off to report the situation. After an anxious 10 minutes of waiting, a goblin adorned in what appeared to be royal garb sauntered in, flanked by an imposing retinue of goblin guards. As he appeared, goblins scurried in behind him, placing a chair with a sort of deference that hinted at his authority. The royal-looking goblin, with a sneer etched across his face, identified himself. "I'm Gringotts London Bank Director, Ragnar." He wasted no time taking a seat across from the group, exuding an air of predatory calculation. The director eyed them for a moment, especially Arcturus and Albus, before finally talking. "It's not every day such high-level wizards break into a goblin bank. I wonder how the ministry will react when they find out." "Well, that's if they find out. After all, we've always had a policy of converting thieves into dragon feed," he threatened, his every word venomous. "Oh yeah, I forgot they had dragons guarding the vaults," Peter muttered in interest. Ignoring Peter completely, the goblin continued. "You know, this could be seen as an act of war. 2 war heroes entering a sovereign nation's land without permission." He smirked, showing off his sharp canines. "I'm sure my father would be happy to declare war with you wizards once again." Peter, growing tired of the goblin's self-importance, finally interjected. "Look, we're here to access a vault owned by Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort created a Horcrux and entrusted it to her, and it's in her Gringotts vault. We're here to destroy it and kill Voldemort," he stated matter-of-factly, levitating Voldemort out from behind the sofa for everyone to see. At the sight of Voldemort and the mention of a Horcrux, the scowls deepened on every goblin's face. They knew the implications of such dark magic, and it didn't sit well with them. However, their disdain didn't necessarily translate into cooperation. Director Ragnar, taking advantage of the situation, asked, "And if we help you, what's in it for us?" In response, Peter locked eyes with the director, expressing his frustration with the goblin's greed. "What's in it for you is ending the life of an extremely prejudiced Dark Lord. Because once he's done with muggles and half-bloods, who do you think he'll come for next?" he said, gesturing to the goblins across the room. Peter paused for a moment before continuing. "Don't think you're safe because you control the economy either. To a Dark Lord, things like money mean nothing. As soon as he's bored or sees you as a target or a threat, it's over. You're next on the list." His words hung in the air, invoking a shared realization among the goblins that sooner or later their own fate might be at stake. But despite the persuasiveness of Peter's argument, the goblins remained unmoved. Greed was entrenched in their nature, and helping wizards, even in the face of a common enemy, was not something they did for free. In the Goblin Nation, everything came at a price. "That was a wonderful speech, but it didn't answer my question. What's in it for us?" Facing a second refusal, Peter sighed, his patience waning. He locked eyes with Director Ragnar once more and made a blunt offer, trying a less diplomatic approach. "What's in it for you is you get to keep your greedy pompous life. Now, let us through nicely, or I can walk over your tiny little corpse and do it myself." Instantly, Albus, Arcturus and everyone else tried to stop Peter, but it was already too late. A chilling smile spread across the director's face as the goblins in the room drew their weapons. He retorted confidently, "I'd like to see you try." Peter shrugged in response to Director Ragnar's defiance and muttered, "You asked for it." In a blink, he vanished from his seated position, reappearing beside the director with a swift and powerful Spartan kick. The force sent the goblin and his chair hurtling across the room, crashing into the far wall with a resounding thud. Eyes widened in shock, the other goblins attempted to swarm and attack Peter, wielding their weapons in a futile attempt to overpower him. Yet, Peter moved with an otherworldly speed, eluding their strikes effortlessly. His every movement was a dance of precision and grace, sending goblins flying with each calculated strike. The director, recovering from the Spartan kick, watched with a mixture of disbelief and regret as his men fell like dominoes. Peter, at some point, had obtained a sword from one of the fallen guards, and he wielded it with deadly proficiency, slashing through the goblin ranks like a hot knife through butter. "Wait," he called out weakly, his voice strained by his injury. From his hunched-over position, the director struggled to his feet, witnessing the massacre his decisions had wrought. His initial bloodthirsty enthusiasm had crumbled into remorse as he saw his men being slaughtered like defenseless farm animals. Finally, the last goblin guard fell, and Peter, sword dripping with goblin blood, approached the director. He asked mockingly, "Where did that bloodthirsty smile of yours go? You seemed so eager for a fight just a minute ago, but now you look scared and angry." The goblin met Peter's gaze, his voice shaky as he vowed, "You'll pay for this." Unperturbed, Peter nonchalantly shrugged. "Whatever." With a casual swipe of his sword, he decapitated the director in one swift motion. The goblin's head rolled to the side, a grim testament to the consequences of underestimating Spider-Man. Amidst the aftermath, Albus Dumbledore observed the carnage with clenched fists and grinding teeth. He harbored a deep aversion to taking lives, and the gruesome scene before him intensified his inner turmoil. Though nobody else seemed to care as much as him. After all, goblins aren't the most innocent and upstanding individuals around. In fact, they were the exact opposite of those qualities. Even James, who usually sided with Albus on just about everything, appeared relieved and slightly happy with the outcome, which surprised the old headmaster. As the last goblin was slain, Peter tossed the sword he stole from a guard aside before turning back to his group, only to find a very familiar stick pointed at him. Really? Haven't we been through this before? Albus Dumbledore, his eyes ablaze with fury and disappointment, held the Elder Wand high. Do you have any idea what you've just done? You cannot simply take the lives of other living beings without consequence, he declared, his voice stern and unwavering. Peter, wiping the goblin blood from his hands with casual indifference, glanced at Albus and shrugged. Look, old man, they were about to do the same to us. You really think they would have spared us if the roles were reversed? No, they'd gladly kill us and loot our dead bodies with smiles on their faces, he retorted, the nonchalance in his tone infuriating Albus even more. Ignoring Peter's justification, Albus tightened his grip on the wand. I cannot stand by while you commit such atrocities. Atrocities, by the way, that will start another bloody war, which the goblins will be more than happy to participate in, he explained, his tone growing somber. I thought that I could help steer you in the right direction, but I see now how impossible that truly is. Peter, unfazed, raised an eyebrow. Remember what I told you earlier tonight? About pointing your wand at me, he reminded Albus, a hint of warning in his tone. I'll be willing to look past this as long as you lower that wand right now. If you don't, then I'm afraid I'll be keeping it this time around. Peter continued. As for whether or not the goblins will start a war over this, I guess we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get to it. I always clean up after my own messes, so you have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, as the group watched this standoff take place, they suddenly began to voice their opinions. Maybe you should just do as he says, Albus. Arcturus was the first to speak. He might not have been there, but he's heard and seen enough to realize how powerful Peter probably is. Sirius follows behind him. I wouldn't normally agree with my psychotic family, but maybe you should put it down, he said, getting a glare from his mother in return. Everyone seemed to be on the same page. They saw these goblins as deserving of their end, and Peter as someone that they shouldn't be attacking. After all, he defeated Voldemort so easily. Of course, not everyone wanted Albus to lower his wand. Come on, keep it up you scheming piece of sh*t. MJ wanted that wand back so that she could add it to their growing pile of souvenirs. Albus, however, refused to back down. Surrender, Peter. You've spilled enough blood tonight, and I won't let you continue. It has to stop, he implored, the weight of responsibility evident in his words. But Peter simply shook his head. Sorry, but that ain't happening, he said, a wry smile playing on his lips. Should you kick things off, or should I? The suspense is killing me. The tension in the room escalated, and Albus, unable to reconcile with the choices before him, cast a spell, initiating the inevitable clash. Albus gave everything he had to stop Peter. His spells and curses erupted in a dazzling display of magical prowess. Instantly, the Grand Marble Hall of Gringotts became the battleground for a clash of two titans. Albus, his wand dancing with practiced precision, sent a barrage of spells towards Peter, who effortlessly dodged and countered with a playful smirk. Peter's movements were a symphony of grace and speed, a stark contrast to Albus's seasoned yet futile attempts. A flicker of steps, a twist of the body, and Peter evaded every spell with ease, toying with the elder wizard. His reflexes were honed beyond mortal limits, making him a spectral blur that danced between curses and hexes. Albus, determined but increasingly frustrated, altered his tactics, casting spells with strategic cunning. However, each attempt was met with a nonchalant evasion or a subtle deflection from Peter. The air crackled with magic as the two wizards circled each other, a visual representation of power imbalances. Peter, deciding to toy with his opponent, launched a series of simple spells, barraging the old wizard with all sorts of eldritch constructs. Here, try this out. I use these spells to train my daughter, so hopefully you can handle them. Albus, valiantly attempting to block, found himself on the defensive as Peter's attacks flowed seamlessly. A knife to the left, a swift spear to the right, ethereal weaponry seemed to rain down on him, leaving Albus breathless as he was forced to dodge, sending his aged body into overdrive. The dance of combat continued, with Albus attempting various spells to gain an upper hand. But Peter, in a display of physical and magical superiority, avoiding each assault with almost dismissive ease. The audience, including the intrigued MJ, watched as the battle unfolded, each move calculated and executed with precision. As Albus, growing weary, launched a final desperate assault, Peter's response was swift and decisive. With a graceful spin, he disarmed Albus, sending the Elder Wand flying through the air. In a fluid motion, Peter caught the wand, twirled it skillfully before tossing it to MJ. MJ, seizing the opportunity, happily accepted the wand. Her eyes gleamed with mischief as she stashed it away, adding another prized possession to their growing collection. The rest of the group, now convinced of Peter's prowess, watched with a mixture of awe and relief. Looks like you've had enough, Albus, Peter declared, a smug grin playing on his lips. Why don't you take a breather? Sit back and rest those old bones while I go and find the next Horcrux. Albus, his dignity wounded, glared at Peter but offered no further resistance. The battle had been a showcase of mismatched power, and the outcome was clear. The once proud headmaster, defeated and disarmed, faced the consequences of underestimating the enigmatic Spider-Man. As Peter turned away, Voldemort still levitating behind him, MJ rushed to follow after him. Hey, wait up, I want to see the vault. Staying behind, everyone else tried to either comfort Albus or rub salt in his wounds. After all, it's not every day that the great Albus Dumbledore is beaten like a small child. Are we sure he killed Grindelwald? Walburga began to doubt his entire legacy. Deep within the vast labyrinth of Gringotts, Peter and MJ navigated the dimly lit tunnels, encountering lingering goblin resistance along the way. Spells crackled through the air as the newlywed couple fought off the remaining defenders of the Goblin Bank, making their way toward Bellatrix's elusive vault. Riding on the swift mine carts, they journeyed through a subterranean maze, passing countless vaults adorned with various enchantments. The noise of clattering wheels and distant echoes reverberated as they descended deeper into the bowels of the bank. After a series of thrilling turns and twists, they finally arrived at the vault they sought. Bellatrix's nameplate gleamed ominously, and Peter, relying on his knowledge in the mystic arts, began dismantling the layers of magical protection surrounding the entrance. With a flick of his fingers, wards dissolved like mist, and the imposing door swung open. MJ, fueled by excitement, rushed inside the vault, her eyes scanning for the elusive Horcrux. The dim glow of gold and other priceless treasures illuminated the chamber, drawing the couple's attention. In the midst of the glittering treasures, they found the Hufflepuff cup, an ordinary-looking object tainted by dark magic. Found it, MJ exclaimed, a mix of thrill and anticipation in her voice. Peter, conjuring phoenix flames in the palm of his hand, approached the cup. With a focused gaze, he channeled the mystical fire, its ethereal glow dancing across his fingertips. The cup trembled, reacting to the extreme heat. As the flames engulfed the Horcrux, a burst of otherworldly energy erupted, its malevolent essence resisting its demise. The cup, however, remained intact, held within the protective cocoon of Peter's magic. MJ, growing used to seeing the seat of a Horcrux, completely ignored Peter and began looting the vault of anything that caught her eye. Oh, I'll take this, and this, oh this too. With a final surge of phoenix flames, the Hufflepuff cup succumbed to the inferno. The magic holding the Horcrux together unraveled, and the remnants of Voldemort's dark soul dissipated into the ethereal void. Once he was done, Peter extinguished the flames, leaving only the unblemished cup in his hand. Well, that's another one down, he remarked, a triumphant grin on his face. Only one more to go and then we can spend the rest of our time in this universe in relaxation, he said, handing the cup to MJ, who accepted it with a gleeful expression. MJ examined the cup, turning it in her hands. I wonder if it can do anything, or if it's just an old cup, she mused, her curiosity shining through. Who knows, Peter shrugged in reply. We can test out all of our souvenirs later. As they made their way back through the labyrinthine tunnels, MJ couldn't help but ask, so, what's next on the agenda? Peter, his thoughts focused on the overarching mission, replied, we've got one more Horcrux to find. Voldemort's diary. Returning to the entrance hall of Gringotts, Peter and MJ faced the expectant gazes of James, Sirius, Walburga, Arcturus, and the defeated Dumbledore. The Hufflepuff cup, now devoid of its dark magic, was clutched in MJ's hand. Another one bites the dust, Peter announced, a casual smirk playing on his lips. MJ, standing beside him, added, yep, just one more to go. James spoke up, curiosity etched on his face. So, this wasn't the last Horcrux. Peter shook his head, dispelling any premature celebrations. Nah, there's still one more. Voldemort's diary. We take care of that, and we can finally off him, he says as the man himself floats restrained behind him. A sense of determination settled among the group. 4 Horcruxes had already been destroyed, and with just one remaining, the end of their quest seemed within reach. Turning his attention to the defeated Dumbledore, Peter raised an eyebrow. You coming along, old man? Albus, a mix of shock and reluctance in his expression, responded, why would you still invite me after what just happened? Peter shrugged nonchalantly. As long as you're done trying to attack me and lecture me every chance you get, you're welcome to join. Just don't make me regret it or I don't really care either way. Albus, torn between pride and the desire for redemption, hesitated before nodding. I will accompany you, he declared, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Peter wasn't sure whether he chose to come along in order to wait for an opportunity to stop him, or take back his precious wand, but like he said, he didn't care. Albus may be a strong wizard, but that's only by this world's standards. Back in Camartage, he couldn't even be considered a low-level master. Whether he plotted against Peter or not just didn't matter, because in the end his strength was inconsequential. With everyone on board, a small sense of camaraderie emerged, despite the lingering tension. All right, let's head out. Peter's magic infused the air as he gestured, conjuring a shimmering portal. The swirling vortex beckoned them to their next destination. Albus, despite his recent defeat, couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of Peter's form of magic. He couldn't help but think, if only he weren't a heartless murderer. Stepping through the portal, the group found themselves in the front yard of a large mansion. Malfoy Manor, an imposing structure that showed how wasteful a family could be with their money. The Malfoy family, known for their allegiance to Voldemort, resided within its opulent walls. As the group stepped out of the portal, the air seemed to thicken with an ominous presence. The manor's grandeur and foreboding aura struck a chord of discomfort among the group. The surroundings were instantly familiar to the 3 members of the Black family, Arcturus, Walburga, and Sirius. Narcissa Black, after all, had been married off to Lucius Malfoy, the next head of the Malfoy family. Realizing what might happen, Arcturus turned to Peter with pleading eyes. Please spare my granddaughter, Narcissa. Her parents married her off into the Malfoy family against her will. She's most likely inside. I've seen what you can do, and I don't her to meet the same fate as those goblins. Walburga, despite her usual disdain, added her voice to the request. Indeed. We may not see eye to eye, but I won't have my kin die by your hand. Even Sirius, whose relationship with his family was strained, shared the same sentiment. He couldn't bear the thought of Narcissa suffering the same fate as those who fell at Gringotts. Hearing their plea, Dumbledore couldn't resist letting out a contemptuous snort. The sudden concern for lives seemed hypocritical compared to their earlier indifference to the Goblin massacre. Peter, however, simply nodded in acknowledgement. I won't kill Narcissa, Peter agreed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. But I can't promise she won't get a good beating if she decides to attack me. Equal rights, equal fights. I'm a feminist after all. His response earned a laugh from the men in the group, but Albus Dumbledore's disapproval lingered, his eyes silently begging for a lecture to be unleashed. With the agreement in place, it was time to venture into Malfoy Manor. Peter, confident in his abilities, led the way. Bypassing the manor's protective wards effortlessly, he approached the imposing front door and knocked. Soon enough, the door creaked open, revealing the grandeur of Malfoy Manor's interior. Opulent chandeliers, exquisite tapestries, and dark corridors hinted at the luxurious but sinister atmosphere that permeated the home of the Malfoy family. Does the guests have an invitation? A voice called out as everyone looked down, finding a small elf stood before him, dressed in an old, worn-out pillowcase. Insert picture of Dobby here. Smiling down at the young elf, whom he was fairly sure was Dobby, Peter shook his head and said, No need for an invitation, little buddy. With that, he waltzed right into the opulent Malfoy Manor, the rest of the group following suit. Instantly, Dobby panicked and ran after them, yelling, Yous can't be here. Dobby will get in trouble. The urgency in Dobby's voice only fueled their curiosity as they continued into the mansion. So it is Dobby. Maybe I should hire him once this is over. Peter thought as he turned to Dobby. Hey, after I'm done dealing with your master, do you want a job? I could use an elf like you back home. Before the shocked elf could even think of his reply, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the manor. Rushing towards the source of the distressing sound, they descended into the depths of the home, arriving at the basement. There, they were confronted with a gruesome scene. Abraxas Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family, stood amidst the shadows, wielding a whip. Innocent muggles were bound and helpless, enduring his sadistic torment, their skin breaking open with every lash. Abraxas laughed maniacally as he flailed his whip, leaving the victims in a bloody agony. Peter, keen eyes catching sight of a familiar book in Abraxas's free hand, recognized it as Voldemort's diary, the Horcrux they were seeking. A thought crossed his mind, is the diary controlling him? Or is he just a psycho Death Eater? Taking a quick peek into the man's mind with his telepathy, Peter instantly regretted it as he found that he was indeed a psycho Death Eater. Yet, the diary helped fuel his maliciousness, but it was already there long before Voldemort was born. Disgusting. Peter thought as he pulled out of Abraxas's mind. Finally, as the torment reached its peak, Abraxas turned to discover the unexpected guests. Shock painted his face as he shouted, What are you doing in my house? He said as he noticed Dobby running inside behind them, his face burning in fury. Dobby, did you let them in without my permission? Before the frightened elf could respond, Peter vanished from where he stood, reappearing beside the bloodied muggles. Employing his magical prowess, he used his powers to heal them and alleviate their pain. The victims, sighing in relief, experienced a form of comfort they never thought possible. Abraxas, still bewildered, eyed Peter with a mix of confusion and anger. Not only did these intruders dare to enter his house uninvited, but now they even went so far as to heal his slaves, whom he took so much time brutalizing. It was like all of his work and effort was being taken away. Angered, Abraxas wound back his whip and lashed out at Peter, the leather snapping through the air with malicious intent. However, just as the whip was about to make contact, Peter reached back with lightning reflexes and seized it, surprising Abraxas. With a forceful yank, Peter pulled Abraxas across the room, positioning him on his knees squarely at his feet. As Abraxas stumbled, his grip loosened, causing the diary he held to fall a few feet away. Without a word, Peter summoned magical restraints, swiftly binding Abraxas in a manner similar to how he had done with the muggles. The once tyrant now found himself at the mercy of his own malevolence. With the whip now in his possession, Peter approached the healed muggles. He released them from their bindings and handed them the whip, gesturing towards the now bound Abraxas and stating, He's all yours. Instantly, a fire ignited in their eyes, fueled by a desire for retribution. Silently, without hesitation, one of them seized the whip, the roles now reversed. Wait, stop. Abraxas yelled as he realized what was happened, but it was too late. The echoing cracks of the whip filled the air, each lash delivering a measure of justice. Abraxas, who had reveled in the torment of innocent lives just moments ago, now found himself the target of his own sadistic creation. The tables had turned, and the manor echoed with the poetic justice of Abraxas Malfoy experiencing the pain he had inflicted on others. The group watched this take place, many wincing every time the whip was brought down, though they didn't speak out. Just like at the bank, they didn't agree with how Peter handled things. The only one of them that might disagree was Albus, but he's learned to keep his mouth shut by now. Peter, watching the scene unfold, stood with an air of satisfaction. He retrieved the fallen diary, the book quivering in fear as he laid his hands on it. Raising a single brow, Peter smirked. "What's the matter, Tom? Scared?" He asked this, and instantly, an ethereal figure of a teenage schoolboy materialized beside him. Insert picture of Tom Riddle here. How do you know who I am?" he asks, his eyes widening in horror as he notices Dumbledore, eyeing him from across the room. In the dimly lit basement of Malfoy Manor, the sudden appearance of Tom Riddle's spectral form startled everyone, especially Dumbledore, who recognized the teenage face that harbored so much malevolence. "How do you know who I am?" Tom asked Peter before his eyes widening in horror as he notices Dumbledore, eyeing him from across the room. Professor." As Tom confronted the aging wizard, his eyes began to burn with fury and unwillingness at the unexpected reunion with his most hated enemy. Dumbledore, despite his calm demeanor, couldn't help but frown, realizing that Tom had created his first Horcrux while still in school. His spectral form was so young and still wore the same Slytherin Hogwarts robes that Albus remembered. He must have created his first Horcrux at school. Albus thought, his mind racing to recall who his victim could have been. Myrtle. He suddenly remembered the poor girl who now haunts the school as a ghost. The revelation struck a chord of concern as he pondered how he missed the signs right under his nose. Tom's mask of charm had deceived many, but Dumbledore was one of the few who glimpsed the darkness lurking beneath, yet he missed this. As Dumbledore was about to address Tom, the cries of pain from Abraxas Malfoy turned into desperate pleas for help. "Dobby, you useless elf! Get over here and help me already!" He called out to Dobby, the loyal elf torn between the commands of his cruel master and his urge to just let it happen. After all, these muggles weren't the only ones that Abraxas has tortured. Dobby has been through all sorts of odd and cruel punishments, which Abraxas and the Malfoy family have put him through for the simplest of things, like being a half a second late to their call, or even something as made up as daring to breath in their presence. "Dobby, help me, release me this instant," Abraxas demanded, his voice strained with agony as the muggles continued wailing on him in retribution. Caught in a dilemma, Dobby stood uncertain, his eyes darting between Peter, the freed slaves, and his master. Until finally, the invisible chains of loyalty and the fear of punishment pushed him forward to help his master. But before he could free his master, Peter, with a snap of his fingers, bound Dobby in eldritch energy straps, immobilizing him where he stood. Ignoring the standoff between Dumbledore and Tom for the moment, Peter approached the captive elf. Squatting down to eye level, he offered Dobby a choice that was too good to be true for the little elf. "Do you want to be free from the Malfoy family, Dobby?" Peter inquired, his gaze penetrating into the conflicted eyes of the trembling elf. Amidst the background symphony of Abraxas's tormented cries, Dobby hesitated. The pull of his bond with Abraxas warred against the allure of liberation. Threats and promises echoed in his ears, creating an internal struggle for the young elf. Abraxas, desperate to retain his control over Dobby, screamed at the elf, "You useless, dirty creature! How dare you even think of freedom? You're nothing but a slave who will serve the Malfoy family like a dog for the rest of your miserable little life." He continued to rant his threats and vile words as the torture began to take its toll on his mind. Peter didn't know if Abraxas was trying to sway Dobby back into servitude or push him away, but it seemed like the latter. He merely looked at Dobby, waiting for his answer. The sound of the whip cracking and the cries of the Lord of House Malfoy provided a dissonant backdrop to this tense moment. Soon enough, the elf finally spoke, his voice trembling but resolute. Dobby wants to be free." With a snap of his fingers, Peter severed the magical connection between Dobby and the Malfoy family. Abraxas's threats turned into furious curses, but it was too late. Dobby was free, his eyes widening in shock as he realized the sudden release from his bonds. Usually, the master, which in this case would be Abraxas, would have to gift the elf a piece of clothing in order to free them, but Peter was able to simply sever their master and servant bond with a simple snap of his fingers. Peter removed the eldritch energy straps, and Dobby, now unbound, began to cry tears of joy. "Dobby is a free elf now," he exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Abraxas's howls of despair filled the room, his power over Dobby shattered. The poetic justice extended beyond the revenge of the formerly enslaved muggles as Dobby reveled in his newfound freedom, liberated by the very intruders his former master despised. As the cries of retribution against Abraxas continued, Peter turned his attention back to Dumbledore and the spectral form of Tom, who have both continued to glare at one another this entire time. Giving one last glance to the now free elf, Dobby, Peter extended a casual offer, "If you ever need a new job, Dobby, just let me know. Like I said before, I could use an elf like you back home." Dobby, still overwhelmed by the taste of newfound freedom, nodded silently, his large eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and hesitation. He wasn't ready to accept any new masters just yet, the joy of liberation had yet to fully sink in. Turning back to Dumbledore and the spectral form of Tom, Peter tightened his grip on the Horcrux diary. "Any unsettled business between you two before I destroy this thing?" he inquired, acknowledging the long history they shared. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes briefly meeting Tom's. However, before any further discussion could unfold, Tom's attention snapped to Peter at the mention of destroying the diary. The prospect of obliteration, of ceasing to exist, fueled a desperate attempt to stop him. And luckily, Peter was holding the diary right now, which would allow him to assail his mind rather easily. Instantly, Tom's spectral presence lashed out, seeking control over the unsuspecting Spider-Man. Yet, Peter's mental defenses proved formidable, easily blocking the pubescent Dark Lord. A backlash reverberated through the astral plane, causing Tom's spectral form to convulse in agony. Blood dripped from his eyes, nose, and ears as he collapsed to the ground at Peter's feet, overwhelmed by the unexpected counter-assault. Peter shook his head, a mix of disappointment and amusement in his expression. You shouldn't have tried that, Tom. Consider yourself lucky that I went easy on you, or else you'd be dead right already. As Tom writhed in pain, Peter turned back to Albus. What was it you wanted to say? He asked. Looking down at the writhing, spectral form of Tom Riddle, Albus Dumbledore felt a twinge of pity. In a surprisingly somber tone, he began, Tom, I'm sorry. I wish I had done more to guide you away from the dark path you chose. I saw it, the facade you put up as you dealt with everyone, hiding your true self from the world. But instead of helping you, I saw you as a threat and tried to hinder you as best as I could. Dumbledore's regretful gaze lingered on the young version of Voldemort before him. Perhaps, if I had provided a stable home for you, instead of leaving you in that awful orphanage, or even sought out a psychologist to help better understand and fix what you were becoming, things might have turned out differently. But sadly, we can't turn back time. At least not that far. Tom's eyes widened in shock at the unexpected apology. The old man he had despised for so long was expressing remorse and admitting his own failures. However, any hope of a genuine connection shattered as Tom's spectral form erupted into a fit of laughter. You've grown weak in your old age, Professor, he taunted, the echoes of his malevolent laughter reverberating through the dimly lit basement. Despite the derisive laughter, Dumbledore maintained his composure. He had hoped for a breakthrough, a chance to reach the tormented soul of Tom Riddle. Regret lingered in the air as Dumbledore, with a heavy heart, acknowledged the futility of his attempt. Turning to Peter, Dumbledore nodded solemnly. It's time, Peter. Do what needs to be done. Tom, sensing the impending threat, turned frantic. No, you can't do this, he shouted, desperation in his voice. But his pleas fell on deaf ears as Peter, determined and resolute, began to shroud his hand in flames. With a swift, practiced motion, Peter enveloped the Horcrux diary in flames. Tom's agonized scream echoed through the basement as the diary disintegrated, taking the young piece of Voldemort's soul with it. As the diary crumbled into ashes, the bound Voldemort by the stairs jolted awake, his eyes widening in horror as he felt the severing of his last connection to immortality. Arg! A scream of anguish tore through the air, marking the destruction of the final Horcrux. Peter, his hand still smoldering from the ethereal flames, looked over at the now awake Dark Lord. Good morning, sleepyhead. You picked the perfect time to join us. We just finished destroying your last Horcrux. Voldemort, straining against his bindings, turned to Peter, horror written all over his face. What have you done? With Voldemort awake and his Horcruxes destroyed, it was finally time to finish off tonight's festivities. Turning to the freed Muggles, Peter asked, Are you finished? The room echoed with the fading cries of pain, and the former captives hesitated. Looking between Peter and the bloodied form of Abraxas, they decided it was enough. The whip dropped, some cried as they realized the hell was over, while others eyed Peter skeptically, uncertain of what would happen next. Nodding solemnly, Peter wished them well and wiped their minds of everything magical and torture-related. And with a wave of his hand, portals opened at their feet, leading each person back to a random hotel in London. As a parting gift, he conjured a portal into a sealed bank vault, leaving each of them a generous stack of cash. They could now move on and rebuild their lives, the scars of their ordeal erased from their memories. As the Muggles disappeared, Voldemort's screams pierced the air, thrashing against his eldritch restraints. Release me? The first filthy-blooded mongrel to release me can die a quick death. MJ rolled her eyes at him. Yeah, no thanks. Unaccustomed to such powerlessness, Voldemort unleashed a torrent of curses, berating everyone around him, especially Dumbledore, who observed with a hint of amusement, though he would never admit to it. Approaching Voldemort, Peter delivered a swift kick to the side of his head. Use your inside voice. I'm starting to get a headache with all the screaming tonight. Groggy and disoriented, Voldemort shifted to muttering his curses under his breath. Ignoring the subdued Dark Lord, Peter turned to Dobby. Do you know where Lucius Malfoy is? Dobby nodded. Yes, Dobby can still feel where he is. Peter then requested, can you deliver a letter to him for me? Though hesitant to revisit his former master, Dobby agreed as a gesture of gratitude for his newfound freedom. With a snap of his fingers, Peter conjured a sealed letter and handed it to Dobby. Just give him this and leave. Don't say or do anything, Peter instructed. Dobby nodded and vanished with a pop, leaving only the lingering resonance of his departure. James, puzzled by Peter's plan, inquired, what's the letter about? Peter replied cryptically, you'll see when they arrive, but until then, we need to prepare for some guests. Levitating Voldemort and Abraxas behind him, he walked up the stairs, the others following in his wake. As they stepped into the first floor, a surprised female voice could be heard. What are you doing in this house? Peter turned to see a woman holding a wand at him, her face morphed into a stern glare. You must be Narcissa, he said, ignoring her wand completely. Insert picture of Narcissa Malfoy here. As Arcturus and Walburga appeared from down the stairs, Narcissa lowered her wand slightly, surprised to see her family here. Can someone tell me what's going on? In a darkened alley, amidst the faint glow of the street lights, Dobby materialized beside Lucius Malfoy, who was surrounded by his fellow Death Eaters, scouring the city for their elusive master, Lord Voldemort. Lucius glanced at the small elf with a sneer, dismissing him as an inconsequential creature tied to his family's service. What does my father want? Without uttering a word, Dobby handed Lucius a sealed letter before disappearing with a pop, his eyes holding a newfound resolve. The elf's demeanor seemed to have shifted, and the once fearful gaze now bore a hint of defiance. Lucius, perplexed by the change in Dobby's demeanor, unfolded the letter with a mix of curiosity and disdain. As the letter revealed itself, Lucius read the taunting words addressed to him from someone named Peter. Yo, Lucius, I'm sitting here with your father, and he's not looking so good. He seems to have tripped and fell down the stairs. Poor Abraxas was so very clumsy too. As he fell, he seemed to be holding his whip. And let's just say he's all bloody now. It's actually kind of gross to look at. As Lucius continued to read, his hands gripped the paper tightly, almost ripping it in fury. Oh, and I have your master here too. He didn't fall down the stairs or anything, but I did hear that he's terminally ill. So sad, the innocent Dark Lord will pass away tonight. The doctor said the disease is so bad that he'll have to be beheaded by sunrise. It's so heartbreaking. Anyway, I thought his family and friends should be here to send him off. See you soon, Red Heart. Love. Peter Parker, Lord of the Ancient and Most Noble House of Parker, Order of Riz, First Class, Grand Puba, CHF Magic Man, Supreme Spider, International Confeed of Avengers. P.S. Enjoy the picture. The angry sneer on Lucius's face faded into confusion, replaced by an unsettling feeling as he reached into the envelope. Still within the confines of the envelope, he discovered a compromising picture of his father and the Dark Lord. What the F***, he muttered as he held a picture of his naked father getting sexually pleasured by the Dark Lord himself. Instantly, fury replaced confusion, and his eyes widened at the shocking image. The revelation struck a chord of anger and disbelief, and he found himself torn between his loyalty to the Dark Lord and the need to protect his family's honor. In a commanding tone, Lucius ordered his Death Eaters to follow him. The urgency in his voice hinted at the gravity of the situation, and the Death Eaters, sensing their master's imminent danger, fell into formation behind Lucius as he apparat back to Malfoy Manor. Back at Malfoy Manor, the atmosphere was tense as Peter finished setting up for their guests. Sitting outside on the manor's front steps alongside MJ, Abraxas, and Voldemort, both suspended behind them against the front of the manor. Voldemort seemed relatively unharmed, while Abraxas's wounds were taking a toll, his blood dripping down the manor's facade. Dumbledore, conflicted by what Peter was doing, hesitated to intervene or voice his objections. The others, particularly Walburga and Arcturus, seemed content with the situation, viewing Peter as a decisive leader who could get things done, even if it required drastic measures. If only Voldemort was like him, Arcturus thought, as he would have gladly joined the Dark Lord if that was the case. Narcissa, who stood beside her family, whispered to Walburga, "Are you sure we should be listening to this guy? Keep your mouth shut." Walburga whispers back harshly, knowing it's not in their best interest to cross Peter. As the minutes ticked by, the sound of lightning cut through the air, signaling the arrival of Lucius and the Death Eaters. Lucius's eyes widened as he beheld his father, bleeding to death on the front of their home. Gasps echoed as the other Death Eaters caught sight of their Dark Lord, who wasted no time commanding, "Good, you're finally here. Kill these impure worms and release me." Ignoring Voldemort's shouting, Peter stood up just as the sun began to rise over the horizon and spoke, his voice laced with a false somberness. "Dearly beloved, we have gathered here today to witness the death of Tom Marvolo Riddle, the half-blood baby of a squib and a muggle, or better known to his zealous and passionate followers as Lord Voldemort." Shouts of protest filled the air as the arriving wizards drew their wands, ready to fire at any moment. "Lies? He's spouting lies and slander," one shouted. "The Dark Lord is pure, you mudblood trash." Another yelled. Lucius finally spoke, "We would never follow a filthy half-blood, so stop your lies and return my father this instant." Undeterred, Peter continued the eulogy. In reflecting upon the life of Voldemort, we are faced with a complex tapestry of edginess, pedophilic tendencies, and the pursuit of underage boys. As Peter spoke, Voldemort screamed for his death, triggering the antsy Death Eaters to cast spells at him, but a protective barrier formed around Peter, effortlessly absorbing the spells. The eulogy unfolded, highlighting Voldemort's questionable parentage and his misguided pursuit of power. Peter's words struck a chord, eliciting a mix of anger and disbelief from the onlooking Death Eaters. In bidding farewell to Lord Voldemort, we must also say goodbye to those that will follow in his passing, Peter said, eyeing the crowd of Death Eaters with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Let us honor them as they make the noble sacrifice in following their leader in death. As he reached the crescendo of the speech, the sun's rays behind him, Peter levitated Voldemort over to him and conjured a sword in his hand. "Stop this! Stop this right now!" Voldemort bellowed, turning his head to Dumbledore, his eyes pleading for help. "Don't do this! I repent for it all. Please don't let him kill me. I'll do better, I promise." Although Albus knew that he was being manipulated, he still felt the need to help. But in the end, he didn't. He didn't have the power to do so even if he tried. And even if he asked, he knew that Peter wouldn't listen. "Any last words?" Peter asked, and just as Voldemort was about to say something, he decisively severed the Dark Lord's head. "On second thought, no thanks. I really want to get some food." It's been a long night. Chaos erupted as some attempted to stop Peter, firing spells that couldn't breach the impenetrable barrier surrounding him. The Death Eaters found themselves powerless witnesses to the demise of their once feared leader. The severed head rolled away, and an eerie silence descended, broken only by the horrified gasps of those who had witnessed the gruesome spectacle. With Voldemort's demise, Peter turned to the stunned Death Eaters. Now, let's finish this so I can get my McNuggets. The atmosphere at Malfoy Manor was fraught with tension as Peter gazed sternly at the Death Eaters, his expression unreadable. The morning sun cast long shadows over the front yard, highlighting the grim aftermath of Voldemort's demise. The Death Eaters, once formidable and unwavering, now found themselves powerless and vulnerable. Please, spare us, begged a Death Eater with a trembling voice, falling to his knees. We were under his control. It was his dark magic that made us do those terrible things. Another, a woman with wild eyes, shouted, I had no choice. The imperious curse compelled me to follow him. I swear I never wanted any of this. Peter watched these people with a blank look on his face. Their acting is pretty good, he thought. Bellatrix Lestrange, however, burned with fury, her fanaticism unbroken. You dare take him from me? The Dark Lord will rise again, and you will suffer for your insolence. Peter, seemingly unbothered by the pleas and threats, surveyed the Death Eaters with a cool detachment. Save your excuses and craziness for someone else, preferably for someone who cares. Your choices were your own, and now you'll have to face the consequences. As the Death Eaters heard this, they continued their desperate pleas, but Peter didn't seem to be affected whatsoever. If you kill us, then you'll be just like him. Lucius finally spoke, his voice breaking through all of the begging from his fellow Death Eaters. Peter interrupted with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Enough. I'm not here to debate morality with you. It's time for accountability. The air at Malfoy Manor grew heavy as Peter, unmoved by the Death Eaters' pleas, continued his judgment. With a casual flick of his hand, he summoned eldritch shackles that coiled around each Death Eater, rendering them immobile. Their desperate struggles against the ethereal restraints were futile, the metallic clinks of the shackles echoing through the grim silence. Clutching the sword that had ended Voldemort's life, Peter walked among the kneeling Death Eaters. His gaze swept over them with an indifference that sent shivers down their spines. The morning sun cast an eerie glow on his face as he approached the first Death Eater. Please, no, the Death Eater begged, eyes wide with terror. Ignoring the pleas, Peter raised the sword and swiftly brought it down, severing the first head. The gruesome scene unfolded with a rhythmic cadence, each swing of the sword met with a futile attempt at defiance from the captive Death Eaters. Watching this happen, James, Sirius, and MJ, though grim-faced, recognized the necessity of Peter's actions. It was a brutal but effective solution to a very dangerous problem. Narcissa, relieved to be spared, watched with a mixture of fear and gratitude for her family. After all, without their interference, Peter would have most likely killed her as well. Walburga, however, seemed oddly exhilarated by the execution, her eyes gleaming with a twisted satisfaction. Her perception of Peter had changed drastically throughout the night. She went from despising him to worshipping his power and ability. Arcturus, his face a mask of stoicism, observed the purging of his own kind. While understanding the need for decisive action, his heart couldn't help but ache at the loss of so many pure-blood wizards and witches, even if they were tainted by Voldemort's influence. Dumbledore, conflicted by his principles, could only watch in dismay. His disdain for all types of murder clashed with the reality unfolding before him. Powerless without his wand, he wrestled with the internal struggle between his ideals and the pragmatic necessity of dealing with the Death Eaters. As Peter neared the end of the Condemned, he approached Bellatrix Lestrange, her fanaticism unbroken. Narcissa, unable to contain her fear, shouted, Stop! Please, spare her as you spared me. Peter paused, glancing between the pleading Narcissa, the conflicted Walburga, and the stoic Arcturus. With a regretful shake of his head, he muttered an apology before delivering the final blow to Bellatrix. The sharp sound of her head rolling away marked the end of the grim procession. The courtyard fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the sobs of Narcissa, who was no doubt mourning the death of her sister, Bella. The severed heads of the Death Eaters lay scattered, a morbid testament to the consequences of their actions. Peter, wiping the blood from the sword with a cold detachment, turned away from the gruesome scene. It's done, he said as he turned to Arcturus and the rest of the Blacks. Once again, I apologize about Bella, but it was for the best. Letting malicious and twisted individuals like that off would only cause more problems in the future. Arcturus nodded solemnly. I understand and I don't blame you. Sirius and Walburga nodded alongside him. Meanwhile, Narcissa sank to her knees, overwhelmed by the intensity of the ordeal. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, their thoughts buried in the weight of the moment. Dumbledore, eyes heavy with regret, approached Peter with a strained voice. This was not the way, Peter. Peter met Dumbledore's gaze, his expression unyielding. Sometimes, you don't get the luxury of choosing the way. You just do what needs to be done. With those words hanging in the air, Peter, MJ by his side, stepped away from Malfoy Manor. Let's get some food. I'm starving. But just as they were about to leave, Peter heard a groan from the front of the house, and found Abraxas Malfoy still suspended and bleeding on the manor wall. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about you. With a simple snap of his fingers, Peter telekinetically snapped the final Death Eater's neck before tossing him over to the pile of dead bodies. Dumbledore forcibly clamped his mouth shut, holding back his lecture as he watched Peter and MJ disappear into a portal, leaving them behind to clean up the mess. Looking at the bloody scene before him, Dumbledore couldn't help but wonder, how, in Merlin's name, am I supposed to explain all of this? In the end, Albus, Arcturus, and everyone else agreed that it would be best to just leave and keep their involvement in this hidden. And with that, the group disappeared in multiple cracks of lightning, leaving behind the gruesome and blood front yard of Malfoy Manor. Hours later, the wizarding world awoke to a storm of headlines, newspapers fluttering in the hands of witches and wizards as they perused the shocking revelations. The Daily Prophet's bold letters screamed, Gringotts bank robbed, Prince of Goblin Nation slain. The article spoke of a source inside Gringotts confirming a successful heist and the possible plans for a counterattack to avenge their prince, who was wrongly killed in process. Though sadly, they didn't seem to have much information on the perpetrators. Everyone inside the bank was either dead or asleep when the theft took place. But that didn't matter to the Goblin Nation. They simply blamed it all on the Ministry, which would most likely start another war. Magical magazines displayed sensational headlines, Voldemort attacks Potters? Who can stop the Dark Lord? The article explained the growing rumor of the Potter family being attacked by Lord Voldemort, leaving their home in ruins, and the mysterious demise of Peter Pettigrew. The rumors spread like wildfire, and the wizarding community buzzed with a mix of fear and intrigue. In the inner sanctums of the Ministry of Magic, Aurors worked diligently to unravel the mysteries that had unfolded overnight. Reports flooded in about the attack on the Potter family and the apparent assault on Malfoy Manor. Upon investigation, the scene at Malfoy Manor proved to be more shocking than anticipated. The bodies of Death Eaters lay strewn across the front yard, and only a few meters away lay the lifeless form of Lord Voldemort himself, his head separated from his shoulders. As the investigation delved deeper, the Aurors discovered the eerie aftermath of a confrontation that had unfolded with unparalleled ferocity. The Dark Lord, a symbol of terror for so many years, lay dead, his reign of fear brought to a conclusive end. The news sent ripples through the wizarding world, and whispers of the demise of the greatest dark wizard of their time echoed through the magical communities. In the heart of the Ministry, the Minister of Magic convened an urgent press conference. Wizards and witches, journalists, and curious onlookers gathered to hear the official statement regarding the unprecedented events. Seated behind a podium, the minister cleared his throat, the room hushed in anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you with news both grim and triumphant. Gringotts Bank has been robbed, and the tragic death of the Goblin Prince has sent shockwaves through our relations with the Goblin Nation. We extend our condolences for this terrible loss. Pausing, the minister continued, his voice taking on a tone of reluctant joy. Yet, amidst these dark events, there is a glimmer of hope. Our brave Aurors have discovered that the Dark Wizard, Lord Voldemort, has met his end. The terror that haunted our world has been vanquished. A collective gasp swept through the room, a mixture of relief and disbelief. The minister raised his hand, calling for calm. This victory comes at a cost. The casualties at Malfoy Manor, the attack on the Potter family, these are wounds that we must heal together. But let us take solace in the fact that the wizarding world can now begin to rebuild without the looming threat of Lord Voldemort. The press conference concluded with a mixture of emotions. The wizarding world, still grappling with the implications of the night's events, began to process the reality of a world without the shadow of a Dark Lord constantly looming over them. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of the revelation, the goblins' threat of war hung heavily in the air. The wizarding government faced a delicate dance of diplomacy and reconciliation, attempting to mend the frayed ties with the Goblin Nation while celebrating the fall of their greatest adversary. As the headlines circulated and the magical world absorbed the seismic shifts that had occurred, Peter and MJ stood in line at a McDonald's, casually ordering some food. We'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. Deep beneath the surface of the earth, in a grand chamber adorned with the gleam of gold and the glow of precious gems, the king of the Goblin Nation sat upon his imposing throne. The flickering light of torches cast shadows that danced across the intricate carvings of the cavernous walls. Surrounding him were the elite guards of the Goblin Kingdom, armed and vigilant. Seated on a lower platform were the directors of Gringotts banks from various locations across the globe. Some were the king's offspring, and others were trusted and loyal followers, each distinguished by their ornate armor and the symbols of their respective banks. The atmosphere in the chamber was tense, a reflection of the news that had reached even this subterranean realm. The king's eyes, sharp and piercing, surveyed the assembly. Today, we gather to address a grave matter, one that strikes at the very core of our nation. His voice echoed through the chamber, a malicious smirk forming across his face. And that how we can exploit this situation to make the most profit. The new director of the London division, visibly excited, knelt before the king. Your Majesty, we have suffered a grievous loss. The theft in our London bank resulted in the death of my poor innocent brother. Suddenly, a goblin the crowd shouted. Yes, I say we wring those wand wavers dry. A low growl rumbled through the gathering, a collective expression of joy and greed. One of them might have died, but they didn't care one bit. To a goblin, family is only a hindrance on the road to more gold. But of course, these goblins certainly appreciate their brother's sacrifice. After all, his death meant a huge profit for them. There's a well-known saying in the Goblin Nation that said, blood ties prove valuable only when fortune is left behind, and truly a monumental fortune was left behind this time around. The king's gaze intensified. Speak, director. Tell us the details of this theft and the demise of my kin. The London director recounted the events, detailing the intrusion, the stolen treasures, and the tragic loss of his predecessor during the confrontation with the thieves. The king's expression grew greedier and greedier with every word, his grip tightening on the arms of his throne. What was surprising was how much was stolen. Although Peter and MJ only took the cup, somehow, a huge fortune was stolen. It was almost as if others, perhaps the new director, looted the place after them. The wizards dare to spill goblin blood and desecrate our hallowed halls, the king declared, his voice resonating with fury. We shall not let this affront go unanswered. A heated discussion ensued, echoing through the cavern as goblins debated the appropriate response. The king, however, silenced them with a raised hand. War is upon us. The wizards have declared it with their actions, and we shall answer in kind. The goblins erupted into cheers, their enthusiasm for conflict evident. The king's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination and greed. We will show the wizards the consequences of their actions. The goblin nation will rise, and they shall tremble before our might. The directors, including the grieving London representative, bowed in allegiance. For the prince, they chanted in unison, their voices echoing through the chamber. The king nodded approvingly. Prepare our armies. We march on the surface, and the wizards shall know the wrath of the goblin nation. They have taken our kin, and we will take from them 1,000-fold. As the meeting concluded, plans were set in motion. Goblins across the globe mobilized for war, their excitement palpable. The directors, fueled by a mixture of excitement and greed, pledged to lead their forces into battle. In the heart of the goblin nation, war drums echoed through the subterranean chambers, setting the rhythm for the impending conflict. The goblins, renowned for their prowess in both craftsmanship and warfare, eagerly embraced the prospect of battle. The king, his resolve unwavering, stood from his throne. Let the wizards witness the fury of the goblin nation. War is upon them, and they shall learn the cost of crossing our kind. With a resounding roar from the assembled goblins, preparations for war began. The surface world would soon feel the impact of the goblin nation's relentless pursuit of profit. After a big meal and a quick nap in a cozy hotel room, Peter and MJ woke up and decided to spend the day exploring the wizarding world together. MJ excitedly rushed out of the room, calling back at Peter, "Come on. We have more souvenirs to get." Peter rolled his eyes as he followed after her. "Let's just call it what it is, loot. It's not like anyone else is around to say anything." They stepped out into the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, greeted by the sight of witches and wizards going about their day. The air was filled with the delightful aroma of magical treats from various shops. "Where to first, Spy Day?" MJ asked, an excited twinkle in her eyes. "Let's just walk around and see if anything catches our eye." Peter replied with a shrug before taking MJ's hand strolling through the enchanting streets of Diagon Alley. After a short walk, they too found themselves standing outside of Ollivander's, the renowned wand shop. The exterior of the shop, with its aged wooden sign, exuded an air of mystery and magic. "Should we get our own wands? Just for fun?" Peter asked, and with a huge smile on her face, MJ yanked Peter by the hand and rushed inside. As they entered, a tinkling bell announced their presence. Inside, the shop was lined with narrow shelves that reached to the ceiling, each filled with boxes of wands of various shapes and sizes. The air was permeated with the scent of ancient wood, creating an atmosphere that felt both nostalgic and otherworldly. A small, eccentric-looking man with twinkling eyes appeared from behind a stack of wand boxes. "Ah, customers. Welcome to Ollivander's. How can I assist you today?" he greeted, his gaze flitting between Peter and MJ. "Insert picture of Ollivander here." "We need wands," Peter said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Ollivander looked at them in confusion, not recognizing either of them. "Have I sold you a wand before? You don't look very familiar." Peter shook his head. "No, we're not from around here. And we tend to use magic without a wand," he says as he waves his hand, levitating every wand box in the room before setting them back down. Ollivander's eyes widened in shock. "Ah, then why do you want a wand? You seem powerful without one." MJ simply shrugged and answered, "Just for fun." The wand maker shrugged and said, "Business is business," before beckoning Peter and MJ forward and measured their hands carefully. After a few thoughtful nods, he disappeared into the shelves and returned with a box and placed it down in front of Peter. "We'll start with you. This wand is made of ash, 12 inches, and contains a dragon heartstring core. Give it a wave." Picking up the wand, Peter felt as though nothing happened. After all, he didn't have a magical core like the wizards in this world. Testing something out, Peter pushed a small sliver of eldritch energy into the wand and instantly, a cascade of silver sparks erupted from the tip. "I guess we can use any wand," Peter thought as he telepathically informed MJ of his findings. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with approval. "An excellent fit. Ash wands are known for choosing only one master, so don't go passing it down. Now, for you, my dear," he said, turning to MJ. MJ stepped forward, and Ollivander repeated the process, measuring her and selecting a wand. "Vine wood, 10 inches, with a unicorn hair core. Give it a try." As MJ waved the wand, a soft glow surrounded her. The room seemed to respond to her magic. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. "A fine choice. Vinewood wands often favor those with a bold spirit," he said before calculating the price. 2 wands. That will be 18 galleons. Exiting Ollivander's after paying with some money taken during their trip to Gringotts, Peter and MJ marveled at their wands, playing with them like children, which evoked some odd stares from the passing citizens. Making their way through the winding streets, they visited random shops until they finally found a zoo, which piqued their interest. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by all sorts of exotic sounds and the enchanting sights of creatures unlike any they had seen before. In one enclosure, a majestic hippogriff bowed to visitors, its wings unfurled. Next, they wandered into a section filled with mischievous nifflers, creatures with a penchant for shiny objects. One of them scampered toward MJ, attempting to snatch the wedding ring she wore. But a glare from Peter sent them all rushing away with their tails between their legs. As they strolled through the zoo, hand in hand, they encountered a thestral, a magnificent and mysterious creature visible only to those who had witnessed death. Its large, bat-like wings and skeletal appearance were both eerie and fascinating. Only a few people paid any attention to this exhibit, which was probably a good thing. Though it made Peter and MJ wonder just how they witnessed death. Was it natural, accidental, or were they murderers out for a midday stroll at the local zoo? Either way, Peter and MJ didn't plan on working today, so they simply moved on to the next exhibit. Exiting the zoo after fully exploring the place, dragons, and all, Peter turned to MJ and whined like a petulant child. "Oh, come on. Can't we take a dragon back with us?" MJ let out an annoyed sigh. "Where are we supposed to keep a giant winged lizard? We live in New York. We barely have enough room in our house as it is." "I can dash," Peter spoke, but before he could say much, the sound of lightning crashing filled the air and the arguing couple found themselves surrounded by wizards. And at the head of them stood Dumbledore, a new unfamiliar wand in his hand. In the brightly lit chamber of the Wizengamot, high-level wizards and witches gathered, their faces etched with concern and fear. The air was heavy with tension as they faced the looming threat of the Goblin War. The emergency meeting had been called to discuss strategies and prepare for the impending conflict. Many seats around the chamber were noticeably empty compared to most days, showing just how many noble wizards and witches that Peter exterminated just the night before. Though that wasn't the current topic of conversation. The room buzzed with murmurs and occasional exclamations of disdain as the topic of goblins was broached. Prejudice against the creatures lingered in the hearts of many wizards, creating an undercurrent of hostility that permeated the chamber. Dumbledore, his piercing blue eyes shadowed by a wrinkled brow, observed the proceedings with a mixture of solemnity and contemplation. He understood the deeply rooted prejudices against goblins, much of it deserved, but he also recognized the gravity of the situation. The goblin nation's wrath had been stirred, and a storm was brewing. The Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold, stood at a podium, her voice strained as she addressed the assembly. "This goblin war is a threat we cannot ignore. We must prepare our defenses, strengthen our alliances, and ensure the safety of the wizarding world." The mention of alliances sent ripples through the crowd, as wizards exchanged wary glances. The notion of aligning with nations or creatures whom they viewed as inferior was met with skepticism. After all, it wasn't just the now-deceased Death Eaters who held such views against other races and nations. Even those who claim the side of the light can have their own prejudices. Dumbledore, disapproving of such prejudices, spoke up. "I know many of you have your reservations, but if we want to survive this war then we must do all that we can. And that means allying with others." His words seemed to be affected as everyone begrudgingly agreed, which helped quicken the meeting along. Soon enough, the question that was on everyone's mind was asked. "Do we know who robbed Gringotts and started all of this?" A random lord asked. Dumbledore simply shook his head and lied. "No, I'm afraid not." Of course, he knew that revealing the true cause of the conflict, which was Peter's theft and subsequent killing spree, wouldn't serve the greater good. He had witnessed Peter's formidable abilities firsthand and understood the chaos that could ensue if the wizarding world turned against him. After all, Voldemort was already plagued that even he couldn't stop, yet Peter killed him as easily as a farmer slaughters his chickens. Setting the wizarding world against such a formidable man would only bring more death and destruction. As the meeting progressed, Dumbledore listened intently to the heated debates and proposed strategies. He could feel the urgency in the air, knowing that time was of the essence. However, he carefully avoided implicating Peter in the brewing conflict, choosing instead to focus on the immediate threat at hand. As the Wizengamot meeting neared its conclusion, Dumbledore rose from his seat, his robes trailing behind him. His voice, resonant and commanding, cut through the cacophony of opinions. "We must unite against this common enemy, regardless of our differences. The Goblin Nation poses a grave threat, and only together can we stand against it." With a final glance at the assembly, Dumbledore exited the chamber, his thoughts racing. He knew he had to act swiftly to find Peter and MJ, not only to complain about all of the trouble they've caused him but also to harness their abilities for the upcoming conflict. In his office, Dumbledore swiftly summoned his most trusted allies, members of the Order of the Phoenix and skilled wizards who had proven their loyalty. The room buzzed with urgency as Dumbledore explained the situation, carefully omitting the true cause of the Goblin War. "We must locate these two people immediately," he says as he shows them a drawing of the two. "Their unique abilities may prove invaluable in this time of crisis," Dumbledore declared, his gaze unwavering. The members of the Order exchanged determined glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Dumbledore's plan was set in motion, and the search for Peter and MJ began. Exiting the zoo, hand in hand, Peter and MJ were greeted by a sudden and unexpected sight, a group of wizards surrounding them, with Dumbledore at the forefront. The elderly wizard, a new wand clutched in his hand, appeared more serious than ever. For a moment, Peter and MJ thought Dumbledore was here to cause trouble again, but his calm demeanor dispelled their initial concerns. Good afternoon. I apologize for interrupting your date, but might I have a word with you? Dumbledore's voice was composed, a stark contrast to the urgency that filled the air. Curious, Peter shrugged. Sure, we were just finishing up anyway. Although MJ didn't look too happy, as she wanted to continue their date, she decided to keep her mouth shut for time being as they followed Dumbledore back to his office. This old schemer better not be up to something. Once inside, Dumbledore gestured for his subordinates to leave, leaving the trio alone in the room. The air crackled with unspoken tension as Dumbledore took a deep breath before speaking. I find myself in a rather precarious situation, Dumbledore began, his gaze steady. The goblins are mobilizing their forces and the numbers don't seem to be in our favor. Peter arched an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Yeah, we expected this already. What about it? Dumbledore sighed, his expression grave. What do you mean, what about it? It was your actions that triggered this entire conflict. You're lucky that I haven't revealed that it was you already. Your theft and murderous rampage have led to this point. Now, we find ourselves outnumbered and in need of all the help we can muster. A thing of annoyance appeared over Peter's face before he rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get it. I caused a mess. You don't have to lay on the guilt trip so thick. I already said I'd handle it. Dumbledore nodded, appreciating Peter's directness. Indeed, your assistance is invaluable. The goblin forces are vast, and the wizarding world requires every capable individual to stand against them. We need your unique abilities and your strength on our side. Leaning back in his chair, Peter crossed his legs. All right, let's cut to the chase. What's the plan, Albus? Dumbledore leaned forward, a map of the goblin nation spread across his desk. He pointed to various locations, indicating potential attack points. The goblins will strike here, here, and here. Our forces are spread thin, and we need to anticipate their movements. Your abilities will be crucial in turning the tide in our favor. MJ, who had been quietly observing the exchange, chimed in. So, what's the difference you want us to do exactly? Dumbledore gave a thoughtful nod. We need you on the front lines, using your skills to neutralize threats and disrupt their formations. At the same time, your presence will draw their attention, giving our forces an opportunity to regroup and strike strategically. Peter sighed as he stood from his seat. Sounds like a waste of time. Dumbledore, thinking that Peter was trying to run away, shouted. This is not a waste of time. You started this mess, so you will at the very least help to clean it up? Because if you don't, then thousands of people will die. Like I said, quit it with the guilt trip. I already said I'd fix this. Peter sighed as he waved his hand dismissively at the map before them. I'm saying that this whole war is a waste of time. I'll just go and deal with it myself. Dumbledore's eyes widened with a mix of shock and skepticism. Your willingness to help is commendable, Peter. But even you would have a hard time fighting off the Goblin Nation. This won't be as easy as killing a few Death Eaters. It'll be fine. Just wait here. With a shrug, Peter waved his hand and opened portal before stepping through. Wait a moment. Dumbledore exclaimed as he rushed after Peter and MJ, making into the portal just in time before it closed behind him. In a dimly lit tunnel beneath the Earth's surface, Albus Dumbledore looked around with curiosity and confusion. The air was damp and heavy, the only sound the echoing footsteps of Peter and MJ as they walked ahead. Where are we? Albus asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Peter, annoyed by Dumbledore's uninvited presence, sighed. One of the goblin locations on your map. Now, keep up or get left behind. Dumbledore frowned but hastened his steps to catch up with the duo. Drawing his wand, he glanced nervously around the underground passage, anticipating the potential threat of goblins lurking in the shadows. As they continued deeper into the tunnel, the ambience changed. The soft glow of bright magic stones on the cavern walls illuminated their path, revealing a network of intertwining passageways. Peter and MJ moved with ease, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation with the Goblin Nation. Sensing Dumbledore's increasing nervousness, Peter couldn't help but smirk. Relax, old man. We've been through worse. Goblins won't be a problem. Dumbledore, however, tightened his grip on his wand, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. The thought of facing an army of goblins had clearly unsettled him. After walking for a few more minutes, they reached an opening, revealing a colossal cavern. Thousands of goblins in armor worked tirelessly, preparing weapons, organizing supplies, and readying themselves for war. The noise of clanging metal and murmured conversations filled the cavern, creating a chaotic yet organized atmosphere. Peter and MJ surveyed the scene with a calm demeanor, but Dumbledore, anxious and out of place, instinctively tried to blend into the shadows, away from prying eyes. Casually walking out into the open, Peter waved his hand and called out, "Yo!" Instantly, the cavern fell silent as the goblins turned to face the unexpected visitors. Their eyes, filled with curiosity and suspicion, locked onto Peter, MJ, and Dumbledore. Looks like we've got their attention, Peter remarked, his voice echoing through the cavern. Dumbledore, realizing the attention they had drawn, tried to shrink into the background, but it was too late. The goblins were now aware of their presence, and the cavern buzzed with anticipation as weapons were drawn. MJ nudged Peter. Should we tell them we're here to negotiate? Peter nodded his head with a smirk. Good idea, he said as he turned to the bloodthirsty goblins. Parley, parley lelu, parle nay, partner, par snip, parsley, what was the word again? Parley. MJ couldn't help but smile at her husband's idiocy. Peter nodded dramatically. That's the one. Parley? I invoke the right of parley. According to the code of the Brethren set down by the pirates Morgan and Bartholomew, you have to take me to your captain. I/N, anyone know where that's from? As the goblins began to murmur among themselves, one stepped forward, his sword drawn. We're goblins, not pirates, you nitwit. Right. Peter nodded, his tone depicting just how little he cared. Anyway, can you call your king here already? I have a date to get back to, so I'd rather finish this war business as quickly as possible. Our king doesn't have time for such trifles. Another goblin shouted, a sneer across his little face. Is he that busy? Peter asked tauntingly, his gaze turning skeptical. I mean, how busy can the guy be? He's the king of a landless nation. You guys are practically mole people, living under other people's land. The goblins, insulted by Peter's words and casual demeanor, readied themselves for an attack, gripping their swords as they rushed forward. The first group of goblins lunged at Peter, weapons raised high. In a blur of motion, Peter sidestepped the attack, effortlessly grabbing a goblin's wrist and disarming him with a twist. With a dismissive flick, the goblin was sent sprawling into the rest, knocking them off their feet. As the goblin army surged forward, Peter picked up a fallen sword and moved with inhuman speed, slicing through multiple goblins at once, spraying blood across the spacious cavern. With every movement, Peter slaughtered dozens of goblins. As he appeared, they would fall like wheat before a scythe, each encounter a brief dance of death. Some were killed before they even knew what happened, their bodies crumpling to the floor with shocked and confused expressions etched onto their faces. Others succumbed to webbing, their struggles futile against Peter's overwhelming strength. The cavern echoed with the constant sounds of clashing weapons, the desperate cries of goblins, and the occasional quip from Peter, showcasing his confidence in the face of what would be overwhelming odds for anyone else. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood at the periphery, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and disbelief. He had witnessed powerful wizards in his lifetime, but the sheer brutality and efficiency with which Peter dispatched the goblins left him speechless. His heart sank with each life taken, a silent observer in a battlefield where he wielded no influence. The goblin forces, though numerous, were no match for Peter's prowess. His spider sense guided him effortlessly through the chaotic battlefield, anticipating attacks before they were executed. With each move, he decapitated and dismembered goblins without breaking a sweat, leaving behind a trail of dead bodies in his wake. Despite his aversion to killing, Dumbledore couldn't deny the pragmatism of Peter's approach. The Goblin Nation, fueled by false feelings of vengeance, posed a serious threat to the wizarding world, and Peter's actions, ruthless as they were perhaps the only way to ensure the safety of countless innocent lives. As the fighting raged on, goblin after goblin fell under Peter's onslaught. The once organized force now descended into disarray, their morale shattered by the seemingly invincible foe before them. The cavern floor was littered with the fallen, a grim testament to Peter's ruthlessness. In the midst of the chaos, Dumbledore found himself torn between admiration for Peter's abilities and repulsion for the merciless slaughter. He struggled with the conflicting emotions, a silent witness to the collateral damage of a war that threatened to consume them all. Finally, as the last goblin stood quivering in fear before Peter, his whole body covered in the blood of his kin, the cavern fell into an eerie silence. Peter stood amidst the fallen, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. The air was heavy with the stench of blood and the weight of lives cut short. Turning to the last frightened goblin, Peter reached down and picked up a severed head before walking over to place it in his hands. Deliver this to your king and kindly inform him that I'd like a meeting. The goblin, seeing a way out of this nightmare, quickly nodded his head. Why yes, sir. He stuttered as he clutched the severed head against his chest before rushing off. We'll be waiting here, so don't keep us waiting. Peter called out, triggering the goblin to quicken his pace out of the cavern. Once he was gone, Dumbledore approached, his gaze meeting Peter's with a mixture of gratitude and condemnation. On one hand, he was happy that the war would be averted thanks to Peter's interference. But on the other hand, Peter was the one who caused this mess and his way of solving it was bloody and agonizing. However, Albus chose to remain silent, recognizing that words would fall on deaf ears. Peter, without a glance in Dumbledore's direction, walked over to MJ and conjured a seat for them to relax and wait for the Goblin King's arrival. As Dumbledore remained in the aftermath, eyeing the piles of goblin bodies and blood-soaked cavern floor, he pondered the cost of victory and the fine line between being a hero and a monster. After running for his life, the blood-soaked goblin, still carrying a severed head and trembling from the horrors he witnessed, arrived at the king's chambers. The grand doors creaked open, revealing a cavernous room adorned with golden decorations and other symbols of goblin authority. The Goblin King, seated on his grand throne of treasures, glared at the unexpected messenger. His eyes, a fiery mix of anger and frustration, locked onto the severed head clutched in the goblin's hands. What happened to you? The king's voice rumbled through the chamber, echoing the rage that simmered within him. The frightened messenger stammered as he tried to explain the events in the cavern. Sir, we encountered an intruder, a human with unimaginable strength. He slaughtered our forces like they were nothing. He demands to meet with you and said to deliver this, he said as he shakily held up the severed head. The king's fury intensified at the news. He rose from his throne, his massive form towering over the messenger. An intruder? You lost to a single intruder. King Grizzlefang bellowed, the cavern shaking with the force of his anger. Why yes, sir. The bloody goblin squeaked in fright. I apologize, sir. Sneering down at the poor goblin, the king snatched the head from his trembling hands, his eyes narrowing at the sight. The lifeless eyes of a fallen goblin stared back at him, a stark reminder of the defeat his forces suffered. The audacity of this human, to come into our realm and wreak havoc. The king roared, his anger resonating through the goblin chambers. He hurled the severed head to the floor, where it landed with a sickening thud. Summon the war council, we will discuss how to handle this intruder. No one challenges the goblin nation without consequences. The king declared, his voice echoing through the tunnels. Why yes sir? Right away sir. The bloody goblin said and tried to leave. But before he could take more than a few steps, the king suddenly reached out and grasped his head, his large hand squeezing his skull in a deathly grip. Where do you think you're going? I wasn't talking to you. Wait. Your Majesty, please? I'm sorry, I won't lose again, I swear the goblin pleaded, but the king wouldn't hear any of it. With a vice-like grip, the king squeezed his subject's head, which instantly popped like a fat water balloon, spraying blood and brain matter across the throne room. Back in the cavern, Peter and MJ waited patiently, unaware of the chaos unfolding within the goblin kingdom. The air was heavy with the stench of blood, a stark reminder of the brutal encounter that had just transpired. Dumbledore, lingering at the edge of the cavern, watched as Peter conjured a makeshift seat for them to rest. The old wizard remained silent, grappling with the moral dilemma of the means Peter employed to achieve his goals. After what felt like an eternity, Peter and MJ sat in the cavern, planning the rest of their honeymoon in the wizarding world, the anticipation hanging thick in the air. We should get our own owls, MJ said excitedly. Peter nodded. Sure, I kind of want a phoenix though. Suddenly, the cavern trembled as the unmistakable noise of countless footsteps reverberated through the tunnels. Peter and MJ's spider sense tingled, alerting them to the approaching presence. Moments later, a massive army, at least 5 times the size of the one Peter had just dismantled, poured out of multiple caves into the cavern. At the forefront, standing tall and imposing, was the Goblin King, his eyes aflame with a burning fury that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to face him. Peter and MJ observed in silence as the newly arrived goblin forces took in the gruesome sight before them, the piles of goblin bodies, the blood-soaked cavern floor, and the lingering aftermath of a battle that had left its mark. A collective fire seemed to ignite in the eyes of the goblins, a vengeful determination that painted the cavern with an ominous energy. The air crackled with hostility as the massive army, mobilized by the sight of their fallen comrades, glared at Peter, MJ, and Dumbledore. The cavern echoed with the ominous arrival of the Goblin King and his formidable army. The goblins, emboldened by the overwhelming numbers at their disposal, strutted forward with an air of arrogance, their confidence fueled by the belief that victory was already assured. You requested my presence and now I'm here. Do you regret your stupidity yet? The Goblin King sneered, his voice dripping with disdain as he surveyed the aftermath of the previous battle. His eyes, burning with hostility, locked onto Peter, MJ, and Dumbledore. You thought you could challenge the Goblin Nation and emerge unscathed, didn't you? Foolish wand waver. Peter, unfazed by the goblin's arrogant posturing, raised an eyebrow. Well, I did hope for a more peaceful resolution, but if you guys insist on making this difficult. He trailed off, glancing at MJ with a smirk before turning his attention back to the Goblin King. I suggest you surrender. It'll save us all a lot of unnecessary trouble. The Goblin King, fueled by pride and a sense of superiority, scoffed at Peter's proposition. Surrender? To a mere human? You must be out of your mind. We are the Goblin Nation, and you are nothing but a pest to be exterminated. Peter, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, sighed theatrically. You really don't get it, do you? Why don't you spare your subordinates from a bloody and painful death and just surrender now? Maybe we can avoid the extinction of the goblin race too while we're at it. The goblins, however, remained defiant, their collective arrogance drowning out their reason. We will never bow to the likes of you, declared the Goblin King, raising his sword high. The army behind him echoed their leader's sentiment with infinite jeers and battle cries. Ignoring the hostile clamor, Peter tilted his head. All right, have it your way. He cracked his neck, an audible sound that cut through the tension in the cavern, and stood from his seat. Let's make this quick. You've already kept us waiting long enough. As the goblins charged forward, their swords raised and a thirst for vengeance in their eyes, Peter moved with swift precision. His movements, a complete blur, were a stark contrast to the lumbering goblins attempting SND failing to match his speed. Goblins swung their swords recklessly with vicious accuracy, yet they never found their mark. The metallic clash echoed through the cavern as Peter deftly dodged each attack, leaving the goblins bewildered by their inability to lay a finger on him. And with every failed attack in his person, Peter would retaliate in turn, striking out with his hands and feet alone. Goblins crumpled to the ground in droves as Peter's enhanced strength either killed them outright or brought them extremely close to death's door. Is this the best the mighty Goblin Nation can offer? Peter taunted, his voice carrying over the chaos. I expected a bit more fight in you. The goblins, fueled by both rage and fear, charged at him with reckless abandon. Yet, each swing of their weapons met nothing but air, as Peter effortlessly dodged and countered, leaving a trail of incapacitated foes in his wake. A particularly bold goblin lunged at Peter, sword raised high, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him crashing into his comrades. Peter's quips continued amidst the chaos. You guys really need to work on your combat skills. This is embarrassing. As he finished speaking, Peter swiftly disarmed a crazed-looking goblin and retrieved his sword, only to dispatch him and another with ruthless efficiency, lopping their heads clean off before hurling the sword across the room, where it sheathed itself into the body of another goblin. The goblins, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and fear, continued their futile onslaught. Peter, in contrast, moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, exploiting every opening in their defense. As the goblins regrouped, attempting to strategize, Peter seized the moment. He leaped above them, landing among them with a sweeping kick that sent several flying. The cavern echoed with the clang of armor meeting rock, punctuated by the groans of defeated goblins. "This is just getting sad now," Peter muttered as he snapped his fingers, conjuring spikes of rock to rise up from the ground and impale the fallen goblins. The Goblin King, watching the decimation of his forces, clenched his teeth in frustration. He may be strong, but he can't defeat an entire army alone. Push forward and swarm him. The remaining goblins, spurred on by the Goblin King's rallying cry, lunged at Peter in a desperate final assault. However, Peter, now casually balancing himself on a tall stalactite, stared down at the Goblin King. "You should really just give up. I'm sure your men would respect you more if you spare their lives, because if this keeps going, then they're all going to die here." As the ignorant king ignored his kind offer for a second time, Peter let out a sigh as he dropped down off the stalactite and disarmed a goblin with a casual twist of his wrist, snatching his spear as it flew up into the air. The disoriented goblin stumbled as Peter swiftly dispatched him with a precise swipe, bisecting him in half alongside a few dozen other goblins. As the goblins fell one by one, their deaths punctuated by the sharp thud of bodies hitting the cavern floor, Peter leaned in his newly acquired spear, a bored look on his face. "You guys should really need to reconsider who you follow," he mused as he gestured to their king. "I mean, he doesn't really seem like the sharpest crayon in the box, if you know what I'm saying." "Enough of this mockery," roared the Goblin King, his frustration palpable. He charged at Peter with renewed vigor, swinging his sword in a desperate attempt to finally land a blow. However, Peter effortlessly sidestepped, webbing the Goblin King's weapon and yanking it from his grasp. The Goblin King, now disarmed and vulnerable, stared in horror as Peter closed the distance. A swift kick sent him sprawling, and Peter stood over him with an air of indifference. "You really should have surrendered when you had the chance." Without hesitation, Peter punted the Goblin King in the face, ensuring that he stayed where was before turning back to his dwindling army. The remaining goblins, witnessing the defeat of their leader, faltered for a moment before renewing their assault with a commendable, yet futile determination. Peter, still a beacon of unmatched skill, continued his systematic dismantling of the Goblin Nation's forces. Before the Goblin King's groggy eyes, Peter slaughtered the last of the goblin forces, leaving the cavern in eerie silence. And as the last goblin fell, Peter tossed his spear aside and walked over to the only living goblin remaining, the king. The Goblin King, surrounded by his fallen subjects, glared defiantly at Peter. "You may have defeated my army, but you won't break my spirit." Peter descended gracefully, landing in front of the Goblin King. "Yeah, sure, whatever you say, brother." He stared down at the Goblin King. "Now, let's talk about surrender." The Goblin King, battered but unbroken, spat at Peter's feet. "I'll never surrender to the likes of you. Get it over with and kill me already." Peter sighed, almost disappointed. "Well, you had your chance to do things the easy way." With a swift movement, he pulled out his brand new wand and pointed it at the beaten king. "Maybe a bit of pain will help you understand your position. I've been wanting to try out this new wand, so thanks for volunteering to be my test subject," Peter said, as his wand began to glow in an ominous light. Wait, the king yelled. "I said stop, Ayak." After almost an hour of relentless magical torment, the cavern resonated with the pitiful pleas of the Goblin King. Peter, wielding his newly bought wand with an unsettling ease, had subjected the once proud leader to be his training dummy, testing all of the spells he learned since his arrival. Soon enough, the king, battered and broken, finally broke down and begged for mercy. "Please, no more, I beg you," he whimpered, his defiance replaced by a raw desperation. Peter, his expression unyielding, ceased the onslaught. The wand's glow faded, leaving an air of eerie stillness in the cavern. The defeated Goblin King lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his body marked by the magical onslaught. "Finally had enough, huh?" Peter mused, twirling the wand in his fingers. "Now, let's talk about reparations," he said as a shark-like smirk graced his lips. "After all, I'm just an innocent bystander who was attacked by your vicious army." Dumbledore, a silent spectator to the gruesome display of power, watched with a mixture of disapproval and caution. He knew better than to interfere with Peter's actions, understanding the consequences of speaking this mind. The Goblin King, though battered and humiliated, managed to lift his head. "What do you want?" Peter, a slight smirk on his face, leaned in. "First, no more attacks. No more threats. Your Goblin Nation backs off, permanently. You will decree this as their king." The Goblin King hesitated, his pride conflicting with the undeniable reality of his defeat. "Fine. We'll retreat. Just spare my life." Peter had to fight the urge to roll his eyes upon hearing that. "Yeah right, like I'd kill all of your lackeys and just let you go." "Second," Peter continued, ignoring the Goblin King's plea, "you're going to publicly announce that there will be no war, not just now but in the future as well. The only time that you're allowed to declare war is if it's truly the last resort, and nothing else can be done." The Goblin King clenched his teeth, but the fear of further punishment outweighed his pride. I'll do it. Good. Peter nodded as his expression turned vicious. And lastly, you'll sign this contract, he said as he snapped his fingers and summoned a magically binding contract. The Goblin King's eyes widened in shock as he scanned the contract presented by Peter. His initial reaction was visceral, an immediate refusal etched across his battered face. First you slaughter my men and now you want to steal from me? Well, I won't have it. The document, a blood-sucking parchment, outlined the terms of reparations for the Goblin Nation's attack on Peter and his wife. It was a rather straightforward demand. The Goblin Nation would forfeit ownership of all Gringotts banks worldwide, handing them over to Peter, making him the sole proprietor of every Goblin-controlled financial institution on Earth. You must be out of your mind, human, the Goblin King spat defiantly, his battered form displaying a flicker of residual pride. I will never sign away our banks to the likes of you. Peter, unfazed by the king's resistance, raised an eyebrow and sighed theatrically. Well, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your call. Without waiting for a response, he extended his wand, his expression turning cold as he prepared for the inevitable. After a few minutes, the Goblin King's defiance crumbled as Peter unleashed a renewed torrent of magical torment. The cavern echoed with the pitiful pleas of the defeated Goblin leader, who, after enduring relentless agony, finally relented. Stop. I'll sign your blasted contract. Just leave me alone already. I just want to go home. As the Goblin King begrudgingly applied his signature to the document alongside a small amount of blood, Peter did the same and could immediately feel the wards of each Gringotts bank attaching to him. Huh? So that's how that works. He muttered as he used the wards to scan each building. With a simple thought, he commanded the wards to expel the goblins and anyone else within his newly acquired banks before sealing them shut. The magical energy surged, resonating with Peter's newfound authority, and instantaneously, every Gringotts bank across the world was closed and locked, surprising everyone, especially the goblins who found themselves unknowingly fired. With his objective accomplished, Peter spared no time, and shooed away the beaten Goblin King, his pride shattered as he scampered away in fear. Peter watched with a satisfied smirk as the once formidable leader fled into the shadows. Of course, the contract that they signed would also force the fleeing king to follow through with his earlier promises as well. As soon as he arrives back at his throne room, the Goblin Nation would undergo some changes. Now, that wasn't so difficult, was it? Peter mused, twirling the contract between his fingers before stashing it away in his storage necklace. Dumbledore, ever the silent observer, approached cautiously. Peter, are you certain that you want to do this? Controlling the world's banks is a significant responsibility. He pauses for a moment before continuing. I could help dash. Peter laughed, interrupting the old geezer. Is that greed I see twinkling in your eyes, Albus? Is the great Albus Dumbledore, the hero of the Light faction, the man who saved the world from the Dark Lord Grindelwald, coveting another man's riches? How scandalous. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on Peter as he stashed away the contract, a glint of concern in his eyes. Although Peter was correct when he said that Albus coveted his newly acquired wealth, most of all, the old headmaster felt uneasy. Despite the apparent victory, which avoided a very bloody goblin war from happening, the old wizard couldn't shake the unsettling feeling within him. As the silence lingered, he took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. Peter, my boy, Dumbledore began, his tone gentle but laden with worry. I must express my reservations about all this. Controlling the world's banks is a significant responsibility. Responsibility that you can't just take on a whim. Peter, however, was quick to dismiss Dumbledore's concern, his smirk widening. You're right, Professor. Running a bank sounds way too hard. Maybe I should just empty out all of the vaults and run. Dumbledore frowned, his concern deepening. This is not a joking matter, Peter, nor is this about the gold. It's about the influence and control that comes with it. The Goblin Nation may have been a challenge, but now, you're in control of the magical world's wealth. You must tread carefully or the consequences could be catastrophic. Peter chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Tread carefully? Albus, you worry too much. Besides, I'm not the enemy here. I just took a necessary step that the Ministry should have done years ago. The fact that you idiots let a hostile race control your money for so long is truly baffling. Dumbledore sighed, realizing that his words were falling on deaf ears. Peter, I understand the need for this, but it changes the balance of power. The Ministry may not take kindly to such a shift. But Peter, seemingly uninterested in Dumbledore's wisdom, waved him off. The Ministry will get used to it. And if they don't, well, then they can come find me to complain. He shrugged uncaringly. Anyway, MJ and I have things to do. After all, we're still on our honeymoon. As Peter turned away, Dumbledore's concern deepened, and a tinge of greed stirred within him. He gripped his new wand, wondering whether he should use it while Peter's back was turned or not. The allure of controlling such vast wealth and influence was not lost on the wise wizard. He attempted to voice his reservations once more, framing it as kindly advice rather than a lecture. Peter, I've seen the consequences of unchecked power. I only wish to guide you toward a path that ensures the well-being of the wizarding world. Perhaps we could work together, find a more harmonious solution. He offered, knowing that if he attacked, Peter would easily thwart him once again. At this point, MJ was glaring daggers at Dumbledore, ready to pounce at any moment. All he had to do was twitch and she would leap over and snap his wrinkly old neck in half. After all, they've given him 2 separate chances already, and as the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. Peter, however, remained unyielding, his dismissive tone cutting through Dumbledore's attempt at diplomacy. Thanks, but no thanks, Albus. I've got everything under control. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a date with a stunningly beautiful woman. As Peter walked away, draping his arm over MJ's shoulder, Dumbledore couldn't shake the sinking feeling that they had merely exchanged one formidable foe for another. The weight of Peter's newfound influence on the wizarding world hung heavily in the air, leaving the wise wizard to ponder the uncertain future that lay ahead. As Peter and MJ emerged from a swirling portal and stepped into the heart of Diagon Alley, the spectacle drew gasps and wide-eyed stares from the onlookers who had never witnessed any magic that could create such a doorway before. The portal dissipated, leaving the couple standing amidst the bustling wizarding marketplace. So, who's this beautiful lady you have a date with? MJ asked jokingly. Peter chuckled, adjusting his grip to pull her closer to his side. Her name is Michelle Jones. She's the most stunning woman that I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. You wouldn't happen to have seen her, have you? He scanned the surroundings, pretending to look for his imaginary date. I think I might know her. MJ smiled, her cheeks blushing as she wrapped her arms around Peter's neck and pulled him into a searing kiss. Oh, there she is. Peter smiled as their lips separated. Where have you been all my life? MJ couldn't help but match her husband's smile. Waiting for you to show up. As they strolled through the bustling street, hand in hand, MJ couldn't contain her curiosity. So, what's the plan with those banks, Peter? We're not planning to stick around here for long, are we? Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Nah, we're just passing through. Figured we could do something good with them before leaving this universe. MJ raised an eyebrow, a curious glint in her eyes. Good? Like what? Peter grinned. Well, we could give them to someone we trust, someone we like from the movies, you know. MJ's eyes lit up with excitement. That sounds like a fantastic idea. The Weasleys, Hagrid, the Potters, the Longbottoms. She listed off all of her top candidates. Peter nodded. Exactly. We'll figure it out before we go. But, there's one small thing we need to do first. As they approached Gringotts, the iconic wizarding bank, a crowd had gathered outside, attempting to breach the invisible wards that Peter now controlled. Goblins among them clamored for entrance, their attempts futile. Ignoring the chaos, Peter and MJ easily navigated through the wards surrounding Gringotts and stepped inside, leaving a stunned and confused crowd outside. The bank is under new management. Peter announced to the bewildered onlookers, his voice echoing through the street. It'll be open again soon. In the meantime, just relax and go about your day. Closing the large doors behind them, Peter turned to MJ with a smirk. Now, let's solidify our control over the banks, shall we? MJ chuckled. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Absolutely, Peter replied with a wink. The pair strolled through the empty bank, discussing how they would get it started again. MJ's excitement grew as she considered the possibilities, envisioning the impact their actions would have on the wizarding world. As they explored, Dumbledore's earlier words lingered in Peter's mind. MJ noticed the contemplative look on his face and nudged him. What's on your mind, Peter? Dumbledore's lecture. Peter sighed in annoyance. He's definitely going to try something this time. MJ smirked. Let him. She shrugged uncaringly. Besides, we need something to scare the ministry away from causing trouble once we're gone. Peter chuckled. You've got a point. Let's wait and see what they decide to do. In a dimly lit throne room, the defeated Goblin King staggered through the heavy doors, his battered form greeted by the expectant gaze of high-ranking goblins. The air was thick with tension as the Goblin elite awaited an explanation for their forced expulsion from Gringotts. Why have we been barred from our own banks, Your Majesty? A grizzled, scar-faced goblin demanded, his voice cutting through the restless murmurs of the gathered crowd. The Goblin King, still reeling from his confrontation with Peter, glared at his subjects. Silence? I will explain. His voice, a mix of frustration and shame, echoed through the cavernous room. As the Goblin King began recounting the events that transpired, the goblins' expressions shifted from confusion to disbelief. Murmurs of discontent spread like wildfire, and the rook erupted into a chorus of angry voices. You gave the entirety of Gringotts to a single human. A goblin with a menacing scar across his eye snarled, disbelief etched on his face. The Goblin King nodded, a bitter taste of humiliation on his tongue. I had no choice. He forced me to sign his contract. The goblins erupted into chaos, each voice vying to be heard above the others. Curses and insults were hurled at their king for his perceived weakness. The once mighty ruler found himself in the midst of an angry mob, his authority waning with every passing moment. Idiot! You should have just died quietly. You've disgraced and crippled the entire goblin nation. A goblin with a twisted, iron-crafted staff roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the midst of the uproar, a particularly cunning goblin stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intelligence. Enough of this? We won't let this human dictate our fate. And if our king won't protect our interests, then we'll just have to get the banks back ourselves. With those words, the goblins, driven by a collective anger, surged forward, surrounding the Goblin King. Their weapons gleamed in the dim light as they prepared to mete out punishment for the perceived betrayal. You've doomed us? Prepare to pay for your foolishness. The scar-faced goblin spat, raising a wickedly sharp blade. The Goblin King's protests fell on deaf ears as the frenzied goblins descended upon him, delivering a swift and brutal end to his reign. The throne room, once a symbol of goblin power, now bore witness to a gruesome display of internal strife. Amidst the chaos, the cunning goblin who had spoken earlier seized the moment, rallying the others. We must reclaim Gringotts and oust this human interloper. Our pride will not be trampled upon. Our profits will not be threatened. The goblins, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose, began organizing themselves, preparing for a confrontation with the newfound owner of their banks. Back at Gringotts, just as the king was slain, Peter felt a pile of magic vibrating. Those goblins didn't waste any time killing him, he thought, shrugging uncaringly. At least they saved me the trouble of doing it myself. As the goblins were killing their former king, Dumbledore, driven by a mixture of concern and small bit of greed, hurried to the Ministry of Magic. He called for an emergency Wizengamot meeting, knowing he had to address the situation before Peter's influence over the banks could solidify. In the grand chamber of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore stood before the gathered wizards and witches, his expression grave. Ladies and gentlemen, I come bearing both good and unsettling news. The threat of the Goblin Nation has been effectively neutralized, sparing us from the impending war. A murmur of surprise and relief swept through the room, but Dumbledore continued, his eyes shifting to a more serious tone. However, a third party, the man who helped us neutralize the threat, has taken control of the banks from the goblins. Gasps and whispers erupted, filling the chamber with a buzz of disbelief. Dumbledore held up a hand, signaling for silence. This third party is not an ally. They now wield unparalleled control over the magical world's wealth, and we must address this issue promptly. The crowd, fueled by curiosity and perhaps a touch of greed, listened intently. Some members, their eyes glinting with avarice, began to question the newfound authority over Gringotts. Shouldn't the government be the one controlling the currency? What gives this mysterious man the right? Dumbledore, seizing the moment, nodded gravely. Indeed, my fellow wizards and witches, the control of our currency is a matter of utmost importance. We cannot allow an unknown force to manipulate our economy without oversight. After all, we've had to deal with that for far too long with the goblins, he said, and everyone couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. It's our duty to ensure the stability and prosperity of the wizarding world. The idea took root, spreading like wildfire among the Wizengamot members. Greed and ambition danced in their eyes as they envisioned the potential benefits of taking control of their own economy. Dumbledore, masterfully playing the puppeteer, observed the unfolding chaos with a knowing gaze. As the crowd clamored for a resolution, Dumbledore seized the opportunity to propose a course of action. I suggest we convene a committee and pay Gringotts a visit. Hopefully, the new owner will see reason and willingly hand the banks over to the ministry. A witch in the back of the room raised her wand before speaking. And what if they refuse to do so? She asked. Dumbledore simply shook his head. Then we must do what has to be done for the greater good of our world. The proposal was met with enthusiastic agreement. Dumbledore's influence over the room was evident as the committee was swiftly formed, comprised of members handpicked by the cunning headmaster, as well as the army which was originally formed to fight off the goblins. In the ministry's eyes, either Peter would quietly hand over the banks, or they would be forced to take them with violence. There would be no middle ground. As the committee deliberated, Dumbledore couldn't help but let a small smirk play on his lips. The allure of Gringotts, the symbol of wealth and power, had proven too tempting for the wizarding world to resist. Satisfied with the direction the meeting had taken, Dumbledore subtly retreated into the shadows, allowing the committee to take charge. The seeds of dissent and greed had been sown. Now, he just had to prepare for the battle against Peter. After all, it wouldn't be an easy fight, not by a long shot. The old wizard's thoughts briefly flickered to the consequences of their actions, as he's seen what Peter can do and has done to his enemies, but his ambition and desire for control overshadowed any lingering doubts. I must prepare, he thought to himself as he disappeared from the ministry. In the heart of Gringotts, Peter and MJ worked tirelessly to reshape the archaic banking system of the wizarding world. The dimly lit halls echoed with the sounds of runes being carved into the Gringotts central ward stone, alongside the occasional exchange between the couple. I can't believe they were still using parchment and quills in the 20th century, Peter muttered, shaking his head at the outdated system. MJ chuckled, her eyes scanning through a thick stack of documents. Well, we're about to change that. Gringotts is getting a major upgrade. I wonder how everyone will react. As the last of the runes were carved, Peter admired his work for a moment before waving his hand, activating them and conjuring a holographic interface, showcasing a sleek and modern design for the new wizarding banking system. Peter grinned as he gestured at the hologram. Welcome to the future of magical banking. The holographic interface, which would be available to any customer inside the premises of a Gringotts bank, allowed them to set up a secure bank account, which they could later link with any existing vaults, eliminating the need for physical transactions. Each personal account would be connected to the client's magic, allowing anyone to purchase anything with just their presence alone. Best of all, each person's account could be accessed without the need for a Gringotts employee, meaning no lines to deposit or withdraw money. Peter even set up a vault inventory list, allowing customers to store and withdraw anything from their vaults without actually needing to visit them. Of course, all sorts of magical safeguards and encryption ensured the safety of their clients' assets while streamlining the banking process. And since they wouldn't be allowing any clients to enter their vaults anymore, as it would just be an unnecessary hassle, Peter and MJ decided to modernize the way they hold money. After all, why bother leaving all of the wizarding world's gold to collect dust in vaults when they can make good use of it just like modern banks do? A/N, for those that don't know, banks take a portion of your money and invest it to make more money for themselves. They then reinvest a portion of that money and the cycle continues into infinity. As they continued to refine the new system, Peter turned to MJ. Think anyone will miss the days of waiting in long lines just to deposit a handful of newts and sickles? MJ chuckled. Probably not, but change can be hard for some people. We'll have to ease them into it. Peter shrugged. Or we can just leave all of the hard work to whoever we're leaving the bank to. As the couple worked throughout the night, so that the bank could reopen in the morning, Peter and MJ wondered whether the wizarding world would embrace the change or not. After all, wizardkind has been living in their old ways for a long time now. A/N, 1639 words. The night's laborious efforts came to fruition as the first light of dawn bathed the ancient halls of Gringotts in a soft glow. Peter, his fatigue masked by a determined grin, stood alongside MJ as they prepared to unveil the revolutionary changes they had wrought upon the wizarding banking system. Here goes nothing. With a swift gesture, Peter activated the newly carved runes on the central ward stone, initiating a cascade of magic that resonated throughout every Gringotts bank simultaneously. As the banks opened without the need for employees, the world outside stirred with anticipation. Diagon Alley, usually bustling with the clatter of morning commuters and the rustle of wizarding cloaks, now lay eerily silent. The absence of goblins, who once stood outside the bank, trying to break into their former property, did not go unnoticed, and curious onlookers gathered, exchanging puzzled glances. They had heard all about what happened to the goblins as well as their loss of the banks. The newspapers and magazines couldn't stop printing good news as of late. First, the Dark Lord and his minions were all killed, and now the insufferable goblins were dethroned. The wizarding populace couldn't help but ask themselves, what's next? Although everyone seemed pleased with the recent happenings, some couldn't help but worry about the possible reopening of the bank. After all, they didn't know the new owners, so doubts and fears took hold. Of course, it would be hard to outdo the goblins when it comes to greed, but it was impossible for them not to worry. A crowd began to form outside the entrance of the London Gringotts, eyes fixed on the imposing doors, which suddenly burst open. The vague news of a reopening spread far and wide, drawing everyone's curiosity, and soon enough, the crowd cautiously made their way inside. Confusion filled the air as the interior of Gringotts revealed a stark contrast to its usual atmosphere. No goblin tellers manned the counters, and the grand hall echoed with the footsteps of wary wizards and witches. A pre-recorded message, which played throughout the bank, caught their attention, explaining the transformation and instructed them to the new holographic interface. Set up an account and access your vaults through the hologram. Simply say login and the interface will appear. Don't worry, all information is encrypted against eavesdropping. Only you will be able to see the interface. MJ's voice echoed across the bank on repeat, spurring everyone to mutter the magic words. The initial bewilderment of seeing a glowing screen appear before them soon gave way to a buzz of excitement and chatter as people tentatively began interacting with the interface, setting up their accounts with usernames and passwords. In Diagon Alley, the scene unfolded like a surreal spectacle. Shopkeepers peered out from their storefronts, bewildered by the absence of the typical Gringotts-related commotion. As the news spread, the allure of the unknown drew more and more curious onlookers, creating a growing crowd that spilled into the cobbled streets. In the French branch of Gringotts Bank, an elderly couple, clad in discreet robes, tentatively waited in line before finally getting inside, eyeing the bank with skepticism. Insert pictures of Nicholas and Pernelli Flamel here. I don't see why I had to leave my workshop for the reopening of a bank, Penny the man muttered in annoyance. I was just finishing up my research into molecular transmutation as well. Oh, don't be such a boring shut-in, Nicky. His wife replied in a huff. This is a huge occasion. All throughout our very long lives, the goblins have had a stranglehold on the economy, and now that they're gone I want to see what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Nick repeated, giving his wife a deadpan look. It's a bank, Penny. This isn't a fair or an amusement park. They just store money. Just as his wife was about to reply, a female voice suddenly played throughout the bank. Set up an account and access your vaults through the hologram. Simply say login and the interface will appear. Don't worry, all information is encrypted against eavesdropping. Only you will be able to see the interface. Ignoring her fun-sucking husband, Penny did as she was told. Login. Nick watched in confusion as his wife's eyes widened before she started moving her hands in an odd manner, as if interacting with something that didn't seem to be there. Hesitantly, he summoned the holographic panel to and, to his amazement, witnessed the display appear before him, instructing him to create an account. Holy sh*t, he muttered, suddenly not so mad at his wife for dragging him out of the house. It's like the Muggle banks. See, his wife said, as if gloating at her victory. I knew something interesting would happen. I'd love to meet whoever set this up. Nick said as he noticed a section at the bottom of the interface titled Customer Support and thought, maybe I can contact them through this. All across the world, excitement rippled through the many Gringotts banks as wizards, witches, and other magical beings shared their amazement at the streamlined process of banking. As more people embraced the new system, a sense of liberation filled the air. The initial confusion transformed into an eagerness to adapt to the changing times. The absence of goblin bureaucracy seemed to be a welcomed relief, and the once dreaded Gringotts now resonated with the hum of progress. Amidst the reactions, Peter and MJ observed from the central ward stone, content with the impact of their innovation. The wizarding world was at the cusp of transformation, and whether they fully embraced it or not, change had come to Gringotts. The future of wizarding banking was here. After a day of bustling activity, as the sun dipped below the horizon in different corners of the world, the Gringotts banks, which had opened their doors for the first time since the reopening, closed once again. Of course, they would reopen the next morning. As the banks settled into their nocturnal slumber, the remaining discontent goblins, fueled by resentment and a desperate desire to reclaim their former stronghold, initiated their audacious plans. The shadows of the night became their allies as they split into groups, each departing for a different Gringotts bank across the globe. The goblins, their ranks bolstered by those who harbored bitterness over the recent events, aimed to sneak in and take control of the wards once again. Their gamble rested on the knowledge that they had been the architects of the original wards, and even though they no longer held the reins, they believed they possessed the expertise to bypass the magical defenses. However, as they approached the banks under the cloak of darkness, their aspirations were met with a harsh and brutal reality. Unbeknownst to the goblins, Peter, anticipating a potential backlash, had implemented brand new defenses alongside the innovative banking system. After all, he had to make sure that his customers' money and belongings were well protected, especially since they didn't have any employees around. The moment the goblins attempted to infiltrate, their cunning plans collided with an impenetrable magical barrier, which now surrounded the outer layer of every Gringotts bank. Driven by an insatiable greed that fueled their determination, they continued their attempts to crack the new magical defenses that now guarded the once goblin-controlled vaults. However, the moment they pressed against the enchanted barrier, an unforeseen consequence awaited them. The wards, designed to escalate in response to persistent intruders, retaliated with a fury beyond the goblins' imagination. A cascade of additional defenses unfolded, each more formidable than the last. Teams found themselves ensnared by magical bindings, others repelled by ethereal barriers that seemed to materialize out of thin air. The once silent streets echoed with the pained cries of goblins who underestimated the consequences of their relentless pursuit. In the wake of their audacious attempts, some goblin teams met an abrupt and merciless end. The wards, now acting as both protectors and executioners, dealt lethal blows to those who refused to yield. Lifeless bodies littered the bank's entrance, serving as a grim reminder of the consequences of their insatiable greed. Others were not so fortunate. Those who managed to survive the initial onslaught found themselves captured by the wards, bound and imprisoned within the very bank they sought to infiltrate. The once proud goblin invaders were now at the mercy of the magical defenses they had underestimated, as well as some new add-ons courtesy of Peter. Yet, the most harrowing fate awaited the team assigned to the London Bank. As they attempted to circumvent the outer defenses, a sudden and overwhelming force seized them. In the blink of an eye, they were ripped from their surroundings and teleported away. When their disoriented senses settled, the goblins found themselves standing in a vast cavern, deep underground. It was far too dark to see more than a few meters in front of them, but they could hear the distinct sound of chains rattling, and dread set in as the realization dawned upon them. A monstrous silhouette emerged from the shadows, a dragon of colossal proportions, bearing a thick metal collar with chains wound tightly around its neck. In the dark expanse, where goblin trespassers were once fed to dragons as a form of punishment, poetic justice unfolded. The goblins, who had sought to reclaim their former glory, were now faced with the very creatures they had once commanded. The dragon, now belonging to a new owner, advanced with a predatory grace, its eyes gleaming with hunger. As the chains rattled and the cavern echoed with piercing shrieks, the goblin's fate was sealed. The dragon lunged forward, its immense jaws opening wide to consume those who dared to challenge the new order of Gringotts. Greed had led them into a trap of their own making, and now, they paid the ultimate price in the jaws of their once enslaved creation. When all of the intruders were taken care of and the night settled into a peaceful silence, the words carved onto the front of every Gringotts bank said all that was needed to be said. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. When morning dawned, what remained of the failed goblin intruders lay sprawled outside every Gringotts bank across the globe. Their lifeless forms, a grim testament to their ill-fated greed, sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. Discovering the goblin corpses, the unsuspecting passersby let out terrified screams before hastily summoning the Aurors for investigation. Aurors arrived promptly at the scenes, their expressions a mixture of concern and confusion. The sight of the dead goblins raised more questions than answers, and the absence of any Gringotts employees added another layer of mystery. They attempted to contact someone within the banks for questioning, only to find them eerily empty. Peter's automation had rendered the once bustling institutions devoid of any presence other than customers. In the end, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement launched an official investigation into the mysterious deaths of the goblins. Aurors, equipped with their wands and investigative skills, collected the many bodies and brought them back to their headquarters for further investigation. Before lunchtime, the news of goblin bodies outside Gringotts branches became common knowledge. The wizarding media, ever eager for a sensational story, fueled the speculation with dramatic headlines and sensationalized tales. Every paper and magazine was ablaze with speculation, the wizarding world hungry for information about the peculiar events unfolding. As headlines spread, the wizarding populace was caught in a frenzy of theories and rumors. Though most people believed that the goblins had underestimated the defenses of the revamped Gringotts banks, which led them straight to their untimely deaths. Either way, conspiracy theories flourished, each more elaborate than the last, as the wizarding world tried to make sense of the shocking occurrences. Meanwhile, Peter and MJ, observing the aftermath from their vantage point at the central ward stone, relaxed as could be. Although all eyes in the wizarding world are currently on them, they didn't care one bit. After seeing his new defenses in action, Peter spent about an hour tweaking the ward stone, just to make sure everything was working perfectly, before spending the rest of the night with his lovely wife. They had watched everything, even the goblin in the London bank getting eaten, which wasn't a pretty sight. Watching the bodies getting found through the images projected from the ward stone, MJ couldn't help but turn to Peter and ask, "Did we have to leave them out there? I mean, they did try to break in, but won't this bring us more trouble with the government?" Peter simply shrugged. "We already have a problem with the government. We own the entire wizarding world's economy. They won't sit still, but who knows how long they'll take to make their move, so." MJ's eyes widened in realization as she finished Peter's sentence. "So you put the bodies out there to draw them out? But will Dumbledore fall for that?" "I don't think he would. He doesn't strike me as being that dumb." Peter smirked. "First of all, at this point Dumbledore probably thinks that I'm some crazed murderer, so he might just fall for it and speed things up as we hope. And second, even if he doesn't fall for it, Albus doesn't control every magical government, let alone the British one. If they decide to come, then he can't stop them." Just as Peter hoped, the news of what happened at Gringotts prompted the British Ministry, alongside other magical ministries worldwide, to unite in a collaborative effort. By dinner time, a diverse committee, representing each magical government, marched purposefully into the London Gringotts, with Dumbledore leading the charge. Outside the imposing bank, a formidable army comprised of wizards and witches from every ministry stood in silent anticipation. Witnessing the fate of the ill-fated goblin intruders, they opted for a cautious approach, waiting to see if diplomacy would prevail before resorting to more forceful measures. As Dumbledore entered the open bank, the committee following closely behind him, an air of newfound confidence surrounded the venerable wizard. He called out into the grand hall, his voice echoing through the vast space, "Peter, you have guests? Come welcome us." The anticipation reached a peak as the crowd of ministry representatives braced for the confrontation. From their vantage point at the central ward stone, Peter and MJ, who were relaxing in bed together, observed the scene unfolding. "Huh, they actually came," MJ muttered. Peter smirked. "Of course they came. They're all greedy little rats, and we're sitting on all of their cheese." Dumbledore's uncharacteristic confidence did not go unnoticed. Confused but curious, MJ turned to Peter, voicing her suspicion that old schemer is up to something. "I've never seen him this confident before. At least not in front of us." Peter, sharing her uncertainty, nodded in agreement, deciding it was time to confront the approaching committee. Stepping out of a shimmering portal and into the lobby, Peter and MJ were met with a chorus of shouts from the committee members, all except Dumbledore, who maintained a measured silence. The room fell into a tense hush as Dumbledore finally spoke, raising a hand to quell the voices that clamored for action. In measured tones, Dumbledore addressed Peter, his words carrying a weight of authority. "Why, Peter, my dear boy, did you believe such a bold move could go unnoticed and unchallenged?" he inquired, his piercing blue eyes fixing on Peter. The wizarding world is not accustomed to sudden and radical changes, especially when they concern such important things as the economy. He reminded Peter that he had forewarned him about the potential consequences of his bold actions in taking control of the banks. With an air of calm determination, Dumbledore outlined the committee's purpose. "I'm afraid that we can no longer work together, as I offered you in our last meeting. Now relinquish control of Gringotts to us. I'd rather avoid violence and unnecessary deaths if possible." Peter, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, "If you want what's mine, then you'll have to come and take it from me." His words caused the committee to begin shouting again, but after a stern glare, they turned silent rather quickly. "But know that all of you will die if that happens, even you Albus. I've spared your life twice already, and I won't do so a third time." Dumbledore sighed, a mix of disappointment and understanding in his gaze. "Will you not consider the greater good?" Hearing him act so sanctimoniously, MJ couldn't help but shout, "What greater good? You're all just greedy little fleabags who want what isn't yours. At least have some decency and say it like it is instead of acting all high and mighty." "Quiet, girl. The men are trying to speak." A particularly snobbish-looking committee member spoke. Instantly, MJ turned to face him, her eyes burning in rage. "What the F***ck did you just say?" she asked, her voice so calm that it even scared Peter a little. "It seems that we won't be able to come to an agreement." Dumbledore, his confidence undiminished, raised his wand and cast a spell towards Peter, bringing this to where it was inevitably heading. Swift as the wind, Peter effortlessly slapped the spell aside, his spider sense alerting him to the nefarious intentions. The moment the spell veered off course, the amassed army waiting outside surged into the bank, taking the spell as their cue to attack. Yet, the ancient wards that Peter had reinforced with additional defenses proved to be an insurmountable obstacle. As the wizards and witches entered the wide-open entrance, the magical defenses sensed their hostile intent and retaliated with ruthless efficiency. In mere moments, the once formidable army found itself being decimated, the lethal enchantments showing no mercy to those who dared intrude. It was like a huge meat grinder, turning the army to paste as soon as they reached the doorway. While chaos unfolded outside, Peter faced Dumbledore. "You know you're going to die now, right?" Peter asked, his demeanor unworried and downright casual. "I mean, this might be the biggest mistake of your life, because you even dragged these idiots to their deaths alongside you." Albus, however, remained resolute, his wand dancing in the air as he continued to launch spells at Peter. The eerie confidence never wavered from his countenance, making Peter wonder what he was up to. Ignoring Peter's words, Albus pressed on with relentless determination, casting spell after spell in a display of magical prowess. Prompted by a nod from Peter, MJ leaped forward into the midst of the committee members, who have begun to draw their wands as well, her agility matched only by her deadly precision. With a swift, lethal dance, she dispatched them one by one, making sure to fulfill her husband's promise by killing each and every one of them. Peter, facing Albus head-on, couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh. "You know, with all of this newfound confidence of yours, I was really expecting more. Whatever, let's just end this quickly. I want to get back to bed." As Peter disappeared in a burst of pure speed, heading straight toward Albus, a sudden bolt of deathly green magic soared towards him from an unexpected direction. Peter's instincts kicked in, and with a swift movement, he dodged the lethal projectile. Turning to identify the assailant, Peter was met with the chilling sight of an old man in a fancy black suit, around Dumbledore's age with a wand pointed menacingly at him. Insert picture of Gellert Grindelwald here. The air around the newcomer exuded malevolence, and Peter instantly guessed who it was. It was none other than Gellert Grindelwald. The Dark Lord Dumbledore was believed to have vanquished. Peter, with a bemused expression, turned to Dumbledore, a condescending cadence in his voice. "Is this where you're getting your confidence from?" "Him." Peter pointed casually at Grindelwald, who glared back with evident disdain. The aged Dark Lord, seemingly treated as an expendable pawn, didn't appreciate being overlooked. Infuriated by Peter's dismissive gesture, Grindelwald wasted no time, launching spells in rapid succession. However, Peter, in a dazzling display of force, effortlessly slapped away each incoming spell with his bare hands. The sheer ease with which he deflected the magical onslaught left Grindelwald frozen in shock, his arrogance momentarily shattered. Recovering from the initial surprise, Grindelwald turned to Dumbledore, a hint of respect in his voice. "You were right about his strength, Albus. We might not stand a chance even if we combine our efforts." His realization echoed the doubt he initially harbored when Dumbledore sought his assistance. Now, faced with the undeniable truth of Peter's power, Grindelwald admitted that their chances were slim. Albus, his confidence waning, nodded gravely. The reality of Peter's overwhelming strength sank in, even for the revered wizard who had witnessed it multiple times already. "We'll have to work together if we want any hope of standing against him," Albus stated with a somber tone, acknowledging the dire situation. He had hoped that Gellert would stand a chance against Peter, as even Albus couldn't beat his old friend in a head-to-head battle. Even all those years ago, when Albus returned to Britain after killing the Dark Lord Grindelwald, he didn't dare face Gellert head-on. Instead, he pretended to join his friend's side before attacking him in his sleep. But instead of killing him, as the world was told, Albus locked Gellert up, unable to do the dirty work of killing the man he had tricked and betrayed. The uneasy alliance formed between Dumbledore and Grindelwald marked a rare collaboration born out of necessity. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air as they faced the daunting prospect of confronting Peter, a surmountable obstacle that made them feel small in comparison. Outside the bank, the chaos continued as the remnants of the magical army struggled against the fortified defenses. The lethal wards proved relentless, leaving no room for the intruders to gain a foothold. Blood flowed down the stairs leading up to the entrance and streamed down the streets of Diagon Alley. Soon enough, the remaining army, which was now less than half of their original numbers, were far too scared to go anywhere near the bank. Instead, they stood at a distance, mentally scarred from what they've witnessed and covered in the blood of their comrades. Some of them even ran off, unwilling to be anywhere near this cursed place anymore, choosing their lives over the greed that spurred them to come here in the first place. Back in the Grand Hall, MJ finished off the last of the committee members before walking back to Peter, her hands covered in blood. "I'm done. Do you want help with them?" "I wouldn't mind fighting Dumbledore," she said, her hostility toward the headmaster flaring at full force. "Nah, I can handle it. You can go and get cleaned up. I'll be there once I'm done with them," Peter says as MJ nods and walks off, leaving him behind with Albus and Gellert, who let out sighs of relief. After all, they already had their hands full with Peter. If MJ joined in, then they really wouldn't stand a chance. Reading their thoughts, Peter couldn't help but laugh. "You two can team up all you want," he remarked with a smirk, "but it won't change the outcome. I hope you've prepared yourself for disappointment, and death, of course." Albus and Gellert, seeing no other option, launched a coordinated attack on Peter, their spells colliding in a chaotic symphony of colors. Yet, Peter effortlessly dodged each magical assault with an unhurried pace, instilling a growing sense of dread in the two wizards. His calm demeanor and seemingly inexhaustible agility painted a bleak picture for their chances. Pitiless, Peter closed the distance, leaving Albus and Gellert with nowhere to escape. With a burst of speed, he disappeared and reappeared behind Gellert, his hand slashing downward. Gellert, sensing the imminent danger, managed to evade the fatal strike, but not without consequence. Peter's swift attack severed Gellert's arm, leaving it to fall to the ground in a grotesque display. Gellert screamed in agony, blood squirting from the fresh wound, as Albus watched in shock. The once formidable dark wizard now writhed in pain, an unexpected turn of events neither had foreseen. Peter's dominance was clear, reducing the supposed masters of magic to mere mortals. Apologizing mockingly for the pain he caused, Peter stepped away from the splatter of blood near him. I was going for a clean kill, but you moved. Next time, stay still if you don't want to feel unnecessary pain. He remarked casually, his tone adding insult to injury. The casualness with which he treated the situation only intensified the fear in Albus and Gellert. With a chilling calmness, Peter approached Gellert once more. Here, I'll put you out of your misery. Just hold still for a second. Albus, desperate to prevent the impending doom, screamed, Stop. Please don't dash. Ignoring the plea, Peter raised his hand again, the air crackling with an impending sense of finality. Albus, unwilling to stand by and do nothing, hurled spells at Peter in a frantic attempt to halt the execution, but each incantation missed its mark. With effortless grace, Peter sidestepped the magical onslaught, his focus unwavering. The inevitability of Gellert's demise hung in the air, and Albus could only watch in horror as Peter's hand slashed down with ruthless precision. Gellert's head separated from his body, the gruesome sound echoing through the grand hall. The decapitated head clattered to the floor, a dark testament to the one-sided nature of the confrontation. Albus, now all alone, screamed Gellert's name in anguish, his world unraveling before him. The silence that followed was broken only by Albus's anguished cries, and the once formidable duo found themselves humbled by the unexpected force that had befallen them. Peter stood amidst the aftermath, an ominous figure untouched and in pristine condition, a stark contrast to his bloody and gruesome surroundings. Albus stood amidst the aftermath of Gellert's demise, a cold realization settling in. Regret clawed at him, the weight of his choices sinking like a stone in his chest. His pursuit of power, wealth, and justice, fueled by a misguided sense of morality, had led to the death of his oldest friend and countless others. Peter, observing the dead look in Albus's eyes, shook his head in disappointment. I warned you, old man. I told you they would all die. You may not want to believe it, but this is all on you, he declared, hitting the aged wizard right where it hurts. You wanted what wasn't yours and brought all of them here, thinking that you could beat me with this failure of a Dark Lord dash. With a casual kick, Peter rolled Gellert's severed head over to Albus, which stopped in the perfect position to look right up at him, a shocked and fearful look etched in his dead face. Was it worth it? Peter questioned, as Albus stared down at his friend's decapitated head in horror. All for some gold that you probably wouldn't even spend, or maybe because you didn't like me. Either way, they're all dead now. So, was it worth it? The realization of the devastating outcome infuriated Albus to the point where he could barely think straight, let alone answer Peter's taunting question. Without a word, he hastily pulled out his wand. Unleashing a barrage of spells, some dark and forbidden, Albus sought to unleash all the power he could muster. Die. In his desperation, he aimed to take Peter down with him, determined to fight until the bitter end. However, Peter remained unaffected by the onslaught. Calmly, he walked toward Albus, casually slapping away the spells as they came. Forbidden spells or not, they were all the same to him. With each step, Albus's resolve wavered, and he began to yield ground, cowering under the unstoppable force approaching him. Eventually, he found himself cornered, his back against a wall. Standing face to face, Peter effortlessly snatched Albus's wand from his trembling hand and snapped it in half, discarding the broken pieces over his shoulder. Albus, defeated and humiliated, fell onto his backside, staring up at Peter with a mixture of fear and resignation. Peter, devoid of any empathy, asked, "Do you have any last words?" Albus, looking up defiantly, pushing his fear aside for a moment as he declared, "I regret nothing in my life besides the moment that I met you. That's probably how most of my enemies feel before they die." With a nonchalant shrug, Peter swiped his hand once more, severing Albus's head from his body in the same manner as his friend. The gruesome spectacle unfolded, blood spraying as Albus's lifeless form crumpled to the ground. In the end, Peter stood in the blood-stained and corpse-riddled lobby, still without a single drop of blood on his body or clothes. Outside, the army had already run off, leaving behind nothing but the remains of their comrades. On a timer, the doors to the bank snapped shut, sealing the place for the night as Peter looked around at the mess that was left behind. "I'm not cleaning this." Amidst the aftermath of the gruesome confrontation, Peter surveyed the lifeless forms of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, their demise marking the end of his time in this universe. But before they headed out, Peter knew that his actions needed to resonate beyond the blood-stained lobby of the bank. He needed to send a message to the magical governments that had schemed to snatch away his banks. Or else they would definitely cause trouble for whoever Peter and MJ left in control when they left. Peter's gaze shifted to the scattered bodies of the committee members, each representing a different magical government. With calculated precision, he began sorting them based on their origins. Wizards and witches from various corners of the world lay lifeless, their ambitions extinguished in the face of overwhelming power. Opening portals beneath each group, Peter sent the bodies back to their respective governments. All across the world, portals opened up and deposited the dead, bloody figures onto the floors of high-stakes meetings, while others were dropped directly into the offices of presidents and ministers. The impact of their lifeless forms sent shockwaves through the political landscape, a visceral reminder of the consequences of greed and collusion. Horrified gasps filled the air as the bodies smacked into the ground, splattering blood and guts all over the place. The once shrouded plans of these magical envoys had crumbled, their ambitions exposed in the most brutal manner possible. The sheer audacity of sending back the deceased representatives served as Peter's declaration that the cost of meddling in his affairs would be paid in blood. As the bodies fell from the portals, the once confident officials now faced the grim reality of their failed machinations. Some recoiled in horror, while others stared in disbelief as the room filled with the stench of death. The sight of their colleagues, now lifeless and broken, served as a stark warning against underestimating the consequences of their actions. In the Wizengamot, among the corpses that were delivered was the headless forms of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, their fate unveiled in the most gruesome fashion imaginable. The highest wizarding court in Britain bore witness to the arrival of these prominent figures, their horrifying end reverberating through the magical community. The shock on the gathered wizards and witches' faces mirrored the global astonishment as the news spread like wildfire. The once revered leaders, architects of a dark alliance, lay in disgrace before their peers. For a moment, the Wizengamot was plunged into an uneasy silence. The revelation of Dumbledore's demise left an indelible mark on the history of magic. After all, Dumbledore was known as the Merlin of his time, so his death came as an extreme shock. Among the bewildered and fearful faces were the older generation, who couldn't keep their eyes off of the severed head of Gellert Grindelwald, instantly recognizing who he was. A lot of time may have passed, and age certainly took a hold over the former Dark Lord's features, but how could these old wizards and witches forget the man that started a world war? Amidst the stunned silence, Peter's disembodied voice echoed through each hall. This is what happens when you try to play with forces beyond your control. Remember this lesson well. With those ominous words, the portals closed, leaving behind a courtroom filled with the weight of revelation and the scent of death. In the wake of Dumbledore's death and the revelation of Grindelwald's demise, the magical world plunged into chaos. News of the mysterious couple, who somehow defeated two of the strongest wizards known to wizardkind, echoed through every corner. As the days unfolded, representatives from every magical ministry found themselves standing outside their local Gringotts banks. The air was thick with tension as they sought an audience with the enigmatic couple who now held the keys to the magical economy. The once ambitious plans to seize control of these financial institutions had crumbled, replaced by a desperate desire for peace. Peter and MJ greeted the representatives with a calm demeanor, welcoming them with friendly smiles, which only served to scare their guests even more. The marble halls echoed with the hushed conversations between the visitors and the new owners. The air was charged with a palpable sense of deference as the magical world acknowledged the futility of challenging the guardians of the banks. "Yes, sir. Ma'am," began one representative, nervously adjusting his robes. "We understand now that our previous endeavors were misguided. We seek only to establish a peaceful coexistence and recognize your authority over the banks." Peter, leaning against the marble counter, regarded the representative with a measured gaze. "You've learned quickly," he remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "We don't want trouble. Keep your affairs in check, and there won't be any issues." The representatives, realizing the gravity of their situation, nodded in earnest agreement. The weight of the goblins' wrath paled in comparison to the unpredictable force that now held the reins over their economy. Gringotts had become an impenetrable fortress, which they could never hope to dream of seizing. Days turned into a series of diplomatic encounters as magical ministries from different corners of the world sought to establish a working relationship with the new owners. The once bustling Gringotts transformed into a nexus of negotiations and alliances. Peter and MJ, despite their reluctance, became inadvertent diplomats, navigating the intricacies of magical politics with an air of detachment. "Thank you, sir. We assure you that our intentions are peaceful," another representative pleaded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "We don't want any trouble. We just want to access our vaults." MJ, her expression unreadable, replied, "Access granted. Just remember, this isn't a playground. Cross the line, and you'll find out how much worse we can be than the goblins." The representatives departed with a newfound humility, their quest for control replaced by a wary acknowledgement of the new order. Gringotts, once a symbol of financial power, now stood as a monument to the consequences of underestimating the strength that Peter and MJ wielded. As the last representative exited the bank, Peter turned to MJ and let out an annoyed sigh. "This diplomatic bullshit is starting to get annoying." MJ smirked in response. "What? I thought you liked watching the wizards squirm." Peter reluctantly nodded his head. "Yeah, it's fun and all, but I'm ready to move on to the next universe already. Speaking of, have you narrowed down our candidates?" "Yeah, should I reach out and invite them over?" MJ asked. Peter nodded as he walked off. "Yeah, try to get them to come in tomorrow. I want to relax after all of these meetings." The morning sun cast a warm glow over the entrance of Gringotts as a diverse group of individuals arrived, each holding a letter that had invited them to a business proposal with the new owners. Among them were Nicholas and Pernelly Flamel, Rubius Hagrid, Molly, and Arthur Weasley, and the familiar faces of James and Lily Potter. As they gathered, a sense of uncertainty lingered, and the air was thick with unspoken questions. Insert picture of the Weasleys here. Nicholas Flamel, his age evident in the lines on his face, exchanged a curious glance with his wife. Rubius Hagrid, towering over the others, shifted uncomfortably, the death of Dumbledore still fresh in his mind. The Weasleys, Molly, and Arthur, appeared hesitant to even be here after what happened to Albus and everyone else. Suddenly, after waiting for a few minutes, MJ emerged from the back of the bank, her confident stride breaking the hushed murmurs. She introduced herself with a nod and motioned for them to follow. The group obediently trailed her through the labyrinthine corridors until they reached a spacious conference room, where Peter Parker awaited. Seated at the head of the table, Peter greeted them with a friendly smile, though the weight of the recent events lingered in the room. "Welcome, everyone. I appreciate you taking the time to join us." Murmurs of acknowledgement and uncertainty rippled through the group. James and Lily exchanged glances, recognizing Peter as the one who had saved them from the clutches of Voldemort. Hagrid shifted nervously in his seat, clearly uncomfortable with being here. Peter wasted no time. "I'll get straight to the point. For those of you who don't know us, I'm Peter and this is my wife MJ. And we won't be staying for long, so we need to hand over control of the banks to individuals we trust or find reputable enough for the task." Arthur Weasley, his voice edged with skepticism, spoke up. "Why didn't you just give the banks to the government in the first place? A lot of people wouldn't have had to die." Peter leaned back in his chair, his gaze unwavering. "I don't trust the government to handle these funds without exploiting the people. Besides, the banks belong to us, and we can do whatever we want with them. If I wanted to, I could go and sell the entirety of Gringotts to a homeless child on the street for a bean burrito, and no one could stop me." Questions filled the room, but after patiently addressing each one, Peter posed a crucial inquiry. "So, are any of you interested in owning the banks?" The Weasleys, unable to reconcile their loyalty to Dumbledore, declined, rising from their seats. MJ, rising alongside them, escorted the ginger coupe out, leaving behind a smaller but intrigued group. As the remaining individuals weighed their options, Peter passed over contracts to each of them. The documents outlined their ownership, with Nicholas and Pernelli Flamel holding the majority and having the most control. "Why do we get the most control?" Pernelli questioned, eyeing the contracts skeptically. Peter leaned forward, explaining, "You're older and more experienced, especially when dealing with greedy governments. After all, you've somehow managed to keep the Philosopher's Stone guarded for who knows how long." James, who read his contract alongside his wife, suddenly asked, "This says in exchange for our stake in the bank, we have to hand over our family's invisibility cloak." Peter nodded. "Yeah, is that a problem?" "No, it's just." James froze for a moment before continuing. "Why do you want it?" "It's just a cloak of invisibility. You can probably have a better one made." Peter simply shrugged. "Because I want yours." The group deliberated, read, and eventually signed their contracts, even the Potters, who immediately handed over the cloak. Now, Peter held 2 of the 3 hollows, the stone and the cloak, while MJ held the third, the wand. As the ink dried on the contracts, the weight of responsibility lifted from Peter and MJ's shoulders and settled firmly on theirs. After ensuring that the new owners of Gringotts understood the intricacies of the magical banking system and responding to the Flamel's myriad of questions, Peter and MJ bid farewell to the bank. The marble halls, once filled with whispers of power and greed, were now in the hands of those they deemed trustworthy. As they stepped out into the crisp air of Diagon Alley, the familiar surroundings seemed both different and unchanged. Peter and MJ exchanged a glance, satisfaction evident in their eyes, knowing that they had left their mark on this universe. After walking for a moment, the couple portaled to Godric's Hollow, where their multiverse ship was parked, tucked away in the remains of James and Lily Potter's destroyed cottage. Climbing the stairs of the broken structure, they reached the room where little Harry had once slept, only now occupied by their TARDIS-like ship. Just as they were about to open the ship's doors and embark on their journey through the multiverse, a distinctive pop echoed through the room. Dobby, the free elf with large, tennis ball-like eyes, stood before them, a hesitant but hopeful expression on his face. Dobby noticed that Master and Mistress was leavin', he said, a mix of excitement and nervousness in his voice. "Does you still be needin' an elf?" Peter's gaze softened, and he exchanged a glance with MJ. "Of course, Dobby. We'd be glad to have you take care of us, but you'll have to leave this universe with us." Dobby tilted his head in confusion. Dobby doesn't know what that means, but he's willing to follow Master and Mistress anywhere. With a snap of his fingers, Peter opened the ship's doors, revealing the vast interior that defied the laws of space. "Then welcome aboard, Dobby." Dobby's eyes widened in awe as he stepped into the ship, marveling at the expansive space concealed within. "It's bigger on the inside," Dobby exclaimed, a mixture of joy and wonder lighting up his features. Peter chuckled, pleased with the elf's reaction. "Yeah, they all say that." As Dobby explored the unknown ship, Peter initiated the departure sequence. The ship began to hum, its exterior phasing out of reality as it prepared to traverse the multiverse. With a final surge of energy, the ship disappeared completely, leaving behind the remnants of Godric's Hollow and the universe they had briefly called home. In a grand meeting room inside of a tall skyscraper, Starlight, the newest member of the Seven, the world's most famous team of superheroes, found herself in a nightmarish predicament. Insert picture of Starlight here. The notorious Deep, a member of the team she just joined, had an evil smirk on his face as he dropped his pants, exposing himself out of nowhere. Insert picture of the Deep here. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hey." Starlight's quickly covered her eyes. "Look, you're gorgeous," the Deep says as he begins stroking himself off right in front of her. I wasn't talking about sex," she says, unsure of how to handle this situation. "It's just a little bit of pole smoking. We don't have to have sex," he says, his arm jutting up and down over and over. It's just a question of how bad you want to be in the 7. Excuse me? Starlight asks incredulously, dropping her hands to see him walking towards her with his pants around his ankles. Whoa, 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 stop. Take it easy, Deep says as he stands directly in front of her, his member only inches away. Settle down. We're just talking here. And look, I know that you're powerful. I get it. Your powers are no joke. The thing is, I'm number 2 around here. So, if I say so, you know, you'd be out in a second. What? She exclaims, her mind reeling at this point. I mean, Iowa's sweetheart, the defender of Des Moines returns home to mommy, her tail tucked between her legs in shame after being kicked out of the 7. He says, his words getting more vicious by the second. Just think of all the kids who look up to you, they'd just be shattered. That's not what you want, right? Hesitantly, Starlight shook her head, her mind whirling a million miles a second. Good, now get on your knees and be a team player, will ya? He says, his smirk widening as she does as she's told. See, it's not a big deal, is it? Now all your dreams can come true. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of a dark outcome, a sudden disturbance disrupted the twisted scene. A low hum echoed through the room, and the air crackled with energy. Above the deep, a blue, English phone box materialized, phasing into the universe with seamless precision. The ship, taking its place in this universe, descended rapidly, casting a looming shadow over the pantsless superhero. Starlight, frozen in shock, watched as the vessel plummeted like a celestial hammer, targeting the exact spot where the deep stood. In an instant, the ship made contact with the deep, its impact echoing through the tower. Starlight's horrified eyes witnessed the once threatening hero squished beneath the immense weight of the ship, his blood and guts slashing all over her kneeling form. The grotesque scene unfolded before her, relieving her from the clutches of the deep's coercion in the most unexpected and brutal manner. Starlight, her initial shock giving way to a mix of relief, disgust, and disbelief, slowly stood to her feet. Suddenly, the doors to the phone box burst open as a handsome man peeked his head out. Yo! Peter and MJ stepped out of their ship, finding themselves in an unexpected location, a boardroom with sleek and modern design. However, the sight that greeted them was far from the usual business meeting ambience. A blood-soaked blonde woman in superhero attire knelt on the floor, her eyes fixed on the remains of the infamous Deep. Hey there, Peter greeted, a friendly smile on his face. What's with the blood? You on your period or something? MJ rolled her eyes before slapping her husband across the back of the head for his bad joke. Sorry about him, she apologized to Starlight, a worried look on her face. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Starlight, still processing the abrupt turn of events, continued staring at the remnants of the Deep. Her eyes shifted to Peter and MJ, who stood directly on top of the gruesome scene. She opened her mouth to respond but seemed unable to form coherent words. Oh, crap. What the hell is this? MJ remarked, glancing at the blood pooling beneath their shoes, staining her solace. Ugh, seriously. Peter grimaced, quickly moving away from the blood. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, he and MJ's shoes were cleaned, the blood vanishing in an instant. Starlight, now breaking out of her stunned state, watched in disbelief as they performed this seemingly magical act. Did you guys do that? She finally managed to ask, her voice tinged with a mix of shock and curiosity. Peter looked nervously between Starlight and the remains surrounding his ship. Yeah, we have some tricks up our sleeves. He nodded, gesturing to the gruesome scene. We did this, didn't we? Starlight nodded dumbly, confirming their suspicions that their arrival inadvertently led to the Deep's demise. As the reality sank in, MJ began to profusely apologize. Oh my god. We're so sorry. We didn't know, she said, her sincere remorse evident in her eyes. However, Starlight, still processing the bizarre situation, suddenly snapped out of her shock. She looked at Peter and MJ with a mix of gratitude and relief. Thank you. You have no idea what you just saved me from. Confused by her sudden change in demeanor, Peter scratched his head. Saved you? What? Was this guy about to kill you or something? He asked, his and MJ's apologetic demeanor melting away. After all, if he was a bad guy, then they didn't really care. Starlight, realizing the misunderstanding, clarified. No, he wasn't trying to kill me. You saved me from something else. I was about to do something that I would have regretted for the rest of my life. As she expressed her gratitude, Peter and MJ exchanged puzzled glances. But before they could delve deeper into the conversation, the sound of blaring alarms all throughout the building disrupted the moment. And seconds after the alarm started, the boardroom doors burst open, revealing a squad of heavily armed security personnel who swiftly surrounded the trio. Peter sighed. Guess we're not getting a warm welcome. Get on the ground, now. Each security guard yelled, one after another, their guns trained on Peter and MJ. Starlight, realizing the potential danger, stepped forward, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Hey, wait. They aren't intruders. At least, I don't think they are. This is all just misunderstanding, she explained, her hands raised in a gesture of non-aggression. However, the guards, fueled by their training and the urgency of the situation, paid little heed to her words. We don't take orders from you, ma'am, so please step out of the way, one of the guards said dismissively, his attention turning back to Peter and MJ. Peter glanced at MJ, a bemused expression on his face. Are they serious? He muttered under his breath. Refusing to comply with the order, Peter and MJ casually stood their ground. Starlight, growing increasingly frustrated, attempted to intervene. Hold on, this is all just a crazy accident. Let me explain. They saved me. She went on to give a brief explanation of what the deep was doing to her, which shocked Peter and MJ, who now realized why she was thanking them earlier. But the guards, entrenched in their protocol, remained unyielding. Ignoring Starlight's pleas, they intensified their demands, the tension in the room escalating with each passing moment. Enough of this, Starlight snapped, her patience wearing thin. I said, they're not the threat here. You need to listen. As the guards continued to ignore her, Starlight huffed in frustration before turning to Peter and MJ. Look, I know this is messed up, but they're not backing down. Just do what they say for now. Of course, Peter and MJ wouldn't be doing that, as right now, they were having a telepathic conversation with one another. Is this another fictional world or not? Because it's not very familiar to me. MJ asked Peter. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the show that I've been trying to get you to watch with me for the last month. Peter responded, recalling all of the times he nagged MJ to watch it with him. Huh? Now I regret not watching it. What was it again? The guys? She asks, her voice laced with regret. The boys, but that was close enough. Peter corrects her before explaining, just know that almost every hero in this world is a horrible person. Starlight seems nice, she said, almost asking if that was actually the case. Yeah, she's a part of the very few who aren't pieces of human trash. Peter responded in agreement. In the midst of the standoff, Starlight, desperate to get to the bottom of the situation, asked a crucial question. How did you even know about this? They just arrived, and I doubt that they triggered any alarms. One of the guards, stern and unyielding, responded. Translucent called it in. He said intruders broke in and killed the deep. That's all we need to know. Now step aside. Starlight's eyes widened at the revelation. In the chaos of the moment, she realized that another so-called hero, whom she once looked up to, Translucent, the Invisible Man, had witnessed the Deep's actions against her and opted not to intervene whatsoever. She was sexually assaulted and nearly R***ped, yet he did nothing until the Deep was killed. Screw this. Starlight exclaimed, her fury rising. Translucent, show yourself right now. Her demand echoed through the room, but there was no sign of the invisible hero. Anguish and betrayal filled Starlight as she grasped the reality that another hero had betrayed her trust and expectations in the most reprehensible way. She began to wonder whether joining the Seven was actually a good idea. In an outburst of anger, Starlight screamed at the invisible Translucent, "What a coward! No wonder your power is invisibility, you don't even have the courage to show yourself? I was almost R***ped by the fishbee at Stard and you were just going to stand there like some voyeuristic cuckold." She didn't know if he was actually in the room anymore, but her words needed to be said, so she simply let them flow. Unable to bear witness to this any longer, MJ took matters into her own hands. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a whip made of eldritch energy, lassoing it tightly around Translucent's invisible form, who was slowly making his way out of the room. Yanking him across over to Starlight, she forced him to materialize, revealing his shameful, naked presence at her feet. Insert picture of Translucent here. The guards, agitated by the unexpected turn of events, prepared to open fire. However, Peter intervened, snapping his fingers and putting them all into a deep and peaceful slumber. The room fell silent as the guards collapsed, unconscious, their weapons clattering to the floor beside them. With Translucent at her feet and the guards peacefully slumbering, Starlight turned her attention to her unlikely saviors. The shock of their otherworldly powers lingered in her wide-eyed gaze. It was as if Peter and MJ wielded magic, yet the disbelief remained etched in her mind. As Translucent found himself captured and exposed, he retaliated with a barrage of threats. "Let me go? Once Homelander hears about this you'll all be screwed." Annoyed by the arrogant villain's voice, MJ decided to take matters into her own hands. She sent a surge of electricity through the eldritch whip, causing Translucent to scream and twitch in pain. His confident demeanor shattered by the sudden shock. With Translucent incapacitated, Peter turned to Starlight, an inquisitive expression on his face. "What do you want to do with this creep?" he asked. Starlight, still processing the surreal situation, nervously questioned, "What do you mean?" Peter explained their options. "We can let him go, give him a beating, maim him, or even kill him, if you want. We'll help you no matter what choice you make." Starlight, faced with the gravity of the decision, froze. The prospect of taking a life weighed heavily on her, and the ethical dilemma left her paralyzed. Translucent, seizing the opportunity, laughed defiantly. "You stupid, effing a-shoals. I'm invincible? You stupid motherfuckers. I'm effing Translucent. I'm indestructible. It's only a matter of time before someone finds us. And when they do, you're effing dead." Annoyed by the foul language and taking Translucent's words as a challenge, Peter turned to Starlight with a dangerous smile creeping its way onto his face. "I can kill him for you, if you want," he offered. The sinister suggestion put a momentary chill in the air, even worrying the seemingly invincible Translucent. Shaking her head vehemently, Starlight refused to resort to killing. However, Translucent, still under the illusion of invincibility, remained confident that his durability would protect him either way. Respecting her choice, Peter nodded, but MJ had a different perspective. Her disdain for creepy, perverted stalkers fueled her actions. With a swift motion, MJ pointed her free hand between Translucent's legs, firing a focused beam of eldritch energy. "Arg!" The villain's scream echoed in the room as the destructive force disintegrated his family jewels, bypassing his invincibility with ease. Translucent writhed in pain, a mixture of shock and agony etched on his face. The illusion of invincibility shattered along with his most vulnerable and precious parts. MJ's expression remained stoic, her disdain evident as she delivered a decisive blow against the voyeuristic villain. Starlight, witnessing the punishment, couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. While she had refrained from taking a life, the torment inflicted upon Translucent brought a certain satisfaction. The line between justice and revenge blurred in that fleeting moment of retribution. The night sky was a canvas painted with twinkling stars and gray clouds, a serene backdrop to the ominous events unfolding. Homelander, hovering high in the air, watched intently as the mayor of Baltimore and his son chatted in his private jet. Insert picture of Homelander here. Earlier in the day, he overheard a secretive conversation between the mayor and his with Madeline Stillwell, Vaught's senior vice president of hero management and the person responsible for managing the superhero team, the Seven. His laser-sharp eyes narrowed as he listened to their conversation through the bugs he planted in his boss's office. The mayor of Baltimore somehow knew about Compound V, the very serum that grants all superheroes their amazing abilities, a truth that had to remain buried. After all, if the public or the government learned that it was a serum, and not an act of God, that gave each hero their powers, then all hell would break loose. A wicked grin twisted Homelander's lips as he formulated a plan to safeguard Vaught's dark secret. With a menacing determination, he soared into the night, intercepting Mayor Daniel's private jet mid-flight. The unsuspecting mayor and his young son enjoyed the night sky through the jet's windows, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Suddenly, the young boy's eyes widened as he noticed a familiar figure through the window, his excitement skyrocketing. "Daddy, look, it's him, it's Homelander." And just as the mayor saw the figure flying alongside their plane, Homelander struck with ruthless precision, bisecting the aircraft with his laser eyes. The jet burst into a fiery inferno as its two sides spiraled out of control, taking the lives of everyone on board. Their joy extinguished in an instant, replaced by the unforgiving flames of Homelander's wrath. As the wreckage plummeted to the sea, Homelander soared upward, away from the tragic scene. The echo of the explosion lingered in the night air, a haunting reminder of the collateral damage left in his wake. Homelander, cold and unmoved, was about to vanish into the night when his phone buzzed ominously. Retrieving the device, he answered the call from Vought, his steely gaze never leaving the descending plumes of smoke below. "What?" Homelander demanded, his voice a low growl of annoyance. "Sir, we have a situation. Intruders have breached the building and supposedly killed the Deep. The guards we dispatched to stop them have not returned either," a nervous Vought representative relayed urgently. Homelander's eyes flashed with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. "That smelly fish is finally dead? I'll handle it." With that, he hung up, the cool detachment returning to his features. In an instant, Homelander shot into the sky, leaving behind the wreckage of the mayor's jet, which just crashed into the ocean before sinking down to the bottom, disappearing completely. In the aftermath of Translucent's agonized dismemberment, Starlight stood frozen, torn between the principles of heroism and the satisfaction of seeing justice served. As MJ took matters into her own hands, disintegrating the invisible villain's most sensitive parts, Starlight grappled with the dilemma of whether to condone such vigilante behavior. Translucent rolled on the floor, cradling his wounded crotch as he screamed, "Arg! You effing BTCH? I'll kill you! I'll butcher your whole effing family!" Ignoring Translucent's mad ravings, MJ approached Starlight and with a wave of her hand, effortlessly cleansing her from the bloody remnants of the Deep's demise. "Are you all right? Do you need anything?" Concern etched across her features, MJ began a series of questions, ensuring Starlight's well-being after the traumatic events that had unfolded. The unexpected kindness from these strangers left Starlight with conflicting emotions, her perception of heroism shifting in the face of their unconventional methods. Starlight nodded dumbly, "Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you." Interrupting the moment, the wounded hero kept screaming at them. "Who the FCK are you thanking, you WHRE?" As Translucent's profanities persisted, irritating Peter, he intervened by snapping his fingers, inducing a deep slumber upon the foul-mouthed idiot, similar to the guards. Instantly, the room fell silent, the only sounds being the unconscious guards and Translucent's sizzling crotch. While Translucent lay incapacitated, MJ guided Starlight away from the chaotic scene. Concerned for the young heroine after all that's happened, MJ's decided to provide all of the comfort and support that she could. She may not know this universe or its characters as Peter does, but when it comes to Starlight, she couldn't help but want to help the poor girl. Starlight, on the other hand, felt as though she was being mothered, but in the end she decided to just go along with it. "This is actually kind of nice," she thought as MJ pulled her along behind her. As they moved to the other side of the room, away from all of the bodies and the gruesome remains of the Deep, MJ gestured to Starlight, and offered, "We should probably get you out of here. Some fresh air would help clear your mind after, well, everything." Hesitant but grateful, Starlight nodded her head. Okay, sure. But we have to come back later. I need to explain everything that's happened to my boss." With a nod of agreement, MJ waved her hand, conjuring a shimmering portal before them. Starlight's eyes widened in surprise, marveling at the seemingly magical abilities these two possessed. She couldn't help but wonder about the extent of Peter and MJ's powers. After all, they seemed to be quite versatile and useful. As they stepped through the portal, leaving behind the unsettling events, Starlight couldn't shake the feeling that her life had taken an unexpected turn, intertwining with these enigmatic strangers. During their departure, Starlight hesitated and turned back to glance at Peter and MJ's ship. Uncertain, she asked, "Should we be leaving your phone box thing behind?" Peter, with a casual shrug, replied, "Thanks for worrying, but it's safe. No one in this universe is strong enough to touch our ship, let alone get inside." Starlight raised an eyebrow as she looked back at the normal-looking phone box. This universe? Ship. She couldn't help but read into Peter's words. As everyone stepped into the portal, which began to close behind them, Peter glanced back just in time to catch a glimpse of Homelander floating outside the window, his glowing red gaze fixated on them. But before he could make his move, the portal snapped shut, leaving behind a bloody room full of sleeping figures and an odd-looking blue phone box. As Peter, MJ, and Starlight stepped out of the shimmering portal, the serene surroundings of a quiet park welcomed them. MJ, sensing the need for a private conversation, guided Starlight to a park bench, leaving Peter to wander off on his own, which he didn't mind. After all, they were probably going to talk about what the Deep did to Starlight, so a man's presence probably wasn't welcome at the moment. Recalling the newly acquired possessions, which he looted from the last universe, Peter pondered whether or not he should take out the Deathly Hallows at FCK it. He thought. In a secluded corner of the park, he carefully pulled the Resurrection Stone, the Invisibility Cloak, and the Elder Wand from his storage necklace, placing them on the ground before him. Cautious not to hold all three simultaneously, he set out to examine each Hallows, one by one. For the next half hour, Peter delved into the magical essence of the Resurrection Stone. His scans revealed its ability to summon ghosts, who haven't moved on to the afterlife or entered the cycle of reincarnation, a power he found somewhat underwhelming. After all, ghosts could be summoned through spells as well, rendering the stone less extraordinary than he initially hoped. Disappointed, Peter moved on to the Elder Wand, expecting grand revelations. To his chagrin, the Elder Wand, while undoubtedly a potent magical conduit, proved only marginally superior to other wands. The whispers of its legendary status fell short of the reality Peter faced. Last but not least, the Invisibility Cloak, touted as a tool of unparalleled concealment, brought its own set of limitations. Though it could render the wearer unseen, it left sounds and smells untouched, a potential liability, especially for someone with heightened senses like himself. After meticulously scanning each hollow, Peter sighed in contemplation. The tales of the three brothers and the mastery over death seemed more like folklore than a tangible reality. Picking up each hollow one by one, he awaited a mystical revelation that never came. No ethereal embodiment of death appeared, no proclamation of mastery echoed through the quiet park. Peter let out a sigh. I guess it was too good to be true. With a tinge of disappointment, Peter accepted that the hollows were not the keys to the fabled mastery over death. They were potent magical artifacts, yes, but their significance fell short of the mythical narrative that he read about. As he gathered the hollows back into his storage necklace, Peter couldn't help pout as he made his way back across the park. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the multiverse, as soon as Peter took hold of all three hollows, a cloaked figure floating in a realm of pure darkness opened its ominous glowing eyes. Reading. In the towering headquarters of Vought, the air hummed with anticipation as the remaining members of the Seven gathered, minus the Deep, now deceased, translucent, hospitalized, Starlight, gone with the mysterious intruders, and Lamplighter, who had retired. Homelander, an imposing figure, stood in front of Peter and MJ's multiverse ship, his piercing gaze fixated on the peculiar blue phone box. As each hero arrived, Homelander, Black Noir, Queen Maeve, and A-Train, Homelander remained in front of the ship, seemingly oblivious to their presence. The room buzzed with confusion and annoyance, the heroes exchanging puzzled glances as they awaited an explanation for this unusual behavior. Finally breaking the silence, Maeve, a woman who looked like a Wonder Woman wannabe, asked, "Okay, I've had enough, what's the deal with this British phone box?" Insert picture of Maeve here. A-Train, a man dressed in a slim-fit blue bodysuit, nodded alongside her. Yeah, why is it here? I thought this was about what happened to Deep and Translucent. Insert picture of A-Train here. Black Noir, a mysterious man in all black, including a face mask which hid his identity, kept silent, seated calmly in his chair. Though even he stared at the blue box in curiosity. Insert picture of Black Noir here. Homelander turned his head slightly, his icy gaze still partially fixed on the mysterious box. Figure it out yourself. Just step up and punch it. Maeve raised an eyebrow, exchanging bewildered looks with the others. Okay. Without another word, she stood from her seat, striding over to the odd blue box. Winding back her fist, she threw a powerful punch towards it, expecting it to crumble under her strength. To her surprise, just inches away from contact, an invisible barrier materialized around the phone box. Maeve's punch collided with the unseen force, and the room resonated with a faint hum as the barrier effortlessly absorbed the impact. And it didn't end there either, as suddenly, the barrier retaliated with a burst of energy, amplifying Maeve's own strength tenfold. The unsuspecting hero was sent hurtling across the room, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Shock and confusion painted the faces of the remaining members of the Seven, all except Homelander, who's already been through this exact same experience only a few hours earlier. Eyes wide, Maeve struggled to rise from the floor, blood dribbling from the corner of her mouth. She felt as if she had taken a direct hit from Homelander at full force, a sensation she knew all too well. Gasping, she managed to utter, "What the hell is that thing?" Homelander, finally turning his attention to his team, replied with an indifferent tone, "I don't know, but I'm going to find out." The room fell into an uneasy silence as the heroes stared at the enigmatic blue phone box, now emanating an aura of mystery and danger. Fear mingled with curiosity as they contemplated the bizarre power it possessed. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Maeve glared at the object that had bested her. Where did it come from? Did the people that killed the Deep leave it behind? Homelander, still studying the phone box, offered no answers. That was until the doors to the room swung open and beautiful blonde businesswoman came walking in, drawing his attention away from the strange box. Insert picture of Madeline Stillwell here. Madeline, Homelander greeted her with a smile, his demeanor shifting to that of a love-struck boy in an instant. Sit. She orders as she takes out a flash drive and plugs it into a nearby flat-screen TV. We have much to discuss. Although Homelander didn't take kindly to being ordered around, he ultimately shrugged it off and did as he was told. Madeline Stillwell just so happened to be one of the only people in the world whom he would allow such leeway. Not only was she the manager for the Seven, but also a mother figure for Homelander, who grew up as a lab rat, devoid of any parental love or care. And that's where Madeline came in. She showed him just a glimpse of motherly love, exploiting him for all he was worth. As Homelander took a seat, Madeline turned the TV on and pressed play, the room now bathed in the cold glow of the screen. Pay attention, Madeline's voice sliced through the air, indifferent to the tension building in the room. A-Train and Maeve shifted uncomfortably in their chairs as the video began to play, shocked and appalled by what they saw. The footage unfolded, revealing a scene that sent shockwaves through the already uneasy assembly. A-Train, unable to contain himself, leapt from his seat, shouting, "You have cameras in here." Madeline, unfazed by A-Train's outburst, simply nodded, "Of course, we do." "Now, pay attention." Her focus fixed on the unfolding drama on the screen. The video showcased the Deep's vile actions, Starlight's compromised position, and the disturbing power dynamic within their team. The room quivered with a mixture of rage, disbelief, and dread. Maeve's hands clenched into fists as she witnessed the reprehensible scene involving Starlight and the Deep. The atmosphere grew even more charged when the blue box appeared above the Deep, crushing him in an instant. The heroes exchanged uneasy glances as they turned to eye the box in question. The video continued, unveiling the mysterious intruders who emerged from the blue box. Speculations swirled among the Seven about the identity and motives of these mysterious figures, wondering why they would leave such a powerful artifact behind. The room buzzed with uncertainty as they absorbed the unfolding revelations. As the hidden cameras captured the guard's intrusion and the events leading to Translucent's loss of certain family jewels, Homelander's attention wavered. His gaze fixated on MJ, the newcomer with a captivating blend of powers and cruelty. Lust danced in Homelander's eyes as he found her intriguingly attractive, a dangerous allure that mingled with the unfolding chaos on the screen. Finally, Starlight, their newest member, departed through a mysterious portal with the Deep's killers, leaving Homelander arriving just seconds too late to catch them. The video concluded, leaving an air of tension that lingered in the room like a storm on the horizon. Madeline rose from her seat, her gaze commanding the attention of the remaining members of the Seven. "We need to find Starlight, but under no circumstances are you to start any fights. Simply bring her back, so we can settle this before it gets out to the press." She spoke with authority. "We can't afford any sexual harassment scandals getting leaked, so be on your best behavior." Nods of agreement rippled through the room, a tacit understanding among the uneasy heroes. Homelander, his piercing gaze unwavering, questioned, "What about the other two?" Madeline's response was measured, "Make contact. See if they're willing to talk. The Deep's death seems to be an accident, and we can treat it as such if they're willing to cooperate." Madeline couldn't say it explicitly, but she really needed Peter and MJ to cooperate, or at least captured alive. Due to the fact that neither of them had a profile in the company's database, her higher UPS were curious as to how they managed to get their powers. After all, Vought keeps track of every man, woman, and child who've been given Compound V, and neither of the mysterious intruders were among them. Homelander pressed further, "And if they aren't willing to comply?" Madeline's reply was stern, "Then treat them like the murderers they are, but bring them in alive." As the gravity of the situation settled, Madeline declared a change in their meeting location. "By the way, you'll be using a different room for the time being. This one will be taken over by the research department, who'll focus on studying the blue phone box and how it works." The heroes, unfazed by the prospect of changing meeting rooms, filed out of the space, contemplating the task ahead. The room, once a hub of secrets, would soon be dissected by the curious minds of the research department. Outside, the remaining members of the Seven dispersed, their mission clear: find Starlight and the mysterious figures who emerged from the blue box. Meanwhile, in a quiet, yet opulent hotel room, Starlight, emotionally drained from the recent events, found solace in MJ's arms, drifting off to sleep after releasing all of her pent-up emotions. Her tears flowed freely as she recounted how the heroes that she once worshipped betrayed her expectations in the worst way possible. Gently cradling the exhausted hero, they carefully transported her to a nearby hotel, the city's neon glow casting a soft radiance on their path. As they arrived at the hotel room, Peter and MJ set Starlight down on a comfortable bed, ensuring she was tucked in securely. The silence of the room embraced them, offering a stark contrast to the chaos that unfolded upon their arrival. Starlight's breath steadied, and her eyes closed, succumbing to the restful embrace of sleep. Turning away from the peacefully slumbering hero, MJ faced Peter with a look of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Okay, explain more about this universe. Peter smirked, regretting not watching The Boys with me, aren't you? MJ rolled her eyes before reluctantly nodding her head. Yeah, now explain already. Anything for my lovely wife, Peter said as he called out. Dobby. With the sound of a pop, the now well-dressed elf appeared. Yes, master. Peter pointed at Starlight. Watch over her while we're gone. Your mistress and I are going to get some food. Yes, sir. The little elf saluted dutifully. Turning back to MJ, Peter held out his arm for her to take. Come on, I'm starving. I'll explain everything as we eat. Sitting at an outdoor table of a quaint restaurant a few blocks away from their hotel, Peter finished explaining the twisted universe they found themselves in, world where heroes were corrupt and downright villainous. So, yeah, they're all basically just *shoals or psychos. MJ listened intently, her eyes reflecting a mix of disbelief and concern. Just as Peter concluded his recap, MJ furrowed her brows and asked, should we have left Starlight alone? I mean, if the heroes here are practically villains, it might not be safe for her to be alone in the hotel. Peter casually shrugged, sipping his drink. She'll be alright. We've got our little butler watching over her. Besides, she needs some rest after everything that went down. Before MJ could press further, a sudden strong gust of wind blew by as a blue blur shot down the road. Huh? What's that? MJ muttered as she squinted, faintly catching sight of the blur. And just as that wind appeared, suddenly, a fist hurtling toward Peter's face. However, with a casual movement, Peter effortlessly raised his hand, catching the punch mid-air. Turning his head to the side, Peter saw A-Train, the speedster hero, staring at him in shock. After all, catching a punch from the fastest man alive was no small feat. As the impact of the caught punch resonated through the area, shattering some nearby windows, bystanders on the street and in nearby shops turned their attention to the commotion. Excitement rippled through the crowd at the sight of a famous hero in the flesh. Murmurs spread, speculating on whether the man holding A-Train's fist was a criminal or perhaps a new, powerful hero. Many people pulled out their phones and began to record the exciting scene before them, hoping to post it on social media or simply watch it again later. A-Train, attempting to pull his fist free, struggled against Peter's vice-like grip. Let go, ugh. The bones in A-Train's hand creaked and cracked under the pressure, eliciting a pained grunt from the speedster. Peter maintained the hold, unyielding as the hero's attempts to free himself proved futile. In the midst of the unfolding scene, Peter broke the silence. You know, it's considered rude to interrupt a couple during a romantic meal. A sly grin played on Peter's face as he glanced at MJ, who sat beside him, watching the confrontation with a glare directed at A-Train. After all, Peter gave her a brief explanation about each character, and A-Train was certainly among the corrupt heroes in this world. His lack of control over his speed led to him killing an innocent woman, which has probably already happened at this point. Sorry Huey, but I don't think we made it in time to save your girlfriend. Peter thought sadly. Peter frowned as he recalled the scene in the show where A-Train ran by faster than the eye could see and crashed into Robin, practically disintegrating her upon impact. All that was left were her hands, which Huey held tightly in shock, the love of his life disappearing before his very eyes. But maybe I can help you get some revenge, Peter thought, wondering if he should just kill A-Train now or wait until Huey is around and let him do it. A-Train winced in pain, realizing the consequences of his failed attack. The onlookers continued to gawk at the spectacle, capturing the moment on their smartphones. The atmosphere shifted from excitement to anticipation, wondering how this unexpected encounter would unfold. Do you know how to speak or what? Peter asked, still waiting for the speedster to reply. A-Train, still frozen in shock, struggled to form coherent words as Peter decided it was time for a reality check. With a swift, determined movement, Peter pulled A-Train closer, the speedster's eyes widening in realization. The onlookers, now a captive audience to an unexpected showdown, held their breaths in anticipation. Here, snap out of it, Peter muttered, a smirk playing out on his lips. With a resolute swipe, he wound his hand back, delivering a resounding backhanded pimp slap across A-Train's face. The sharp crack echoed through the street as the speedster went hurtling backward, crashing into a parked car with a deafening thud. The car groaned under the impact, metal bending and warping as A-Train completely totaled it. Blood dripped from A-Train's nose and mouth, a vivid contrast against his costume. The speedster lay on the pavement, disoriented and shaken from the unexpected retaliation. The crowd gasped collectively, torn between shock and morbid fascination, their phones capturing every moment of the escalating confrontation, some even live streaming it. Peter, unfazed by the spectacle, rose from his seat and approached the fallen hero with measured steps. He looked down at A-Train, who struggled to rise, disoriented and dazed. You heroes really need to learn some manners, Peter remarked, his tone carrying a mix of disdain and disappointment. As A-Train attempted to regain his composure and pick himself up off the ground, Peter simply raised his foot and rested it on the back of his head, harshly forcing him back down onto the pavement. The spectators, a mix of awe and fear etched across their faces, took a collective step back, creating a makeshift perimeter around the unfolding chaos. A-Train, now flat on the ground, struggled against Peter's boot, a mixture of humiliation and anger in his eyes. Get the F***ck off of me, he finally managed to snarl, his voice shaky. Peter grinned, adding some weight onto his foot, grinding A-Train's face into the road. And why would I listen to you? He asked, emphasizing each word with a little extra weight on his foot. Arg. A-Train screamed as his skull began to creak under the weight and his face began to bleed, shredded from the rough pavement below. As A-Train struggled in futility, Peter's attention suddenly shifted to sky above as a commanding voice echoed throughout the area. Release him. Billy Butcher, a rugged man with a perpetual scowl etched onto his weathered face, leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Huey, whose disheveled appearance mirrored the grief and anger within him. The dimly lit shop served as a backdrop for Billy's intense persuasion, emphasizing the urgency of their clandestine mission. Insert picture of Billy Butcher here. Insert picture of Huey here. Listen, Huey, mate, it's not that hard. I just need you to plant a bug in Vought Tower for me. The sooner, the better, Billy urged, his voice a gruff whisper. We can't let these F***ing soups keep doing whatever the hell they please. Don't you want help me take down the man that killed Robin? Huey, lost in his thoughts of revenge against A-Train, suddenly jumped as his phone started beeping like crazy. The sudden influx of notifications interrupted Billy's impassioned plea, as Huey pulled out his phone to see what's going on. Annoyed by the interruption, Billy shot Huey a sharp glare. What the hell are you doing? This is serious business. He growled, a mix of frustration and impatience evident in his tone. Ignoring Billy's scolding, Huey's eyes widened as he saw videos and live streams flood his social media accounts, showing A-Train, his most hated enemy, being manhandled and beaten by an unknown man. The videos captured every brutal moment, from the cop punch to the humiliating beatdown that followed. What's going on? Billy demanded, his curiosity piqued. He peered over Huey's shoulder, catching glimpses of the unfolding chaos on the screen. It's A-Train's. Huey exclaimed, a mix of disbelief and satisfaction in his voice. Billy, despite his tough exterior, couldn't help but feel a spark of intrigue. His eyes widened as he couldn't recognize the man who was stomping A-Train's face into the road. Who's that guy? No idea, Huey replied, a devilish grin playing on his lips. But it's about time someone knocked that F***er down a peg. Billy, torn between the urgency of their mission and the unexpected turn of events, weighed his options. Bugger it, he muttered, reaching for his own phone. Show me the videos. As Billy and Huey huddled over the screen, their focus shifted from Vought Tower to the street brawl involving A-Train. The videos showcased the unknown assailant's ruthless display of power, leaving both men in a state of disbelief. Is this happening right now? Billy asked. Huey nodded, opening a live stream for him to see. Yeah, I think so. I know where this is. Let's go, Billy declared, his mind racing as he rushed out of the store and into his car, followed by Huey, who needed to see A-Train's demise in person. Meanwhile, back at Peter and MJ's hotel, Queen Maeve entered with a purpose, her presence drawing bewildered glances from the reception workers. Unfazed by their surprise, she displayed pictures of Starlight and inquired if anyone had seen her. The workers, recovering from their initial shock, quickly nodded their heads and gave her the room number. Taking the elevator to the designated floor, Maeve located Starlight's room and decisively kicked the door open. The sight inside halted her momentarily and emotionally exhausted Starlight, tears staining her face as she slept. A pang of guilt struck Maeve as she observed the aftermath of the turmoil Starlight had endured. Gazing at the slumbering hero, Maeve grappled with remorse, realizing she could have done more to protect her from the callous nature of the Seven. Each member, herself included, had proven to be far from virtuous, and Maeve acknowledged her failure to shield Starlight from the harsh realities of their group. I'll look after her this time. I won't let this happen again, she swore to herself. As Maeve moved to wake Starlight, an unexpected intrusion disrupted the solemn moment. A sudden popping sound echoed, and an unusual short, gray-skinned, and large-eyed figure materialized before her very eyes. Maeve's eyes widened in disbelief, completely caught off guard. Master said no one is to interrupt Lady Star's sleep. The odd creature spoke, shocking Maeve even more than she already was. Before she could react, Dobby snapped his fingers with an eerie precision. And suddenly, a forceful energy propelled Maeve out of the room at breakneck speed, her body hurtling through the air before crashing into the hallway wall with a loud bang. Ugh! Maeve grunted in pain. What the hell was that? Looking up at the room, she saw the little being staring at her as the door slammed shut, sealing her off from the room and leaving her bewildered in the hallway. Above the chaos, Homelander floated with an air of authority, his piercing blue eyes fixed on the spectacle below. The packed street had become a stage for Peter, who continued his relentless punishment on A-Train. The call from Vought's social media team had alerted Homelander to the situation, urging him to rush over and intervene. A practiced smile played on Homelander's lips as he addressed Peter. My friend, I must apologize for any inconvenience A-Train may have caused. But let's not resort to unnecessary violence, shall we? His voice projected with an artificial warmth, concealing the underlying disdain he felt for the situation. With countless witnesses and cameras capturing every moment, Homelander knew the importance of maintaining his unblemished facade. Though he couldn't help but curse A-Train in his mind, you dumb mother fasterisker. Why couldn't you just do as Madeline said? Now I have to play nice with this loser. Peter, looking up at the hovering superhero, responded with a sly grin, which didn't go unnoticed. Homelander raised a brow, shocked and annoyed that someone would act so brazen in front of him. Without a word, Peter added more pressure to his foot, eliciting another agonized scream from A-Train. Arg! The crowd, now fully engaged in the unfolding drama, became an unwitting audience to this gruesome performance. As I already asked your friend here, why should I listen to you? Peter's voice carried a defiant tone, challenging the leader of the seven. He attacked me. I'm just defending myself here, he said, clearly goading Homelander. Homelander's expression tightened, a flicker of irritation breaking through his composed demeanor. The weight of public scrutiny pushed him to keep up the charade. I understand that, and I apologize. Now, please remove your foot from his head, he retorted, choosing his words carefully. I'll make sure he's properly reprimanded for his actions. As the crowd's agitation grew, fueled by Homelander's presence, shouts of condemnation echoed through the street. Yeah, let A-Train go. This is self-defense. Are you crazy? Show him who's boss, Homelander. Homelander, I love you. Onlookers, now perceiving Peter as a threat, demanded his arrest. The situation escalated, turning the crowd against the man who dared challenge a member of the seven. Peter, amused by the turn of events, reveled in the irony of being seen as a villain. The chorus of voices denouncing him as cameras continued to capture the unfolding drama only fueled his amusement. He maintained his grip on A-Train, uncaring of the public's judgment. Amidst the chaos, a car pulled up down the street. Billy Butcher and Huey stepped out, their eyes fixed on the tumultuous scene. Billy's perpetual scowl deepened as he observed the unfolding conflict, his eyes glued to Homelander, his arch-nemesis, the man who *ped his wife, causing her to run off and disappear on him. Huey watched closely, ready to witness A-Train's downfall. What do we do now? Should we help him? He asked, uncertainty coloring his voice. Billy, his eyes fixed on Peter and Homelander, grunted in response. Help? And how exactly do you think you can help? He asked, his condescending eyes digging into Huey, who shrank away in fear. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is there nothing we can do? Huey asks dejectedly. We wait, Billy muttered, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The duo stood at a distance, observing the confrontation that had attracted the attention of the Seven's formidable leader. The street pulsated with tension as Homelander descended from the sky, landing a few feet in front of Peter. The crowd hushed, the cameras capturing every nuance of the looming confrontation. Homelander's eyes locked onto Peter's, a predatory intensity in his gaze. In a low, menacing voice, Homelander addressed Peter. You've had your fun, but it's time to release him. This ends now. His words, laced with thinly veiled threats, were intended for Peter's ears alone, a whispered coercion hidden from the prying lenses. Peter, however, remained unflustered. With a nonchalant shrug, he replied, Sure thing, big guy. I'll give him back, but not before a little punishment. What do you say? His sly smirk mocked the gravity of the situation, challenging Homelander's authority. Unfazed by the audacity, Homelander watched as Peter withdrew his foot from A-Train's head. A-Train, momentarily relieved, let out a sigh of gratitude. Yet, the reprieve was short-lived. With a sudden and deliberate motion, Peter's boot descended, targeting A-Train's vulnerable leg. The sickening crunch echoed through the street as A-Train's bone snapped in half, his anguished scream filling the air. The crowd gasped, a collective shudder of horror rippling through the onlookers. A-Train writhed in pain, clutching his mangled leg, the agony etched across his face. Homelander's hands clenched into fists, a surge of fury coursing through him. It wasn't the injury to A-Train that irked him, it was the audacious defiance displayed by Peter. The subtle facade of control began to crack as Homelander struggled to contain his mounting rage. Resolute, Peter continued his brutal display. Ignoring the shocked stares, he turned to Homelander with an amused glint in his eyes. He's not off the hook yet, Peter declared, denying Homelander the opportunity to intervene. With a swift motion, he stomped on A-Train's other leg, duplicating the bone-snapping brutality. The second snap resonated through the street, a visceral symphony of suffering. A-Train's agonized cries filled the air as he crumpled to the ground, broken and defeated. Billy's couldn't help but smile as he witnessed Peter's ruthless assault on A-Train, as well as his blatant defiance of Homelander. Even they could hear the crunch of breaking bones from their position down the street. Billy exchanged a glance with Huey, whose eyes gleamed with excitement, an eager anticipation for A-Train's downfall. Huey, you're enjoying this a bit too much, aren't you? He muttered, his voice dripping with amusement. Huey, unable to contain his enthusiasm, grinned widely. Can you blame me? This is karma. Billy rolled his eyes at Huey's fervor but couldn't deny the satisfaction of seeing A-Train humbled and Homelander disrespected. The duo continued to observe from a distance, their emotions entwined with the unfolding chaos. As A-Train writhed in agony on the ground, Peter reveled in the aftermath of his calculated brutality. The once cocky and corrupt speedster now lay broken, a stark contrast to the arrogant hero who had interrupted his meal. The air was charged with tension, the crowd's initial shock evolving into a mix of horror and vindication. They never expected to see the end of a hero's career. After all, without his legs, it wasn't likely that A-Train would remain a member of the Seven. Peter, standing triumphantly over the broken A-Train, turned his attention to Homelander with a sly grin. Well, it looks like our playdate is over. You can have your friend back now. Homelander's piercing blue eyes burned with a mix of fury and calculation. He was contemplating every gruesome retribution he could inflict on Peter for this audacious act. However, before he could unleash his wrath, his phone rang, shattering the tense silence. Reluctantly, Homelander answered the call, his eyes never leaving Peter. What? He barked into the phone, irritation evident in his voice. On the other end, Madeline Sitwell's commanding voice resonated through the line. Homelander, stand down. Retrieve A-Train and hand the phone to our mysterious friend. Homelander clenched his jaw, torn between his desire for vengeance and Madeline's authority. In the end, the latter prevailed. Begrudgingly, he picked up A-Train, hoisting him over his shoulder, and walked over to Peter, reluctantly handing him the phone. Madeline's voice greeted Peter with a tone that exuded control. I've been watching your performance. Quite the show you put on. Peter, unfazed, replied, yeah, I try my best to entertain. Now, what do you want? Madeline chuckled, a calculated amusement in her voice. I appreciate directness. I would like to extend an invitation. Come to Vought Tower. We have matters to discuss. Without giving Madeline the chance to elaborate, Peter responded, sure, I left my ride there anyway. I'll be there around noon. He said as he hung up the phone without giving her a chance to reply. As the call ended, Peter tossed the phone back to Homelander, who seethed with restrained rage. This isn't over, he growled. Peter simply grinned, sure, but don't keep mommy waiting. She might give you a spanking if you're late. Even now he continued to taunt the strongest superhero on this planet without any fear. With A-Train slung over his shoulder, Homelander took off into the sky, a scowl marred into his face. But as he flew off, he noticed MJ walking over to Peter and taking his arm, his eyes clouding over with lust. Homelander suddenly smirked, an idea forming in his head. I'll take everything from you and make you beg me to end your worthless life. As Peter stood amidst the debris of the street, MJ wrapped around his arm, he couldn't help but notice the odd way Homelander was looking at his wife. Is this mother f***er seeking death? As the chaotic aftermath settled, Peter, who was contemplating all of the ways he would torture Homelander if he even dared to go anywhere near his wife, noticed familiar faces on the sidewalk. Billy Butcher's scowl and Huey's nervous demeanor caught his attention. He decided to walk over, feigning ignorance as he and MJ passed by them whilst returning to their hotel. Wait. Billy called out just as they walked by, stopping the superpowered couple. What? Peter asked casually, a mischievous glint in his eyes. MJ observed the interaction with a curious look, unaware who these people were just yet. Billy, sizing up Peter, finally mustered the courage to speak. Mind having a chat, mate? He says, turning to eye the many onlookers who were still staring at Peter. Preferably somewhere without prying eyes. Peter, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, nodded in agreement. Sure, why not? Follow us back to our hotel. We can talk there. As they strolled back to the hotel, MJ on Peter's arm, the onlookers speculated about the unfolding drama. The crowd's murmurs persisted, but they didn't follow Peter, as they were far too scared of what he might do should they anger him in any way, shape, or form. Entering the hotel, Peter gestured for Billy and Huey to follow him up to his room. Taking an awkward elevator ride up to their floor, Peter almost laughed as he watched both Billy and Huey stand on the complete opposite end of the elevator, clearly scared of him even though they themselves no doubt came to ask him for help. Well, I guess it's hard not to be scared after seeing what happened to A-Train. Peter thought as he smiled, trying to calm his two guests. You don't have to be so scared. I only cripple idiots who piss me off, so you should be fine. Of course, in Billy and Huey's perspective, Peter suddenly smiled, baring his teeth at them like a predator before casually threatening them, which only made them even more frightened than before as they began to sweat profusely. MJ could help but roll her eyes at her husband's behavior. She knew that he was obviously having fun scaring them like this, and even found it a bit amusing herself. Soon enough, the elevator doors slid open, revealing the hallway leading to Peter and MJ's hotel room. As they stepped out, Peter was the first to notice Queen Maeve, a Wonder Woman wannabe, standing outside their room. Her gaze was fixed on the door, a mix of confusion, shock, and fear etched across her face. Peter exchanged a glance with MJ, silently questioning the unusual scene. However, his attention was diverted as he noticed the broken hinge on the door. The realization struck him. Queen Maeve had attempted to break in, and was most likely kicked out by Dobby. Walking over, Peter couldn't suppress a smirk as he assessed the situation. Queen Maeve, hearing incoming footsteps, turned to face them, recognizing Peter and MJ from the footage she had seen earlier. Without delay, she lowered her posture into a defensive stance, ready to fight at any moment. As they approached, a popping sound echoed in the corridor, and Dobby appeared between them, his tiny fists clenched as he glared at Maeve, who flinched upon seeing the little devil once again. Bad lady, stay away from Master and Mistress, or Dobby will send you flying again, Dobby warned Maeve, his large eyes glinting with determination. His appearance shocked Billy and Huey, freezing them momentarily in disbelief. Billy, breaking the silence, muttered to Huey, what the bloody hell is that thing? Huey, equally baffled, shrugged. I have no idea. Queen Maeve, her confidence shattered, took a cautious step back. Dobby's small stature didn't deter him as he held his ground, a force to be reckoned with in the eyes of those who witnessed his protective stance. As Peter approached, Dobby cowed his head and said, Master, this evil woman tried to take Lady Star away, so Dobby taught her a lesson. Peter, amused by the turn of events, nodded in approval. Good job, Dobby. We appreciate your diligence, he said, patting the bald elf's head, which he loved more than anything. I'd Starlight still asleep. Billy and Huey's eyes widened as they heard this, wondering why Peter Starlocked was here as well. Dobby nodded his head. Yes, sir. Dobby made sure nothing interrupted her sleep. I see, good job, Peter said, casing Dobby to beam up at him in feigned excitement. Why don't you go back and watch over Starlight? I'll handle it from here. Nodding his head with a happy smile on his face, Dobby popped away, returning to his guard duty, leaving the corridor devoid of his presence. Maeve, unable to contain herself any longer, turned to Peter and asked, "What the hell is that thing?" "He's a house elf, and he's under my employ," Peter explained, enjoying the bewildered expressions on Billy and Huey's faces. "You can think of him as a magical butler or maid." Billy and Huey, still grappling with the unexpected turn of events, exchanged uncertain looks. They couldn't help but wonder what Peter meant by that. After all, magic wasn't real and neither were elves. Immediately, they began to doubt whether they should even be here, asking for this crazy person's help. Even Maeve was looking at him as if he were insane. Ignoring the bewildered looks from the group, Peter turned around and gestured for them to follow. "Let's not bother Starlight while she's sleeping," he said, leading the way through the hotel corridors. The others trailed behind, exchanging glances of confusion, besides Maeve, who wasn't whether Peter was talking to her or not. After a few steps, Peter turned back around, breaking the silence that had settled. He looked at Maeve and quirked an eyebrow. "You planning on standing there all day, or are you coming with us?" Stunned and unsure, Maeve hesitated for a moment before breaking from her shock and trailing behind the group. The entourage made its way through the hotel, drawing curious glances from guests and staff. They reached the roof of the building, a quiet and secluded space with a panoramic view of the city. Peter took a seat at the edge of the roof. MJ sat beside him. He looked at Billy, Huey, and Maeve, a casual expression on his face. "So, what brings you all here?" Huey fumbled for words, uncertain of how to approach the situation. Billy, turning to Maeve, seemed reluctant to speak in her presence. Seizing the opportunity, Peter prompted Maeve, "You seem to have something to say. Spit it out." Maeve, realizing the need to explain, revealed, "The 7 were sent out to find Starlight after last night's incident at Vought Tower. I'm just here to make sure she's okay and bring her back, that's all." Billy and Huey's eyes narrowed, curiosity piqued. With a direct question, Huey asked, "What incident?" Billy nodded alongside him, clearly just as curious as his new friend. Maeve hesitated, understanding the consequences of disclosing privileged information. However, before she could deflect, Peter casually cut in, "The deep stead and translucence in the hospital." Maeve tried to intervene before he could say anything else. "Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how many lawyers are on Vought's payroll? Don't just reveal things like that, or else you're likely to get sued into bankruptcy." Peter shrugged off her concerns. "I don't care," he said without a care in the world, which shocked her as most people would be deathly afraid of Vought's wrath. Billy, intrigued, asked the crucial question, "Who did it?" He wanted to know who to thank. After all, both the deep and translucent were in his naughty list. Peter, unfazed by his admission of murder and assault, replied with a grin, "Me and my beautiful wife here." He spoke in a casual tone, his arm wrapped around MJ's waist. Hearing Peter admit to his deeds, Billy felt a surge of gratitude for their timely meeting. He realized that having individuals like Peter and MJ on his side could be crucial in his mission to take down corrupt supes, especially the formidable Homelander. As the rooftop conversation continued, Maeve spoke up, her voice tinged with a mix of uncertainty and a hint of desperation. "Can I take Starlight back to Vought? She needs to answer some questions and get briefed in the whole situation. She asks, too scared to go near that hotel room again. Also, my boss wants to meet with you too, if you're willing." Peter, leaning against the rooftop's edge, declined with a shake of his head. "Starlight needs to rest. And I've already spoke to your boss. I'll meet her tomorrow." Maeve nodded, caught in the dilemma of wanting to leave and wanting to check on Starlight, feeling a sense of responsibility to her fellow female superhero. Peter, sensing her internal struggle, urged, "You can go. We'll handle things here." With that, Maeve excused herself, "I want to make sure Starlight is okay, so I'll get my own room here and stick around until she wakes up," she said and walked off back into the hotel, leaving no room for disagreement. With her gone for the time being, Peter turned to Billy and Huey, who've clearly been waiting for this moment. MJ was the first time break the silence. "So, what do you want?" Billy, without hesitation, declared his life's mission. "I want to kill Homelander." Billy, without hesitation, declared his life's mission. "I want to kill Homelander." He hoped that being truthful would help sway Peter to his side. "But that's not all. I want to destroy every corrupt superhero, and the 7 are at the top of my list." Huey stood beside Billy, stunned by the revelation. It was a stark contrast to the admiration he once heard from Billy about Homelander, which he now realized was probably all lies. The shock on Huey's face was evident as he grappled with the newfound information about Billy's true feelings and aspirations. Peter, on the other hand, was less surprised. He simply nodded his head, expecting an answer along those lines. Although he didn't anticipate Billy being so candid with him, he also didn't mind a straightforward approach, which he seemed to be going for. Thankfully, he knew everything about Billy and his past, particularly his hatred for Homelander. The man in front of him, driven by a traumatic past, harbored a deep-seated hatred for anything superhero-related. Billy Butcher, the former British Special Forces operative turned vigilante, exuded a charm that masked the relentless determination beneath. His mission was clear, to dismantle Vought, the Seven, and any other superheroes that get in his way, with a singular focus on annihilating Homelander. Peter understood the pain that fueled Billy's mission, at least a little bit. After all, it seemed that just like Becca Butcher, Homelander was eyeing his wife as well. I'm really going to have to kill that mother f***er, though technically MJ can handle herself, so maybe I just let her off him. Peter pondered his options. After all, his wife wasn't powerless like Billy's wife. In fact, she could probably kill Homelander pretty easily. Even if she wasn't as strong as him, which Peter wasn't sure of, she could definitely beat him with magic. All of this brought back memories from the show, memories of Billy's wife, Becca Butcher, who disappeared after being r***ped by Homelander. What Billy didn't know was that his wife, unbeknownst to him, had become pregnant from that tragic encounter. And as soon as Vought found out about it, they relocated Becca and her new son, keeping her hidden and separated from her husband. Meanwhile, Billy thinks that his wife ran off somewhere and committed suicide after being defiled by the world's most famous and loved superhero. Well, at least you're truthful. MJ snorted, realizing just who they were talking to from the information Peter had given her. I thought you said Homelander was the only good superhero. Huey turns to Billy and asks, wondering why he would lie to him like that. Sorry for lying, mate, but I knew you wouldn't believe me. Billy replies, shaking his head from side to side. Wouldn't believe what? Huey asks. Suddenly, Billy's eyes burned with a mix of anger and determination as he launched into the unsettling truths about Homelander. That man's a monster. Vought always manages to cover for him, but he's killed far more people than he's saved. Everyone sees him as some golden-hearted hero, but he's just a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. He says, purposely leaving out what happened to his wife. Huey's brows furrowed at the revelation, the weight of newfound knowledge settling heavily on his shoulders. The man he'd been made to believe was a symbol of hope and virtue was, in reality, a menace hiding behind a mask of public adoration. At least, based on Billy's words, which didn't mean much after all of the lying up until now. And it's not just him, Billy continued, his voice low and filled with resentment. Almost every soup is a fraud. A-Train killed Huey's girlfriend and Vought's in the middle of hushing it up dash. And the Deep's a sexual predator, or should I say was, and Translucent's a peeping Tom. At least that's what we've learned so far. MJ cut in, adding her 2 cents. Billy nodded his head. Yeah, and the list goes on. They're all just pawns in Vought's sick game. Huey clenched his fists, feeling the weight of responsibility intensify. The city, once adorned with the images of these heroes, now seemed tainted, a facade hiding the darkness within. So, I take it you want our help taking down Vought and the Seven? Peter asked, surprisingly calm after what he just learned. Billy, eyes ablaze, met Peter's gaze. Yes, your help would be invaluable. We need to expose them all and tear down Vought's empire. They can't keep hiding behind their lies. He pauses for a moment, glancing between Peter and MJ. But to do that, I need people that can go toe-to-toe with Soups. In the end, I can collect as much evidence as I want, but the second I'm found out it's game over. Peter's gaze remained steady, unwavering, as he addressed Billy. I see your point, and I don't mind helping your cause, but let's get one thing straight. I don't take orders. Silence enveloped the rooftop as a breeze whispered through the city. If you want my backing, then you'll have to fall in line because you won't be in charge. I will. Billy's jaw tightened, a flicker of resistance flashing in his eyes. The very essence of his being rebelled against taking orders from another, especially in a mission he considered his life's purpose. Yet, staring at the man before him, Billy had to acknowledge the truth. Peter was no ordinary ally. He wasn't quite sure, as he hasn't seen enough to know, but Peter seemed to be, at the very least, on the same level as Homelander, which would be a huge help when it came time to kill the smug B****starred. Billy didn't want to admit it, but he needed Peter, and sadly, Peter didn't need him whatsoever. So, if he wanted to get his revenge, then he needed to do what was necessary, even if he didn't like it. Yet, in the back of Billy's mind, a voice protested, yearning for the control that he'd become accustomed to in his quest against Vought and Homelander. But reality struck him hard. He was just a normal human facing all sorts of heinous superpowered individuals. You think I'm gonna follow your lead? Billy scoffed, his gaze challenging Peter. Peter's tone remained calm, his eyes reflecting the weight of experience. You don't have much of a choice. I'm offering my help, my abilities, but I don't know you, nor do I take orders. Either we take them down my way, or you can run off and do this alone, though I doubt you'll survive very long. Of course, Peter knew he would do well on his own, but he wouldn't say so. After all, he's trying to recruit Billy, not send him away. Billy's resolve wavered, torn between his pride and the practicality of the situation. His mind replayed the horrors orchestrated by the Soups, the atrocities that fueled his mission. In the end, could he afford to refuse an alliance with someone capable of taking down even the invincible Homelander? Finally, he sighed, the weight of acceptance settling on his shoulders. Fine, you win, boss. Peter smirked. Oh, I like the sound of that, he said as he turned to Huey and asked. And what about you? Are you planning on avenging your girlfriend? I mean, I've already crippled A-Train, but I wouldn't mind letting you kill him, if you want. Huey's eyes widened, his heart racing as the prospect of killing A-Train was dangled right in front of him. Why you'd help me kill him? He stuttered. Peter shrugged. Sure, the guy seems like a piece of sh*t anyway. Then, yeah, I'm in. Huey agreed, his eyes burning with a fiery vengeance. Billy wanted to object. After all, he only planned to use Huey to bug Vought Tower before moving on. But sadly, he wasn't in charge anymore, so he held his tongue, reluctantly accepting his new role as just another member of the team. Suddenly, Billy spoke up, so, what's the plan now? Because Huey here has a meeting at Vought later today, and I was hoping to use it to bug them. Peter shook his head. Nah, don't bother. He'll just be risking his life for no reason. Like I told Maeve before she left, I have a meeting at Vought tomorrow, so I can dig up some dirt on my own. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the hotel room's curtains as Peter and MJ prepared breakfast. The aroma of fresh coffee and the sizzle of bacon filled the air as Starlight finally stirred from her slumber. As Starlight's eyes fluttered open, she found herself met with an unexpected sight. A small, peculiar creature stood at the foot of her bed, staring at her with wide eyes. Startled, she let out a piercing scream, echoing through the room. Hearing Starlight's scream, Peter and MJ rushed to her side. Their eyes widened as they saw Dobby, the house elf, standing innocently near the bed. Starlight, still trembling, pointed a shaky finger at the creature. What the hell is that thing? She exclaimed, her heart racing. Peter chuckled, that's Dobby. Starlight, perplexed and slightly unnerved, eyed the elf cautiously. Dobby, sensing her discomfort, bowed and introduced himself. Dobby is Master's loyal servant. Dobby made sure Evil Lady didn't disturb Miss Star's sleep. Starlight exchanged a bewildered glance with Peter and MJ, unsure if she was dreaming or caught in some bizarre reality. Peter reassured her, don't worry, he won't bite. And he did protect you. Maeve paid you a visit yesterday while we were away, but Dobby kept her away. Still shaken, Starlight hesitated before managing a weak and confused smile. Okay, thanks for protecting me, I guess. Dobby beamed with pride at her acknowledgement. Dobby is honored to serve Miss Star. As the peculiar morning unfolded, Peter and MJ explained the events of the previous day to Starlight, which shocked her. Especially when she heard about how Peter crippled A-Train. Anyway, you should get ready. We have a meeting at Vought in 2 hours, in the luxurious confines of Vought Tower. Madeline Stillwell, the poised and cunning vice president of Hero Management, found herself in a precarious situation. She stood before Homelander, the seemingly invincible superhero with a temperament as volatile as the sun, doing her best to quell his simmering rage. Yesterday's altercation with Peter, a man who had audaciously crippled A-Train, had riled Homelander to his very core. Madeline, however, was no stranger to handling the fragile ego of the world's most powerful hero. With a soft smile and soothing words, she approached Homelander, pulling him into her arms and treating him like a child. My dear, you know how important this meeting is to me. Can't you please pull it together and be peaceful? I'll make it worth your while, she says, reaching down to rub the bulge in his pants. Homelander scowled, his icy gaze fixed on Madeline. That guy disrespected me in front of everyone. He needs to be taught a lesson. I should just kill him and be done with it. Madeline sighed, a calculated expression of concern on her face. Darling, violence won't solve everything. What better way to get revenge than to become his boss and work him like a horse for the rest of his life? Besides, we need to fill the open positions that the Deep and A-Train have opened up. Imagine the power he could bring to the Seven. Homelander's fists clenched, clearly torn between his desire for revenge and Madeline's persuasive ways. He's a threat, Madeline. I don't want him anywhere near the Seven. Madeline, with a smile on her face, leaned upwards and placed a chaste kiss on Homelander's lips. I understand, my dear. But what if we turn this situation to our advantage? Instead of making an enemy, let's make him an ally. He has abilities we can utilize, and we'll keep a close eye on him, ensuring he remains under our control. Homelander, ever the egoist, hesitated. The idea of having Peter as an underling intrigued him, but the notion of someone challenging his authority irked him to no end. Madeline seized the opportunity, her voice a honeyed whisper. Homelander, you're the leader. That won't ever change. And if he ever steps out of line, you have my permission to teach him a lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Homelander reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll play along. But if he steps out of line, I won't hesitate to deal with him. Besides, he doesn't strike me as the sort that would accept your proposal anyway. Suddenly, Madeline smiled, showing her teeth like a predator. And I have contingencies planned for that as well. Just to be safe, as Peter and MJ haven't exactly shown that they can be trusted, Madeline has a small army on standby, including many snipers, who have already taken positions across nearby buildings, waiting to kill their guests should they become a bit too unruly. Of course, this can be considered extreme overkill. After all, Madeline has the strongest superhero in the world at her side, but it's always best to be prepared. Just as their agreement settled, a secretary timidly entered the room, ignoring the compromising position she found her bosses in. I apologize for the interruption, but your guests have arrived for the meeting. Homelander's eyes narrowed, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Madeline, however, maintained her composure. Perfect timing. Let's welcome them with open arms, Homelander. Together, we'll shape a new future for the Seven. As they left the room, Madeline couldn't help but smile. She had successfully manipulated Homelander, just as she always has. The intricate game of power and manipulation continued, with Vought orchestrating the pieces on the chessboard of heroes. The grandeur of Vought Tower loomed before Peter, MJ, and Starlight as they stepped inside and were immediately escorted through its sleek corridors. Despite the awe-inspiring surroundings, Peter and MJ were anything but impressed. This place may have created a very impressive serum to create superheroes, which they would definitely be stealing, but other than that, the technology and even the architecture was far behind their world by at least 100 years, maybe more. As they made their way up the elevator, Starlight's discomfort was palpable. The memories of her traumatic encounter with the Deep lingered, casting a shadow over the once exciting prospect of working with Vought. The very first time she stepped into this building, Starlight could barely contain her excitement. This was the place that she was always dreaming of ever since she was a child. Yet, sadly, reality is usually a stark contrast to what we build up in our heads. Just as Starlight began to breath heavily, in the verge of hyperventilating, MJ rested a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, "It's okay, we're here and we won't let anything happen to you." Peter gave her a warm smile as well. "Yeah, just relax. No one can touch you with us around. Just do whatever you want, and we'll support you." With that said, Starlight began to calm down as her former confidence began to slowly return. "Thanks." Upon entering the meeting room, Peter's eyes locked onto Homelander, who sat with an air of restrained hostility. Madeline Stillwell, the orchestrator of Vaught's intricate schemes, greeted them with a smile that barely concealed her calculated intentions. "Welcome, I'm Madeline Stillwell. Please, have a seat. We have much to discuss." The air was charged with tension as they took their places at the polished conference table. Starlight, normally vibrant and confident, seemed subdued, her gaze avoiding the imposing figure of Homelander, as she didn't know if he was corrupt as well. After all, 2 members of his team turned out to be sexual predators, which didn't bode well for his reputation, in her eyes at least. Madeline, ever the manipulator, seized the opportunity to address Starlight directly. "Starlight, I must apologize for the unfortunate incident with the Deep. He's no longer with us, and we've taken steps to ensure such behavior is eradicated from the Seven. We value your contributions and we're hoping you'd consider returning to your duties." "Well, he's only not with you because he's dead." Starlight suddenly spoke, her eyes flickering with defiance. "Don't make it sound like you fired him." "Yes, you're right, and I apologize," Madeline said, expertly hiding her annoyance with Starlight's attitude, though her next words struck a nerve. "But we'd really appreciate your return. With A-Train no longer suitable for duty and the Deep gone, Translucent will be the only one returning. We need all the heroes we can get, especially with recent setbacks," she says as her eyes glance over and Peter and MJ. The mention of Translucent ignited a fire within Starlight. She remembered his presence during the Deep's despicable actions and refused to tolerate his return. As Madeline paused for Starlight's response, the room held its breath. "I won't work with Translucent," Starlight declared, her voice unwavering. "I refuse to be associated with someone like that. If you want me back, he has to go." Madeline's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "Starlight, we understand your concerns, but Translucent is a valuable asset to the Seven. We can't simply let him go." Starlight leaned forward, her eyes fixed on Madeline. "Then consider this my condition. If Translucent returns, I won't." A silence settled in the room, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Madeline, assessing the situation, realized she was facing a formidable opponent in Starlight's unwavering principles. Homelander, admiring the newest member of his team's backbone, maintained an impassive expression. Of course, if this was him who she was talking to with such disrespect, then things would be completely different. As for Translucent, Homelander couldn't care less. In fact, he never thought that Translucent should have been a member of the Seven in the first place. Although his invisibility and strong defense is useful, there's always been better applicants waiting for just the smallest chance to join the Seven. Madeline, after a calculated pause, nodded. "Very well, Starlight. We'll take your condition into consideration. Let's proceed with the matters at hand," she says as she turns back to Peter and MJ. "You've been causing me nothing but problems lately." Peter simply shrugged at Madeline's remark. "Well, I always aim to please." MJ, beside him, smirked in agreement. "I'm Peter, by the way. And this is my wife, MJ. I don't think we've introduced ourselves yet." Undeterred by the couple's nonchalant behavior, Madeline continued, her eyes gleaming with ambition. "Peter, MJ, although you've committed many crimes, including murder, assault, and malicious castration, we as Vought can overlook your transgressions and even make them go away. After all, you've proven yourselves to be quite exceptional. We could use your talents in the Seven, which is why I'm prepared to offer you both lucrative contracts with substantial payments." She pauses for a moment before smirking confidently. "How would you two like to join the Seven?" As Madeline laid out her enticing offer, Peter's amusement grew. His giggling bubbled up until it couldn't be controlled anymore, causing him to burst into a fit of laughter. It wasn't a mocking laughter, but rather genuine amusement at the audacity of the proposal. "What's so funny?" Madeline asked, a hint of irritation seeping into her composed demeanor. Peter, wiping away a tear of laughter, grinned at her. "You really think we'd join the Seven? Work under you and Homelander? Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'd rather maliciously castrate myself." "That can be arranged." Homelander suddenly spoke, his eyes beginning to glow in a red light. Just as he was beginning to like the idea of Peter becoming his lackeys and his beautiful wife working under him, they had to go and ruin it. Madeline's facade cracked for a moment, revealing her frustration, but she quickly regained her composure. Why refuse? Think about the possibilities, the influence, the power dash. Peter interrupted her, still chuckling. We've got all the power we need, thanks. Plus, we don't tend to work with the bad guys. Madeline's attempts at persuasion faltered in the face of Peter's irreverent laughter. She couldn't fathom why anyone would reject such an opportunity. The allure of the seven seemed to have lost its magic on this peculiar duo. Undeterred by their rejection, Madeline chose a different tactic. I see. Well, if you refuse to solve things peacefully, she says as she reaches under the table and hits a small button. Instantly, the sound of gunfire filled the air, as every sniper she prepared fired in unison, half of the bullets aimed at Peter, while the other half went for MJ. Peter, his smirk unwavering, merely snapped his fingers as Madeline pressed the button. The room froze, everyone expecting Peter to dive out of the way or conjure some protective shield, but instead, he just sat there calmly alongside his wife. Moments later, the bullets arrived, but they didn't follow the expected trajectory. Instead, the bullets, originally aimed at him and MJ, changed course like tiny homing missiles, tearing through the air with deadly precision. To everyone's shock, the bullets completely missed their intended targets, and instead, they found their mark in Madeline Stillwell. The once cunning orchestrator of Vought's schemes was now at the receiving end of her own meticulously planned attack. In an instant, Madeline's composed expression twisted into one of agony as the bullets tore through her body, spraying blood across the room. The sound of the impacts echoed, punctuated by Madeline's gasp of pain. Her body slumped in the chair, lifeless eyes staring into the void. Homelander's eyes widened in disbelief as Madeline's body slumped in the chair, blood staining the luxurious upholstery. The once confident orchestrator of power now lay dying, a victim of her own calculated machinations. The room, once charged with tension, now held a heavy silence broken only by Madeline's final gasp of pain before her untimely death. Peter, with an air of nonchalance, looked at Homelander, his fingers still lingering from the snap that redirected the bullets. Surprised, he asked, his tone dripping with amusement. Homelander, torn between grief and anger, finally found his voice. What did you do? I didn't do anything, Peter replied, his smirk unwavering. She must have had some enemies or something. I mean, they seemed to be aiming at her, right? Unless, of course, those bullets were meant for us? Because if they were, then you guys should really look into hiring better assassins. The room's occupants, including Starlight, looked at Peter in a mix of shock and awe. The audacity to casually manipulate a life-or-death situation left them momentarily speechless. Homelander's expression darkened as he processed the situation. The woman he considered a mother figure and a dear lover, the one person who could control him, now lay dead right beside him. A surge of emotions flooded through him, creating a volatile mix of sorrow and rage. The very man he had considered making an ally moments ago had turned the tables in the most unexpected way. You killed her, Homelander accused, his voice trembling with a dangerous intensity. Peter chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the accusation. No, I think you're looking for those guys over there, he says as he points out the many snipers across from them, who began to panic at this point. I don't even have a gun. Homelander, known for his violent outbursts, restrained himself. The reality of Madeline's demise sank in, and he struggled to process the reality of it all. Here, let me help you get revenge, Peter offered as he waved his hand, conjuring dozens of portal, which deposited every sniper, who fired just moments earlier, into the room. Would you like to do the honors, or should I? Giving Homelander a moment, Peter eventually shrugged as he didn't get an answer. Well, I can do it for you. After all, you've just lost someone dear to you. Just sit back and watch. I'll take care of it. Before Homelander's grieving eyes, Peter snapped his fingers again, materializing golden ropes, which wrapped into nooses around every sniper's neck before hoisting them up off the ground. Within seconds, the disoriented assassins were struggling as the ropes tightened, slowly strangling them to death. Starlight, still recovering from the shock, spoke up as the last one died. Did you have to kill them? Peter leaned back in his chair, shrugging without a care. Although I don't enjoy killing, I also don't mind it as long as the person or people deserve it. And sadly, for them, they tried to kill me and my wife, he said, turning to eye Starlight. Remember, never let anyone get away with trying to kill you or your loved ones, because chances are they'll come back and try again. As the gravity of the situation settled, the once powerful Vought Tower felt like a house of cards on the verge of collapse. Homelander, with a simmering storm in his eyes, looked at Peter. You just declared war, he said, his voice filled with hate. War, my dear Homelander, is something I excel at. Peter's grin widened as he leaned forward ever so slightly. Would you like to start now? The tension in the room crackled like static electricity as Homelander rose from his seat, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without a word, he lunged at Peter, fists clenched. Peter, ever agile, dodged the attack with ease, the movements fluid and effortless. Come on, you gotta be faster than that, Peter taunted, his agility a stark contrast to Homelander's brute strength. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest superhero? I kind of expected more, to be honest with you. The fight unfolded in a chaotic symphony of punches and dodges. Homelander, powered by his rage-fueled superhuman strength, rushed at Peter with everything he had, destroying the building with every failed attempt to strike him down. As the fight intensified, MJ discreetly slipped away with Starlight, the pair stealthily making their way through the corridors of Vought Tower. Their mission was clearly outlined before their arrival. Gather evidence against Vought and their schemes, so that they can expose everything. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Peter and Homelander reached a new height. Homelander, frustrated by Peter's elusive moves, unleashed a barrage of laser-like heat vision. The beams cut through the air with deadly precision, forcing Peter to defend as he didn't want to destroy the building before they got all of their evidence. With a wave of his hand, Peter conjured a shield, which absorbed the deathly heat rays, leaving him and the building completely unharmed. "You can't block this forever," Homelander roared, his eyes never dimming as he continued to fire rays of death. Peter, undeterred, shot webs at Homelander's eyes, momentarily sealing them shut. Seizing the opportunity, Peter walked over and delivered a swift Spartan kick to Homelander's chest, sending him crashing out of a window. Falling down almost 100 floors as he tried to claw off of the web stuck to his face, Homelander eventually crashed into the street, halting traffic and drawing every pedestrian's attention. The impact left a large dent in the concrete road, but Homelander quickly recovered, standing to his feet as he yanked the webbing from his face just in time to see Peter appear before him. "Peekaboo," Peter greeted as he fell feet first onto Homelander's head, forcing him back into the ground and widening the dent on the floor into a small crater. Back in the building, MJ and Starlight, who seemed anxious and scared to be doing what they were doing, reached a secure room in the heart of the building, its door marked with a nondescript sign. Of course, the door was locked, but MJ quietly unlocked it with a wave of her hand, revealing a spacious server room, which also held some surveillance equipment. The evidence they sought lay within the walls of these servers, and although MJ wasn't much of a hacker, Peter had already given her everything she needed. As the fight raged on, MJ pulled out a small USB drive and plugged it into the main terminal connected to the server. Instantly, the drive did its work, scanning and copying files, capturing everything they had, including all sorts of incriminating evidence, which they would have to go over later. Starlight, with a conflicted expression, observed from the side, conflicted and scared as this is the first crime she's ever committed. Though if she could see all of the evidence they were gathering, then she wouldn't be so conflicted anymore. The room seemed to vibrate from the clash of titans that was occurring outside, spurring Starlight to ask, "Are you sure Peter will be alright? I know he's strong but dash." MJ almost laughed upon hearing this, interrupting Starlight before she could finish speaking. Compared to what Peter's faced in the past, Homelander really isn't that scary. "Trust me, he'll be fine." On the street outside the building, the clash between Peter and Homelander intensified as they continued their brawl, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Peter displayed a level of agility and combat prowess that caught Homelander off guard. "You really need to step up your game, Homelander," Peter taunted, his words echoing through the chaotic battlefield. "I mean, what's the use of all that power if you can't even land a single hit on me?" Homelander, seething with frustration, attempted to counter Peter's taunts with brute force. He swung his fists with the force of 1,000 wrecking balls, but Peter effortlessly dodged each strike, dancing around his opponent with a smirk on his face. "Is this the best you can do?" Peter goaded as he stepped past his overzealous opponent's guard and delivered a swift punch thing's solar plexus. The once mighty superhero, Homelander, found himself stumbling backwards, the wind knocked out of his lungs for the first time ever in his entire life. Gasp! He struggled to breath as Peter loomed over him. "You're like a toddler throwing a tantrum," Peter mocked, evading a powerful heat vision blast that scorched a long line of parked cars. "Except toddlers are at least entertaining and cute." Homelander, enraged by both the physical assault and the verbal jabs, roared in frustration. He unleashed his heat vision in a wild frenzy, attempting to catch Peter off guard. However, Peter's reflexes proved faster as he jabbed his two fingers forward and poked his opponent in the eyes. "Aargh!" Homelander screamed in agony as his heat vision was cancelled, blood dripping down his face like tears. As Homelander covered his bleeding eyes, dropping to his knees in pain, Peter seized the opportunity and wounded his foot back before punting him across the head. The impact of the kick echoed across the street, causing every onlooker to wince in sympathy for Homelander, as the hero himself was sent flying into a nearby building. "I have to admit, you're not as fun as fighting Thanos or Dormammu." "At least they had style," Peter quipped, evading a desperate haymaker from Homelander, who shot out of the rubble like a rocket, his face twisted in hatred. Expecting Homelander to come flying back for another bout, Peter was stunned to see his opponent flying away in the opposite direction as fast as he could. "Where the F***ck do you think you're going?" Homelander's retreat was more reminiscent of a panicked animal than the confident superhero the world once admired. Fear etched across his face as he soared through the sky, desperately trying to escape the relentless pursuit of the only person he's ever met that could manhandle him. Meanwhile, MJ and Starlight emerged from Vought Tower, their mission to gather evidence against the corrupt organization now accomplished. Spotting Homelander in full retreat, MJ wasted no time. With a graceful leap, she intercepted his path and delivered a powerful kick square in his face. The impact sent Homelander hurtling back towards the ground, crashing into the concrete with a resounding thud. Peter, observing the spectacle, leaned back against a nearby wall with a smirk on his face. "Looks like someone's having a rough day," he remarked, the amusement evident in his voice. "I think I'll let MJ take it from here." As Homelander struggled to rise from the ground, blood dripping from his nose and aching from Peter's earlier beating, MJ approached him with an air of determined fury. The once mighty superhero now found himself at the mercy of a woman who, despite her seemingly delicate appearance, possessed the strength to match her resolve. MJ's first blow landed with a satisfying crunch as her fist connected with Homelander's jaw. The impact reverberated through the air, and Homelander groaned in pain. "You really should have thought twice before messing with us," MJ declared, her eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. Starlight, a witness to the unfolding vengeance, couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and concern for MJ's ferocity. She questioned, "Is this really necessary?" Peter chuckled from his position across from her, a knowing glint in his eyes. "I know you're a bit naive, so I'll drop some wisdom on you," he said, drawing Starlight's attention. "Throughout your trials and tribulations as a hero, you'll learn that some people don't deserve pity or mercy. Homelander just so happens to be one of those people." As Peter spoke, MJ continued her assault, each strike a manifestation of pent-up frustration and justified anger. Homelander, weakened and unable to retaliate, became a mere punching bag for MJ's retribution. "Okay, but how do you know that?" Starlight asked, as she hasn't seen anything incriminating against Homelander. In fact, he seemed rather straight-laced and heroic in her eyes. "Here, let me show you." Peter, ignoring the chaos of Homelander getting slapped around by his wife, opened a portal, retrieving the thumb drive from MJ's pocket. With a swift motion, Peter took his laptop out of his storage necklace and plugged the drive into its side port, the screen illuminating with all of Vought's stolen data. As Peter quickly sifted through the files, compiling every bit of information that Vought had on Homelander, Starlight stood beside him, her eyes widening with disbelief as the truth unfolded before her. I don't understand. He's a hero, isn't he?" she muttered, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Peter, without looking away from the screen, replied, "Sometimes heroes wear masks, and not the kind you're used to." The list of Homelander's crimes scrolled across the screen, each revelation more shocking than the last. Mass murder, theft, manipulation, abuse of power, R*P, and all sorts of other unspeakable acts of cruelty stained the once glorified hero's record. Even the R*P and subsequent pregnancy of Becca Butcher was listed among the many sexual-related crimes, including her current address. "I'm sure Billy will be happy to see this," Peter thought. In an instant, Starlight's initial admiration for Homelander crumbled, replaced by a nauseating mix of horror and disgust. As Peter pointed out each crime, Starlight's face contorted in disbelief. "This can't be true," she whispered, her hands trembling. "Believe what you see, not what you're told," Peter advised, his tone grave. "Heroes, sometimes, are the ones who need to be stopped the most." Meanwhile, MJ continued her relentless assault on Homelander, the knowledge that he had some sort of sick interest in her fueling her fury. Her fists hammered down on him, each blow punctuated with a justified rage. The once mighty Homelander, now exposed and weakened, became a mere vessel for the consequences of his own actions. Peter, satisfied that Starlight had seen enough, closed the laptop, ending the visual onslaught of Homelander's crimes. "You've got a choice to make now," he said, addressing Starlight. "Keep living in a lie, or stand up and do what's right." Starlight, torn between the truth and her ingrained beliefs, stared at Homelander, who was still being beaten by MJ, his body dripping in his own blood. The weight of the evidence crashed down on her, shattering the illusion of the hero she had admired. Starlight's fists clenched involuntarily as the reality of Homelander's atrocities sank in. Unable to contain her rage any longer, she turned to Peter with a fire in her eyes. "Enough is enough," Starlight declared, her voice laced with determination. Without awaiting Peter's response, she marched toward MJ and Homelander, joining the relentless assault. MJ, in the midst of delivering a punishing blow to her opponent's gut, was surprised to find Starlight at her side, joining her in her onslaught. The two women unleashed their fury upon the fallen hero, sending him hurtling into a nearby building. Homelander, already battered and broken, became the target of a relentless barrage of strikes. Starlight's blows were fueled not only by physical strength but also by the emotional turmoil that accompanied the betrayal of someone she once believed in and looked up to. The once mighty superhero, now stripped of his heroic facade, writhed beneath the combined assault of MJ and Starlight. Each punch carried not just physical force but also the weight of justice, a reckoning for the lives he had ruined and the trust he had betrayed. Peter watched as the two women, each with their own reasons for seeking retribution, laid into Homelander, who at this point was nothing more than a mangled piece of meat. Peter, sensing the appropriate moment, rose from his chair. "All right, you two, I think he's had enough." He approached the scene, placing a hand on MJ's shoulder to signal her to stop. MJ, though still seething with anger, relented at her husband's touch. Starlight, on the other hand, wasn't so compliant. Peter had to physically pull her away from her target, leaving Homelander sprawled on the ground, gasped for breath, defeated and broken. Starlight, her fists still clenched, turned to Peter with a mixture of confusion and frustration evident in her eyes. "Why did you stop me?" she demanded, her voice edged with irritation. "You said he doesn't deserve pity or mercy. You saw what he did? I was just about to end this, to rid the world of such a horrible person. Isn't that what you wanted me to do?" Peter sighed and shook his head, placing a hand on Starlight's shoulder. "He won't live past the next 24 hours, he explained calmly. "It's just that there's someone else higher on the list, someone who deserves to be the one to kill him." Starlight, still processing Peter's words, furrowed her brow. "Who? Is it one of his victims?" she asked, her curiosity and impatience evident. You'll see soon enough, Peter replied cryptically. With that said, he walked over to the defeated Homelander, the once mighty hero now a bloodied and unconscious heap on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Peter opened a portal, the swirling golden energy appearing upon his command. Come on, let's go before more heroes show up. We have a couple to reunite. Dragging Homelander's battered body behind him, Peter stepped through the portal, followed closely by MJ and Starlight. The vortex closed behind them, leaving the area deathly silent. Even the onlookers, who watched the whole fight unfold, didn't utter a single word, far too shocked to think straight. In the executive's office on one of the top floors of Vought Tower, a high-ranking employee spoke on the phone with a sense of urgency. Mr. Edgar, we have a serious emergency? Madeline Stillwell is dead. Homelander's been kidnapped? It's all chaos, sir. Stan Edgar, the CEO of Vought, currently away from the city, listened intently as the executive detailed the events that unfolded in his absence. A frown creased his brow as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. I'll be returning immediately, Edgar declared, his tone cold and calculated. Handle the aftermath and ensure that there's little to no liability for us. As the call ended, across the world, Edgar stared out of the window, contemplating the unfolding chaos in his absence. The repercussions of Homelander's defeat and kidnapping would undoubtedly ripple through Vaught's carefully constructed plans. Insert picture of Stan Edgar here. That boy is nothing but trouble, Edgar muttered as he walked off, informing his secretary to schedule his flight back. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory, Peter stood with MJ, Starlight, and the unconscious Homelander. Starlight, still grappling with everything she's learned and done today, turned to Peter with a lingering question in her eyes. What's next? Why are we here? She asked, her voice a mixture of uncertainty and determination. Peter, his gaze fixed on the door ahead of them, simply said, just wait a second. And just as he said, seconds later, the door swung open and a confused Billy Butcher came rushing out, a loaded shotgun in hand. Oh, it's just you, he said as he lowered his gun. Wait, how did you know where dash? Suddenly, Billy froze as his gaze was drawn to the bloody figure lying on the floor beside Peter. Is that? Billy Butcher's eyes widened as he beheld the battered form of Homelander sprawled on the cold, concrete floor, his American flag-themed cape caked in blood and dirt. The man who had shattered his peaceful life and taken his beloved Becca away lay defeated before him. When Peter mentioned a meeting at Vought the other day, Billy never imagined it would result in this shocking confrontation. Is that? He froze, unable to form a coherent sentence. Denial gripped Billy's mind as he tried to comprehend the surreal scene before him. This just couldn't be real. It had to be some sick joke or illusion. However, Peter's firm voice shattered any lingering disbelief as he tossed Homelander at Billy's feet, forcing him to confront the harsh reality. Yeah, it's him. Have a closer look. With a heavy thud, Homelander's mangled form hit the ground, laying in stark contrast to the once mighty hero that had ruined Billy's life. Bloodied and bruised, the man who had caused so much pain now appeared broken and vulnerable. Billy, despite himself, couldn't help but stare in morbid fascination at his fallen nemesis. Billy, his initial shock morphing into rage, aimed the loaded shotgun he held tightly in his grip. His hands trembled with the intensity of his emotions as he lowered the weapon, pointing it at the defenseless Homelander. Peter, anticipating Billy's visceral reaction, appeared beside him in a blink. Easy there, Butcher, he cautioned, placing a firm hand on Billy's arm to prevent the trigger from being pulled. The two locked eyes, and the tension in the air crackled with the volatile mix of anger and vengeance. Why the bloody hell are you protecting this piece of garbage? Billy spat, his eyes ablaze with fury. He deserves nothing but a bullet to the head for what he's done. Peter's expression remained calm, his gaze unwavering. Someone else deserves that right more than you do, Butcher. But if she doesn't have the stomach for it, then I'm sure you'd make a good replacement executioner. Billy's brows furrowed in confusion and frustration. Who could possibly want this wanker dead more than me? He demanded, his finger itching on the trigger. Though he suddenly froze, recalling what Peter just said. Wait, she who? In response, Peter pointed towards the unconscious Homelander, casting a quick spell to trap him in place. Let's go find out, shall we? He said cryptically, waving his hand to conjure another portal. Billy hesitated, his eyes fixed on the trapped and unconscious Homelander. We can't just leave. What if he escapes? He grumbled, a hint of concern in his voice. Peter, standing firm, reassured him, trust me, he's not going anywhere. Now, step through the portal, Butcher. With a swift motion, Peter shoved Billy through the golden vortex, and the man found himself stumbling onto a green lawn of a normal-sized house in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Following after him, the portal snapped shut behind them, leaving Homelander unconscious and trapped in his magical restraints. Billy picked himself up, ready to unleash a barrage of complaints and anger at Peter for the rough handling. However, he froze as he noticed a very familiar woman standing in front of him, grocery bags in hand. Becca, Billy shouted, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in shock. You're alive. It was his wife, Becca, a woman he thought dead. After all, no matter how much he searched, or how many favors he called in with his old military connections, she couldn't be found. It was like she just dropped off the face of the earth. Becca's eyes widened in disbelief as she dropped the bags, the groceries spilling onto the lawn. Billy, is it really you? She whispered, her voice a mix of hope and astonishment. Billy, his heart pounding in his chest, could only manage a choked, "Becca." He stepped forward, uncertainty etched across his face, as if afraid that this reunion might be some cruel illusion. As the distance between them closed, Becca surged forward, throwing her arms around Billy in a tight embrace. Tears welled up in her eyes as she buried her face in his chest, overwhelmed by the unexpected return of her husband. Peter, MJ, and Starlight observed the emotional reunion from a respectful distance, allowing the couple their moment of joy. The quiet neighborhood provided an intimate backdrop to the long-awaited embrace of the husband and wife. Breaking away from the hug, Becca gazed into Billy's eyes, her hands cupping his face as if to ensure he was truly there. "I never thought I'd see you again," she admitted, a mixture of relief and disbelief in her voice. Billy couldn't help but smile, his rough exterior softening in the presence of the woman he thought he had lost forever. "I'm back, love. I'm back." Just as the reunited couple began to catch up on the lost years, a small voice interrupted their moment. Becca's 8-year-old son, Ryan, emerged from the house, his curious eyes taking in the unfamiliar faces talking to his mother. "Mom, who are they?" Ryan asked, his gaze shifting from Becca to Billy and the others. Becca nearly jumped out of her skin, turning to her son with an unsure look on her face. "Ryan, this is your father," she said, blurting out the first thing that came to mind, even if it wasn't truthful. Well, technically, they are married so Ryan can be considered Billy's son in name, but he certainly wasn't his biological son. "Father," Billy whispered, his eyes widening as confusion took hold of his entire being. Ryan's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and excitement crossing his young face. "Dad," he echoed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Ah." Billy grunted in confusion as his wife prodded him in the ribs with her elbow. "Why yeah, hey, son," he answered, still immensely confused. As the realization dawned on Ryan that the man in front of him was his long-lost father, his eyes began to glow an ominous shade of red. The intensity of emotion that Ryan was feeling seemed to have awakened his powers, and beams of red energy shot forth from his eyes. The lasers streaked through the air, aimed directly at Billy, who barely had time to react. Panic flashed in Ryan's eyes as he grappled with the uncontrollable manifestation of his newfound superpowers. In the blink of an eye, Peter snapped his fingers and conjured a shimmering barrier in front of Billy. The deadly lasers collided with the magical shield, creating a dazzling display of lights and sparks. The energy absorbed into the barrier, leaving Billy unscathed but visibly shaken. Ryan, bewildered by the sudden outburst of power and its unintended consequences, began to panic. "What's happening? What was that? What did I do?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear as his eyes began to glow once again. Peter, appearing beside Ryan in a flash, tapped the young boy on the forehead with a single finger. A soft glow emanated from the touch, and a calm swept over Ryan. The boy's eyes gradually dimmed from their intense red hue as Peter cast a simple sleeping spell, guiding Ryan into a peaceful slumber and catching him as he collapsed. Becca, being the overprotective mother that she was, ran over to Peter, clearly worried for her son. "What did you do to my son?" "Relax, he'll be all right," Peter assured Becca, as he handed over her son. "His powers just awakened, and it can be overwhelming at first, I would know. I broke a lot of stuff in my house when my powers awakened." "Why is he unconscious?" Becca asked, cradling her son protectively. "I put him to sleep to give him time to adjust. It won't help since he'll still have some troubles when he wakes up, but at least he'll have time to calm down," Peter answered, relieving her of some of her worries. Becca, still processing the reunion with Billy and now witnessing the extraordinary abilities of her son, nodded in gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Peter turned his attention to the sleeping Ryan and gestured towards the house. "Let's move him inside. He needs some rest and you have some explaining to do." "You're damn right she does," Billy exclaimed, receiving a glare from his wife. "Keep your voice down," she hissed at him. "Are you trying to wake him up?" Sorry." Billy apologized, his voice much lower than before. As they entered the house, the quiet suburban neighborhood seemed to regain its tranquility. Peter, MJ, Starlight, and Billy gathered in the living room. As Becca returned from tucking Ryan into bed, Billy's impatience bubbled over, unable to hold back his questions any longer. "What the bloody hell happened that night with Homelander? Why did you disappear on me, and whose child is that?" His voice was a controlled thunder, each word carrying the weight of years of uncertainty and anguish. Becca, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, took a deep breath before beginning her painful confession. "A few days after the party where I introduced you to Homelander, I was called in to help with Homelander with his Twitter account. As the senior director of digital marketing at VOD International, the job was a waste of time since my staff could have taken care of it, but when Homelander calls, you come running or else." She paused for a moment, as if reliving every horrifying moment. "When I entered the room, Homelander's intentions turned dark. He was barely wearing any clothes and was making clear attempts to seduce me, but when I rejected him, his anger boiled over, resulting in I'm sure you can guess by now." Billy's fists clenched at his sides, struggling to contain the rage building within him as Becca spoke. The woman he loved and believed lost had endured a nightmare he could scarcely fathom. She recounted how she went to VOT for help, confirming she was pregnant with Homelander's child. Forced to sign a confidentiality agreement, Becca underwent a grueling and messy procedure, delivering the baby. VOT placed her in a secret facility for tests, and after the ordeal, Becca was allowed to raise the child in this quiet neighborhood, all while maintaining the illusion of her disappearance or death. Billy, his emotions in turmoil, found himself wrestling with the conflicting forces of anger, sorrow, and relief. The reality of Becca's suffering at the hands of Homelander crashed over him like a relentless tide. Becca, her voice breaking, apologized. "I'm sorry for telling Ryan that you're his father. I just didn't know what else to say," she whispered. Billy, despite the turmoil within him, softened as he saw the pain etched on Becca's face. "Love, I never stopped loving you," he confessed, reaching out to hold her. "If that kid's your son, then *ck it, he's mine too. If you'll have me." Becca seemed truly happy for a moment before reality struck, crushing her hopes and dreams. "No, you should go," she said, shaking her head. "Who knows what Vought will do if they find out that you're here. Or worse, if Homelander finds out about Ryan." As much as she loved Billy, and would gladly raise Ryan with him, she just couldn't risk her son's safety. Suddenly, Peter spoke. "What if I said Homelander would be dead by the end of the night?" Becca's eyes widened, a mix of confusion and disbelief etching across her face. "What do you mean, Homelander dead?" "That's impossible," she stammered, glancing between Peter and her husband. Peter simply gave her a wry smile. "I know it's hard to believe, so I'll just show you," he replied, opening a portal with a flourish of his hand. A golden vortex appeared, and out tumbled Homelander, crashing onto the coffee table between Becca and the others, shattering it into pieces. Homelander lay there, a battered and bloodied mess, leaking crimson onto Becca's pristine wooden floors. The shocking sight left Becca frozen in place, her breath caught in her throat. She never thought she'd see the day when the seemingly invincible Homelander would fall so dramatically. The fallen hero groggily woke, the fall stirring him from his sleep, a low groan escaping his lips as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. His eyes darted around, and when they focused on Peter, MJ, and Starlight, his face contorted with rage. ****stards. What the hell is this? Let me go," he roared, struggling against the magical restraints, which Peter placed on him before they left. Peter, maintaining his calm demeanor, looked down at the restrained Homelander, disrespectfully resting his dirty boot on his head. "Sorry, but you're not going anywhere," he said with a casual shrug. "But don't worry, you'll be dead soon." Homelander continued to curse and thrash, but the magical bindings held him firmly in place. Becca, still in shock, found her voice. "How did you do this? What's happening?" she demanded, her eyes darting between Peter and her fallen assailant. Peter explained, "If you're talking about the portal, that's just a little magic trick I picked up back home." He gestured towards Homelander. "But if you were talking about this nitwit, he attended a meeting where an attempt was taken on my and my lovely wife's lives, so we beat the ***t out of him." Becca, despite the chaos around her, couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction at seeing Homelander restrained. "But, how? He's Homelander. He's invincible," she muttered, still struggling to accept the surreal turn of events. Homelander, regaining some awareness, glared at Peter, letting out a snorting laugh. "You think you can kill me? You dumb nobody piece of ***t. I'm a god? Do you even comprehend that? You couldn't dash," he seethed, but before he could continue, MJ lashed out with a stomp of her boot, sending him right back to sleep. "He's so loud that my ears were starting to ring," she complained, wiping her boot off on a clean portion of Homelander's clothes. Ignoring Homelander's unconscious form, Peter turned to Becca. "So, as I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted, Homelander will be dead within the next few hours." Becca hesitated, her gaze flickering between her unconscious ***pissed, and everyone else. "Why are you telling me this? If you can kill him then just do it. Why do I have to know?" she asked, torn between the emotions swirling within her. Peter nodded, understanding her dilemma. "Well, I have a nice plan for his death and I thought you'd enjoy watching or possibly taking part in his last moments. But if you aren't interested, then..." With a snap of his fingers, creating another portal, which swallowed up Homelander, dropping him back in the abandoned factory. As Homelander disappeared, Becca watched as an odd feeling of anxiety grew within her. Although she didn't like Homelander in her house, she also wanted to make sure that he was really gone for good. Peter stood to his feet alongside MJ, a reassuring smile on his face. "We'll be on our way then." Becca, still processing the whirlwind of emotions, jumped out of her seat and grabbed Peter by the arm. "Wait," she said, exclaimed as Peter turned to her, a curious brow raised. "You're right. I want to at least see it to make sure that he's really gone." Peter nodded, a knowing smirk on his face. "Actually, I was going to offer you the honors of killing him yourself, if you want." "What?" Both Becca and Billy yelled simultaneously. Becca's eyes widened in disbelief at Peter's unexpected offer. The idea of delivering justice to the man who had caused her so much pain was both tempting and terrifying. As she grappled with conflicting emotions, Billy, standing beside her, couldn't let her go through with it. "Bloody hell, Becca. You can't seriously be considering this," Billy pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. "Let me handle it. You've never killed someone before, and I'd much rather keep it that way." Becca hesitated, torn between the desire for revenge and the plea of her husband. Peter watched the emotional exchange with a bemused expression, giving Becca the space to make her decision. I just want to make sure he's gone for good," Becca finally admitted, her voice trembling. "But maybe Billy's right. Someone else should do it." Peter chuckled, closing the portal behind him. "No pressure. If you change your mind, the option's still open." While Becca and Billy grappled with their emotions, Peter took out his laptop from his storage necklace once again. Without a word, he began sifting through the stolen data and evidence from Vought, compiling it before posting it all online. An email to various news companies followed, ensuring that the damning evidence would reach the public eye in the shortest amount of time possible. At first, the information gained traction in random forums, but it didn't stay that way for long. Almost an hour later, the news began to spread like wildfire. Social media buzzed with discussions, and news channels on TV started covering the unfolding scandal. The biggest revelation, however, was twofold. First, Homelander's numerous discretions and crimes that Vought had consistently covered up. The public's reaction was a mixture of shock and outrage. Homelander, once perceived as a godlike benevolent hero, now faced the harsh scrutiny of a society discovering the extent of his dark deeds. And second, the true source of every Vought-employed superhero's superpowers was revealed for all to see. Ever since the first superhero appeared, everyone believed that their powers were a gift from God. In more intellectual circles, even the idea of some sort of advanced human evolution was thrown around, but no one would have guessed the truth. And that truth was Compound V, a superhero-creating serum, which was secretly and illegally injected into newborn babies all over the world. The news spread like a storm, amplifying the impact of the revelations. In the midst of the chaos, Becca and Billy watched the unfolding events on the television screen. Billy's initial concern for Becca's safety now mingled with a glimmer of satisfaction as the truth about Vought and Homelander was exposed for the world to see. Did they really do all of that? Becca asked. Yeah, and now that the cat's out of the bag, the stage is set for our little execution. Peter, with a mischievous grin, opened a portal and deposited Homelander back into the room before waking him with a swift kick to the face. Homelander groaned, struggling to rise, disoriented from all of the abuse he's endured. Peter raised the volume of the TV, ensuring Homelander could hear the news anchor detailing his numerous crimes. The news anchor's voice echoed through the room, recounting each atrocity Homelander had committed. Peter reveled in the moment, enjoying the sight of Homelander's perfect image crumbling before him. With a taunting smirk, Peter addressed the fallen hero, "Seems like your reputation is in shambles. Guess you're not so godly after all." Homelander's eyes burned with rage as he cursed and berated Peter, desperate to break free from the magical restraints. His attempts were futile, leaving him trapped and vulnerable. Peter, summoning a sword made of eldritch energy, held it out towards Becca, offering her the chance to end Homelander herself. "Here's your golden opportunity," Peter teased, his voice echoing through the tense room. "Are you sure you don't want to be the one to do it?" Becca stared at the glimmering blade, fear etched across her face. Her hand trembled as it hovered near the weapon, torn between the desire for justice and the horror of taking a life. "You can be the one that makes him pay for everything he's done to you." Peter sounded like the devil as he urged her to commit murder. A moment of hesitation lingered, and then Becca pulled her hand away, shaking her head. "No, I'm sorry. I can't." She couldn't bring herself to do it. The burden of vengeance was too heavy for her to bear. However, Billy, her husband, stepped forward, determination in his eyes. He reached for the sword, accepting the responsibility that Becca couldn't bear with a smile on his face. "Hey there, mother ***. Remember me?" Homelander, realizing the impending threat, struggled with renewed vigor, his eyes filled with defiance. But sadly, not even his eyes could fire their lasers. He was completely powerless. Peter, with a nod of approval, handed the sword to Billy. The room fell silent as everyone's attention focused on the impending act. Homelander, still restrained and helpless, tried to speak, but Billy wasn't interested in hearing his words. With a swift and determined swing, Billy brought down the sword. The blade cut through Homelander's neck effortlessly, severing his head in an instant. The room was filled with a momentary silence before the reality of the act sunk in. Blood sprayed across the floor as Homelander's body slumped, the once mighty hero reduced to a lifeless corpse. Becca, despite her fear, felt a strange mix of relief and sorrow. Billy, holding the sword stained with Homelander's blood, gazed at the fallen foe with a sense of closure. Peter, MJ, and Starlight observed the scene in silence. The news anchor's voice on the television continued to narrate the downfall of Homelander, unaware that the hero they spoke of was now dead. As the reality of the moment settled, Becca found herself realizing that her son was asleep upstairs. We really need to clean this up before Ryan wakes up." The night fell over Vought Tower like a heavy curtain, casting long shadows across the sleek architecture. Stan Edgar, the CEO of Vought, flew in on a helicopter that landed on the rooftop. His first order of business was gathering every remaining member of the Seven to get some answers. Translucent, recently discharged from the hospital after his brutal encounter with Peter and MJ, sat uncomfortably, nursing his pelvic wound. Maeve stood with a stoic expression, while Black Noir loomed in the shadows, his silent presence unsettling. Stan eyed the disheveled Translucent and questioned, "What happened to you?" Translucent winced, nursing his bandaged groin. "That ***tch castrated me? I'm practically a f***ing eunuch now." Stan's brow furrowed, but he pressed on. "And where were the rest of you during this chaos?" Maeve stepped forward, her voice steady. "During Translucent's attack, I was at home sleeping. But for the attack that took place earlier today, I escorted MJ, Peter, and Starlight here for their meeting with Madeline. However, I wasn't invited to the meeting, so I went home. The next thing I know, I'm getting calls saying that Madeline is dead, and Homelander is nowhere to be found." Stan's gaze shifted from Maeve to the cityscape beyond the window. I see. Maeve continued, detailing everything that she knew. And now that all of this information is out, there are protesters gathering outside the building. Stan walked closer to the window, his stern features reflecting in the glass. As he looked down, a sea of angry faces greeted him, signs and banners condemning Vought for its dark secrets. The protest's noise permeated the air, reaching the very heart of the tower. This is unacceptable. Far too unacceptable. Stan muttered, his mind racing to contain the fallout. Translucent interrupted with a pained groan. Can we talk about my situation? I need some compensation for this. Stan turned his gaze to Translucent, unimpressed. We're facing a crisis, and you're worried about compensation? Focus on the bigger picture because at the rate things are going, you're going to be out of a job soon. Yeah, whatever. Translucent clicked his tongue and looked the other way, clearly unhappy. As Translucent sulked like a hormonal teenager, suddenly, the doors flung open catching everyone off guard. An unfamiliar brown-haired woman in a black and red superhero costume strode into the room, her electrified presence crackling in the air. Insert picture of Stormfront here. Stan Edgar, ignoring the confused heroes in the room, immediately questioned, "Did you bring him?" Stormfront nodded, her gaze unwavering. Following her, another figure emerged from the shadows, shocking everyone with his presence. Soldier Boy, the first American superhero, and the most powerful before Homelander came around, appeared before them, looking just as young as the history books portrayed. Though he did look a bit disheveled and unkempt as well. Insert picture of Soldier Boy here. He was exactly where you said he'd be. Stormfront said, which seemed to irk Soldier Boy. Let's talk about that, shall we? He says as he steps up, glaring directly at Stan. If you knew exactly where I was this entire time, why the hell didn't you come get me sooner? In 1984, Soldier Boy and his team were sent on a mission out of the country, but little did he know that his team would use a Soviet attack as an opportunity to betray him. After fighting through swarms of enemies, Soldier Boy soon found himself ambushed by his teammates who launched a brutal attack against him. Although he put up a good fight, even managing to burn off some of Noir's face with a burning car and cause him brain damage with his shield, the team were successful in knocking Soldier Boy out, and then handed him over to the Russians, where he's lived as a lab rat ever since. Of course, Vought covered up his death by claiming that Soldier Boy had died a hero, sacrificing himself to stop a nuclear meltdown in Ohio. Stan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, had called in these heavy hitters to salvage the chaos that had erupted within Vought, but calling them also seemed to bring him even more problems. Stan turned to acknowledge Soldier Boy, his face as unreadable as ever. We found out about your captivity around 20 years ago, but at that point you were deemed unimportant. Soldier Boy scowled, his entire being vibrating with rage. Unimportant? I'm the strongest soup to ever live, you sniveling little sh*t. Were. Stormfront suddenly spoke. What the f***ck did you just say? Soldier Boy asked gruffly. You were the strongest superhero, but that's changed. She clarifies, a smug smirk on her face. Turning back to Stan, Soldier Boy asks, what's she talking about? Stan turned to Stormfront. Do you want to be the one to tell him? He asked, gesturing towards Soldier Boy. Stormfront's lips curled into a smug smile as she spoke, revealing the revelation that would rock the very foundations of Soldier Boy's understanding of his own life. Homelander, who is basically your replacement but better, is our son. Have you heard of him? Or did the Russians keep you in the dark? A stunned silence enveloped the room. Soldier Boy's eyes widened, his features contorting into a mixture of shock and disbelief. He was frozen, unable to comprehend the bombshell dropped on him by a woman that he didn't even recognize. Homelander is our son. Soldier Boy finally managed to utter, the weight of the revelation settling heavily upon him. Stan nodded, maintaining his composed demeanor. When you died, we used your sperm and one of her eggs to create the greatest superhero the world has ever seen. Homelander. The room crackled with tension as Soldier Boy, Translucent, Maeve, and even the usually stoic Black Noir grappled with the enormity of the revelation. The implications of Homelander's true parentage hung in the air like a storm waiting to unleash its fury. Which is why we brought you here. Stan said, drawing Soldier Boy's attention. Your son has been kidnapped. We need to find him before he gets himself in even more trouble. Soldier Boy, however, was the epicenter of the emotional whirlwind. His fists clenched, and his jaw tightened as he processed the betrayal and manipulation that had defined his life. Kidnapped? Who the f***ck cares? He's a grown-ass man. Soldier Boy's voice trembled with anger. I was betrayed by my own team, handed over to the Russians, and left to rot as a lab rat for decades. And you have the nerve to ask for my help with some science experiment kid that I don't even know. He's our son. Stormfront frowned at his word. Wait a second. Soldier Boy suddenly realized who she was. You're Liberty, aren't you? You look different. Well, a girl's gotta switch things up every once in a while. Stormfront shrugged. Stormfront, just like Soldier Boy, has barely aged at all since World War II when they were both given their doses of Compound V. Though her new superhero name and style seemed to be working, as Soldier Boy barely recognized her. Pressed for time, Stan stepped forward, his tone measured. Soldier Boy, we understand this revelation is a lot to take in, but we need your help to find your son. Whatever it takes, name your price. Soldier Boy, still seething with resentment, glared at them. You think throwing money at me will make everything okay? After what you did to me. Stormfront, ever the pragmatist, chimed in, we're not just offering money. We're offering you literally anything that Vought can give. Sadly, unlike you, Homelander is too precious of a test subject to fall into enemy hands. Stan nodded alongside her. Yes, he needs to be either brought back or incinerated upon his death. Soldier Boy hesitated, the conflicting emotions evident on his face. You know what? F***ck it. I'll help, but you're paying an arm and leg for my services, and I want a favor from Vought, which I'll cash in whenever I need, saying that you'll do one thing for me, no matter what it is. Stan nodded, acknowledging the compromise. Agreed. You help us retrieve Homelander, and we'll make sure you get whatever you desire. Money, resources, vengeance, consider it all on the table. Stormfront added with a sly smile, well, let's head out and find our son, Daddy. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. Soldier Boy's scowl softened, a hint of lust flickering in his eyes. All right, but how are we supposed to find him? Stan taps a button on the table, which lights up a screen on the wall, displaying a precise GPS location. Homelander has a tracking chip. Maeve muttered in shock. Does he know about this? She asked, knowing he wouldn't take kindly to such a thing. No. Stan shook his head as he shooed everyone out of the room. Now, go and bring that useless boy back. Dead or alive, I don't care, just don't leave any samples behind. His DNA is too valuable. As the team prepared to head out, Maeve discreetly pulled out her phone and sent a warning text, typing as quickly as she could before following after her new team members. In an open field away from prying eyes, Peter's phone buzzed with Maeve's message, cautioning him about the approaching Vought team. He didn't expect her to try to side with him over Vought, but appreciated the information nonetheless. Glanced at the text, Peter stashed his phone away and turned back to the reason he was here in the first place. Homelander's lifeless body lay at his feet, ready to be disposed of. Originally planning to incinerate the remains, Peter now decided to wait for the impending arrival of Soldier Boy and Stormfront. Soldier Boy's not too bad, so I might keep him alive depending on how he acts. But Stormfront has to go. After all, I can't spare Nazis. Steve would be P***SSED if he found out. Peter muttered as he conjured a chair and sat alongside the deceased Homelander, waiting for his guests to arrive. A Vought, military-style helicopter sliced through the night sky, its rhythmic thudding accompanied by the distant hum of the city below. Inside, the remnants of the Seven, Translucent, Maeve, and Black Noir, sat in uneasy silence. Stormfront and Soldier Boy, their contracted allies for this mission, added an air of tension as they made their way to the GPS location of Homelander. Soldier Boy, unable to resist the opportunity, leaned toward Stormfront with a sly grin. You know, we make quite the team, rushing off to save our son together. How about celebrating our victory with a little post-mission fun, just you and me? I promise it'll be a night you won't forget. Stormfront's eyes rolled at Soldier Boy's clumsy attempt at flirting. Save it, soldier. We're here for a job, not your laughable attempts at getting laid. Undeterred, Soldier Boy pressed on, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Come on, after we rescue our son, how about we grab a drink? I know a great spot, or at least I used to know a great spot. Maybe it's still open? It's been a while after all. Stormfront sighed, visibly annoyed. I wasn't interested in you 70 years ago, and I'm not interested now, she says, staring him dead in the eyes. So keep your mouth shut and focus on the task at hand. And if you don't stop, I might just throw you out of this helicopter. As she spoke, suddenly, the door to the helicopter beside Soldier Boy swung open on its own, punctuating Stormfront's threat. Soldier Boy clicked his tongue in annoyance. Effing prude BTCH. He muttered as he turned away, eliciting an eye roll from Stormfront as she closed the door. The remaining members of the Seven exchanged incredulous glances, still processing the bombshell revelation that these two people were Homelander's parents. It was a freaky situation, which would no doubt get ever worse when Homelander finds out. As the helicopter continued its journey, Stormfront couldn't help but express her frustration with the situation. Why in the world am I stuck in this flying tin can with all of you? I can fly myself, for Christ's sake. Maeve, breaking her silence, responded, if you fly ahead of us, it might tip off the people who took Homelander. We need the element of surprise. Not to mention the fact that they were able to defeat Homelander in the first place, which means we'll have to work together if we want to stay alive and complete the mission. Of course, Maeve was just talking out of her ass at this point. She knew they wouldn't have the element of surprise since she warned Peter of their arrival. And she also knew that they wouldn't be able to complete this mission, as their opponents were just too strong, which is why she sent that message in the first place. Vought is a sinking ship, and she was ready to jump off onto the nearest lifeboat. Stormfront grumbled, reluctantly acknowledging the logic behind Maeve's words. Fine, you're right. She muttered as her and the rest of the passengers descended into an awkward silence. Though that silence was soon broken by Soldier Boy, who turned to Translucent, a curious look on his face. So, you lost your DCK and balls, huh? Translucent, unable to hold himself back, replied. F***CKU. The Vought helicopter descended within a few miles of Homelander's supposed location. The team disembarked, the soft thud of their boots hitting the ground signaling the transition from air to earth. The decision to cover the remaining distance on foot was unanimous. Maintaining the element of surprise was crucial, even if it meant nothing since Maeve already betrayed them. Through the dense woods, they trod cautiously, the shadows playing tricks on their senses. Stormfront, growing increasingly impatient, took out her phone, attempting to post an update on Twitter for her many followers. Frustration etched across her face as the poor connection prevented her from sharing her exploits. The group pushed forward until they emerged into an open field bathed in moonlight. There, an unexpected sight greeted them. Peter, seated on a white, plastic lawn chair, looked up from his phone with a bored expression. Beside him, the lifeless body of Homelander lay, battered and stained with blood and dirt. Stormfront's eyes widened at the sight of her son's corpse, a mix of fascination and disappointment crossing her features. His Aryan resemblance, blonde hair and blue eyes, seemed to captivate her, a twisted pride hidden behind her apparent grief. Peter, nonchalant, put away his phone and complained about their tardiness. "Took you all long enough. I was starting to think you'd never make it." His casual demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the approaching team, a realization sinking in that their enemy might have anticipated their arrival. Stormfront, torn between grief and a morbid fascination with her fallen son, couldn't tear her eyes away from Homelander's lifeless form. As the team processed the eerie scene before them, Peter rose from his seat, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "You guys really kept me waiting. I had to resort to swiping through TikTok to stave off the boredom. You know, I found this guy named Bevo, who just swallows all of his food without chewing. The guy is constantly on the verge of choking to death. A/N, Bevo is a real guy on TikTok that I found, by the way." Soldier Boy, sighing in annoyance upon seeing his deceased son, threw his hands up in frustration. "He's dead already? What a disappointment." Peter chuckled, a dark glint in his eyes. "Ah, don't be so hard on him. He tried his best, but sadly, he was just too weak. Kind of like his father, I presume. After all, the apple can't fall too far from the tree." His words hung in the air, a macabre revelation that twisted the knife of grief for Stormfront. Stormfront, finally breaking her silence, stepped forward, her voice a chilling mix of sorrow and fervor. "My son, my perfect Aryan boy, what have you done to him?" As Stormfront's fervent exclamation hung in the air, the revelation of her twisted ideologies stunned the group, including Peter, who skillfully pretended that he didn't already know. "Oh, Vought also hires Nazis? What a diverse company you all work for. You must be proud." Peter taunts, a scandalous look on his face. "Well, if they're already hiring criminally insane heroes, then I guess Nazis aren't that far off, are they?" Everyone's eyes turned towards Stormfront, but it was Black Noir, the only non-white member of the team, even though nobody could see it, who took a discreet step away from Stormfront. Her inadvertent confession raised uncomfortable questions about her character. Soldier Boy, visibly disturbed by her slip, turned to Stormfront with a scowl, his voice stern. "Are you really a Nazi?" The disdain in his eyes reflected the hatred he harbored for those who embraced such ideologies during World War II. Ignoring the question, Stormfront rose from the ground, crackling with electricity, her gaze fixated on Peter with a deathly glare. If looks could kill, then he would be dead a million times over. The tension in the air escalated as the electricity, which danced along her body, began to converge in her hands, preparing to attack. Holding up his hand, Peter intervened before the situation could escalate. "Hold on a minute, time out, let's not get too carried away just yet." He then turned to Maeve, offering her a nod. "Thanks for the intel, Maeve. You can go meet with MJ and Starlight while I handle this." Without warning, Peter waved his hand, opening a swirling portal beneath Maeve's feet. She disappeared through it, sent to a safely away by Peter's gratitude for the timely warning she had provided. Though her warning didn't save his life or anything, it certainly gave him an opportunity to kill more corrupt heroes. Without her timely message, Homelander and his tracking chip would be incinerated by now, and the team before him would have never arrived here. As Maeve disappeared and the portal snapped shut behind her, the group began to realize the reason why Peter seemed to be expecting their arrival. Maeve, a trusted member of the Seven, had betrayed them. Instantly, a chorus of curses erupted from Translucent's mouth. "I can't believe that BTCH actually sold us out." Maeve's act of treachery cast a shadow of mistrust among the already uneasy team. Turning back to the group, Peter's smile widened. "Now, let's get down to business, shall we?" With that, he vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing beside Stormfront in midair. Stormfront's eyes widened in shock as his fist collided with her stomach, sending her hurtling into the tree line. Trees splintered and crashed as she disappeared from view. The remaining members of the Seven, Soldier Boy, Translucent, and Black Noir, watched in awe, disbelief, anxiety, fear. Although they were briefed on Peter's abilities, and even shown video of him fighting, seeing it up close was an entirely different experience. "What's the matter?" Peter asked as he landed a few meters in front of the group, his hands casually in his pockets. "I thought you guys came here to fight? What are you waiting for?" Stormfront burst out of the tree line, blood dripping from her mouth, a manifestation of her injuries. Lightning danced around her body, a chaotic display of her electric power. With a feral growl, she charged towards Peter, fueled by a mix of grief and rage. Two massive trees rose behind her, manipulated by her telekinesis. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled them forward, aiming to crush Peter beneath their colossal weight. The trees soared through the air, guided by Stormfront's sinister intent. Yet, Peter, with a calm confidence, observed the incoming threat. Time seemed to slow as he effortlessly caught the first tree, muscles tensing with the minimal effort required. Swinging the captured tree, he expertly batted the second one away, redirecting the danger with a graceful motion. Stormfront, undeterred, continued her airborne assault. As she soared toward him, Peter swung the tree once more, connecting with a satisfying impact. The electrified Stormfront was sent spinning through the air like a disoriented comet, a painful expression etched across her face. As Stormfront flew away like a home run, Peter nonchalantly tossed the tree aside. His attention shifted to the remaining members of the Seven, Translucent, Black Noir, and Soldier Boy. The battlefield now brimmed with a tense atmosphere, each hero sizing up the other. Peter, unscathed and eerily composed, faced the trio before him. You know, there's actually 2 of you that I wouldn't mind sparing, but the rest of you are definitely going to die tonight, he remarked with a smirk, his hands casually returning to his pockets. Soldier Boy seethed at Peter's words, seeing them as a clear disrespect to his strength. Spare me? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Meanwhile, Translucent and Black Noir exchanged uncertain glances, wondering which of them he was talking about. Of course, Peter was talking about Black Noir and Soldier Boy. First, Black Noir is perhaps the most feared member of the Seven, other than Homelander. He's often dispatched for his lethal combat skills, ruthlessness, near indestructibility and extraordinary strength. While being completely ruthless towards his opponents, he appears to have a soft spot for innocent life, which was shown in the show. His compassion also extends to animals, which was always good to see. But despite showing the capacity for compassion towards others, Noir has shown that he has no hesitation when it comes to using deadly force to take out targets or killing any witnesses that could pose as potential problems. Of course, Peter didn't mind the ruthlessness toward his enemies, but innocent bystanders are a completely different story. And of course, the Captain America knockoff himself, Soldier Boy. The Soldier Boy that the world knows is a patriotic hero who represents the values of bravery, diligence, sacrifice and American exceptionalism, showing humility when congratulated for his feats in WW2. In truth, however, he is an arrogant, pompous, and macho individual, but he still had some level of humility in his early days. Actually, he began as a man with noble intentions to protect and serve his country but later descended into villainy because of power. In his childhood and youth, Soldier Boy was a troubled child. Disorganized, undisciplined and irresponsible. These were traits that severely disgusted his abusive father, who viewed him as nothing more or less than a simple disappointment and deemed him unworthy to carry the family name. His father's treatment of him etched a profound mark on Soldier Boy's personality, haunting him throughout his life. The harshness and rejection from his own father, even after he became a world-famous hero, left him bitter, shaping the man he is today. He grew into an individual characterized by arrogance, callousness, and recklessness, projecting an air of masculine superiority. Unluckily, things weren't looking so good for the rest of the squad. Stormfront and Translucent would die tonight since one of them is a Nazi who takes pleasure in murdering races of people that are not her own, just like how she killed an entire apartment building full of people in the show. Meanwhile, the other is a pervert whom Peter's wife hates. Sorry, buddy, but you have to go too. He was given the chance to run off and avoid Peter's attention, but sadly, he chose not to take it and came here. Noir and Soldier Boy technically deserve to die, but I wouldn't mind giving them another chance if they're really willing to change. Peter thought as his spider senses suddenly started tingling. Soldier Boy, affronted by Peter's declaration of sparing him, charged forward with his shield in hand. The rhythmic thud of his boots echoed in the tense atmosphere. With a roar, he swung his shield at Peter, aiming to strike him down with a display of brute force. However, Peter, seemingly unfazed, extended his hand, effortlessly stopping the attack in its tracks. The sudden halt of the shield caught Soldier Boy off guard, disbelief etched across his face. Before he could process what happened, Peter swiftly disarmed him, pulling the shield from his grasp. Go take a seat, old man, Peter calmly suggested, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Soldier Boy's face, sending him tumbling away, a mix of shock and humiliation on his features. Turning to Black Noir, Peter raised an eyebrow. You, too. Take a seat if you want to live, he advised, a tone of warning in his voice. However, Black Noir, unwavering in his loyalty to Vought and his mission, ignored the command. With determination burning in his eyes, he unsheathed a sword from his back, ready to engage Peter in battle. Peter, though respecting Noir's loyalty, found the situation more irritating than anything else. As Noir closed in, brandishing the sword, Peter couldn't help but frown. Loyalty can be a real pain, you know, he muttered to himself, preparing for Noir's attack. Noir swung the sword with precision, but Peter, with a casual snap of his fingers, invoked a hint of magic. The steel of the sword transformed into a whimsical balloon animal sword, an absurd creation that any budget clown could fashion in seconds. The balloon sword, devoid of any threat, collided harmlessly with Peter, who stood there unscathed. Peter looked at the bewildered Black Noir and sighed. You're making this harder than it needs to be. He gestured for Noir to wait with Soldier Boy, who was slowly picking himself up from the ground after the earlier attack. Reluctantly, Black Noir walked off, joining Soldier Boy on the sidelines. Though Soldier Boy didn't look like he would be standing still for long, his entire being seething in rage as his chest began to glow in a bright yellow light. Oh, that's not good. Peter muttered, though his demeanor didn't change much, seemingly unworried. During his captivity, Russian scientists performed an experiment on Soldier Boy that included inserting radioactive material into his body. This caused him to emit high levels of radiation from that point on. Now, whenever he's overwhelmed, this new radioactive power goes haywire, releasing a deadly explosion of radiation. Seeing that an explosion was imminent, Peter calmly prepared to contain the potential catastrophe. However, before he could act, Translucent, realizing he wasn't among those Peter planned to spare, seized the opportunity. Turning invisible and discarding his clothes, Translucent circled around to Peter's back, attempting to gain the upper hand. With a swift, nearly silent movement, he reached out to twist Peter's neck. However, just before his unseen fingers could make contact, a groan of annoyance echoed in the air. Peter, without even turning around, reached back, piercing his hand through Translucent's chest. The invisible hero's eyes widened in surprise, his attempt thwarted by Peter's acute senses and reflexes. "I'm a bit busy right now," Peter remarked casually, his tone dismissive. With a quick motion, he tossed Translucent aside, ripping his heart out in the process. The invisible hero's form lay discarded, slowly dying as his powers deactivated, turning visible once again just as the life left his eyes. With Translucent out of the picture, Peter focused on Soldier Boy, who was on the verge of unleashing a deadly explosion of radiation. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Peter swiftly formed a golden eldritch energy bubble-like shield around Soldier Boy. The shield contained the imminent explosion as it erupted, preventing the deadly radiation from spreading. The field around them shimmered with golden energy as the shield held firm. Peter maintained his composure, his expression unchanged, despite the perilous circumstances. The explosion's force rattled the shield, but it stood strong against the destructive power within. Black Noir, who stood fairly close to Soldier Boy, watched the shield appear and save his life. He couldn't help but turn to Peter, a thankful expression hidden under his mask. As the explosion subsided, the golden shield dissipated, revealing Soldier Boy, who had passed out cold after unleashing all of his built-up energy, falling to the ground with a light thud. "Looks like you're not dying tonight at least," Peter remarked, his tone indifferent. He turned away from Soldier Boy, his attention shifting to the spark-covered figure that was currently shooting across the sky, headed in his direction. Stormfront, fueled by a maelstrom of electricity, charged at Peter with frenzied determination. Bolts of lightning crackled around her, forming a dazzling yet deadly display of power. However, Peter effortlessly evaded her strikes, like a leaf in the wind. Their confrontation played out in a symphony of sparks and instantaneous movements, but Stormfront found herself unable to land a single hit on Peter. He weaved through her attacks with swift finesse, turning her own onslaught against her, as she began to grow exhausted. "Stand still, coward," she exclaimed, tired and angry. Growing bored with the fruitless battle, Peter disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving Stormfront momentarily bewildered. Before she could react, Peter reappeared behind her in a blink, a blur of motion. "Enjoy hell, not see trash." In one swift motion, he extended his hand, a blade of pure energy forming with a celestial glow. With a decisive swipe, Stormfront's head parted from her body. The electrified villain fell to the ground alongside her severed head, a puddle of crimson staining the once green grass beneath them. The noise and commotion of battle now reduced to an eerie stillness. With Stormfront defeated, Peter conjured a phoenix flame in his hand. The ethereal fire danced with vibrant hues as he moved toward the fallen bodies. In a sweeping motion, he let the phoenix flame consume the remains, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Translucent, Homelander, and Stormfront all disappeared as if they never existed in the first place. Turning to Black Noir, who stood nearby, Peter's expression remained composed. "Pick up Soldier Boy. We're leaving," he ordered, his tone brooking no argument. Black Noir, silently acknowledging the command, approached the unconscious Soldier Boy. With a strength that matched his imposing figure, he lifted Soldier Boy's inert form, cradling him in his arms. Peter, leading the way, waved his hand, creating a swirling portal of cosmic energy. The edges of reality seemed to warp around the portal as it opened, revealing a passage to another place. Without a word, Peter gestured for Black Noir to follow. They stepped into the portal, disappearing from the moonlit battlefield. The passage closed behind them, leaving only the echoes of the clash and the scent of burnt remnants in the night air. Returning to Becca Butcher's house alongside Black Noir and the unconscious Soldier Boy, Peter gestured to Noir to place the Captain America knockoff on the couch. The swirling portal they arrived through closed behind them, leaving the moonlit night undisturbed. Sensing that everyone in the house was asleep, including Maeve, who seemed to be in one of the guest rooms, Peter cautioned Noir to be quiet as they navigated through the darkened living room. "I thought they would be awake." Peter was sure that at least Billy and Maeve would wait up to learn what happened, but that didn't seem to be the case. Maybe MJ put them to sleep because they were being annoying. Entering the kitchen, Peter began rummaging through the fridge, searching for sustenance. The hunger that had been gnawing at him became apparent. "Hope you're hungry." "Because I'm starving," Peter said, pulling out ingredients to prepare a simple meal. "Hopefully, Becca won't mind us stealing some of her food." Black Noir, unsure of what to do with himself, followed Peter into the kitchen after dropping Soldier Boy on the couch. He contemplated the recent events, grateful that Peter had spared his life. A small part of him, however, lingered with the notion of finding an opportunity to strike back, to return to Vought's service. But deep down, he sensed the futility of challenging the seemingly indomitable force that stood before him. As Peter began cooking, Noir stood awkwardly to the side, observing the efficient movements of the man who had just effortlessly defeated the Seven. The aroma of food filled the kitchen, yet Noir hesitated to engage or even move out of place, for fear of angering Peter. Peter, sensing Noir's uncertainty, turned and looked at him. Take off the mask and set the table. Our late dinner will be ready soon, he suggested, his tone casual yet commanding. Oh, and wash your hands. Black Noir hesitated, then reluctantly removed his mask, revealing the scars that marred half of his face. Old burns and a damaged eye came clearly into view. Peter, focused on cooking, showed no visible reaction to Noir's disfigurement. Insert picture of Black Noir's face here. Of course, Peter watched the show so he knew what happened to Black Noir. Before Soldier Boy was captured by the Russians, he managed to pin Black Noir's face to the hood of a burning jeep and bashed his head in with his shield, severely damaging and even removing a part of Black Noir's brain, leaving him brain damaged and scarred forever. Though he did betray Soldier Boy in the first place, Peter thought, though he also knew the reason why Black Noir and the rest of Soldier Boy's old team betrayed him. Soldier Boy treated them like trash, abusing his authority as their leader to do whatever he wanted, even playing with their lives. As the food was swiftly finished, Peter took 2 plates and swiftly served the meal. Nothing fancy, just a quick pasta, he remarked, sitting down and motioning to the chair across from him. Sit, he ordered, and Noir did as he was told. Peter started eating, but Noir remained hesitant, unable to comprehend the abrupt shift from fierce combat to this shared meal. The awkward silence lingered until Peter, looking up from his plate, broke it. Eat. We've got things to discuss, he said, the veneer of affability momentarily giving way to a more serious demeanor. Startled, Noir picked up his fork and began to eat, unsure of the direction this was going. Truthfully, this entire situation was beginning to scare Noir. Peter was being far too nice, which was a polar opposite to what he witnessed just moments ago. As they sat down to eat, Peter finally started talking. Between bites of pasta, he attempted to engage Black Noir in conversation, realizing that the man before him had been shrouded in mystery. So, Noir, tell me about yourself. Peter asked, his tone casual but genuinely curious. Noir remained silent, offering no verbal response to Peter's inquiry. Can you talk? Peter questioned, acknowledging the ambiguity that surrounded Noir's ability to communicate. In the show, Noir's brain damage seemed to impact his ability to speak. Although some fans believed that he could speak but just chose not to, his current silence seemed to disprove that. A subtle shake of the head from Noir was all the response Peter needed. It was a revelation that he expected. As Peter continued his meal, he contemplated whether he should heal him or not. Can I even heal a brain injury? The scars and the eye would be easy, but the brain was a much more complicated organ. Finishing his food, Peter set down his fork and looked directly at Noir. The question that followed caught the battle-hardened hero off guard. Would you like to talk again? Peter asked, his gaze steady. Noir sat still for a moment, the unexpected question sinking in. Confusion clouded his scarred features, but as Peter repeated himself, Noir jolted from his shocked stupor and hesitantly nodded. The prospect of regaining his voice seemed both improbable and surreal. Stay still, Peter instructed, a serious undertone in his voice. As he waved his hand, intricate golden spell circles materialized in front of him. Noir watched with a mix of fascination and apprehension as the spell circles completed their formation and shot towards him. Before Noir could react, the spell held him in place, rooting him to the chair. Panic flickered in his eyes, a silent plea for reassurance. Peter, undeterred, snapped his fingers, conjuring a mirror on the table before Noir. The reflective surface showcased the spell's transformative work, a golden light enveloping Noir's scarred visage. As minutes passed, Noir witnessed a miraculous change. The scars that adorned his face vanished, leaving smooth, unblemished skin in their wake. Even the cloudy, damaged eye underwent a transformation, gradually reverting to its original state. The spell's healing touch extended beyond the visible, mending the unseen wounds within Noir's brain, regrow the part of his lost brain. Insert picture of Noir's original face here. As the golden glow faded, Peter released the spell's hold on Noir. The mute hero sat there, speechless, as the reality of the transformation settled in. This is me, Noir thought, shocked by his own reflection. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, Black Noir couldn't believe what he was seeing. His once scarred and damaged face had transformed into perfection. The smooth skin felt unfamiliar under his fingertips as he cautiously explored the features that had haunted him for years. An accidental poke to his once damaged eye confirmed the reality of the change, leaving him both astonished and relieved. As realization dawned, Noir's eyes welled up with tears. He couldn't comprehend the miraculous healing that had taken place. The burden of scars, both physical and emotional, seemed to lift, replaced by a renewed sense of self. The tears escaped, tracing paths down his cheeks, as he beheld the unfamiliar yet welcome reflection before him. To Noir, his face being destroyed all those years ago was a heavy blow, especially since he always wanted to be a movie star. Noir wasn't always the silent ninja-like hero, who lived only for the job. But sadly, he was never able to accomplish that dream. Early in his career as a hero, he was forced to conceal his face due to his race, in order to make him more marketable. Of course, he hated wearing the mask and hiding himself from the world, which is why he tried to resist, but that didn't go well either. One attempt to break out as an unconcealed star was to audition for the movie Beverly Hills Cop, but due to Soldier Boy's interference, he lost his role to Eddie Murphy. Of course, Noir confronted his leader about this, to which Soldier Boy beat him in retaliation. That day, he told the bloodied and beaten Noir that he would be the only star on the team, and that if any other team member attempted to outshine him, he would kill them, fueling Noir and the team's resentment for him. Turning towards Peter, Noir's voice struggled to break free after decades of silence. The first words he spoke were hesitant, the sound hoarse from disuse, yet the gratitude within them resonated profoundly. Thank you, Noir stuttered, the weight of his unspoken gratitude carried by those two simple words. After all, Peter gave him back the opportunity to fulfill his dream. For the first time in years, Noir heard the sound of his own voice. The reality of being able to communicate again overwhelmed him, and his eyes widened with astonishment. The echo of his hoarse, unfamiliar voice seemed like a distant memory brought back to life. The tears continued to flow, a mixture of relief, disbelief, and the release of pent-up emotions. As the words settled in the air, Noir struggled to contain the overwhelming surge of emotions. His chest tightened with a mix of vulnerability and newfound liberation. Speaking after years of silence had unleashed a floodgate of feelings that had long been suppressed. The tears, once an impossibility for the stoic hero, now flowed freely, marking the release of all the pain he's had to endure. Peter, witnessing Noir's emotional state, nodded, a small smile on his face as he stood up. "You're very welcome," he said as he picked up the dirty dishes and walked over to sink. "Now come over here and dry these dishes as I wash them. We don't want to be bad guests after all." The next morning arrived with a gentle glow on the horizon as the sun began its ascent. In the quiet stillness of the Butcher household, everyone remained asleep, unaware of the unfolding events. Ryan Butcher, however, stirred awake in his bed, a sense of disorientation lingering from his meeting with his father and subsequent awakening of his powers. Eager to make sense of the situation, as he hadn't fully realized that he awakened superpowers, Ryan leaped out of bed, his enthusiasm skyrocketing as he thought of his new father. He didn't leave, did he? Rushing to the door, Ryan gripped the doorknob with what he believed was ordinary strength. However, as his hand squeezed the metal knob, a loud clanking sound was heard as he inadvertently shattered it. Shocked by what happened, Ryan accidentally pulled backwards, breaking the entire door off of its hinges. What? Ryan muttered as he released the door, sending it crashing to the floor. Panicking at the sudden display of power, Ryan's heightened senses began to play tricks on him. Sounds from the surrounding neighborhood bombarded his ears, an overwhelming symphony of sprinklers, car engines, alarm clocks, and just about anything else created a disorienting whirlwind that overwhelmed his senses. Downstairs, Peter, who just finished the dishes with Black Noir, patiently waited for Soldier Boy to wake up. He knew that sleeping was pointless at this point. By the time he went to sleep, everyone would be waking up, not to mention Soldier Boy, who would no doubt cause trouble upon his awakening. However, as Peter was hanging around with Noir, his enhanced senses suddenly picked up the growing chaos emanating from Ryan's room. Recognizing the urgency, he swiftly rose from his seat, leaving Noir behind. Bounding up the stairs with agility, Peter reached Ryan's room just in time to witness the bewildered young man grappling with his uncontrollable abilities, his eyes beginning to glow with the telltale signs of heat vision once again. Recognizing the signs of a potential disaster, Peter wasted no time. He raised his hands, conjuring a calming spell to pacify the tumultuous storm within Ryan's mind. As the spell took effect, Ryan felt a soothing wave wash over him, alleviating the panic and confusion that had gripped his senses. Simultaneously, his unbridled powers subsided, allowing him to regain control for the time being. The room, once filled with the remnants of an unintentional rampage, began to settle. Breathing heavily, Ryan looked at Peter with a mix of gratitude and bewilderment. Who are you? What's happening to me? He stammered, still trying to comprehend the sudden emergence of powers beyond his understanding. I'm Peter, and you? Peter, wearing a reassuring smile, spoke, his voicing taking an English tilt to it. You're a wizard, Harry. I'm a what? Ryan asked back before he realized what Peter was quoting. Hey, this isn't Harry Potter and my name is Ryan. Oh, my bad. Wrong universe. Helping Ryan steady himself, Peter guided him to a chair. First things first, take a deep breath. Your powers might be a bit overwhelming at first, but we'll get them under control. Ryan took a breath before looking up at Peter. What do you mean powers? He asked before realization struck once again. Wait, do I have superpowers? Am I a superhero? Sitting beside Ryan, who was practically bouncing in his seat right now, Peter nodded his head. Yup, congratulations, Ryan. You get to live every kid's dream. As the realization of his newfound powers settled in, Ryan's eyes widened with a mix of excitement and confusion. Sitting across from him, Peter adopted a serious demeanor, understanding the importance of addressing the situation at hand. All right, Ryan, Peter began, leaning forward. I know this might feel like a dream come true, but having superpowers is no joke. It comes with an inherent responsibility, a responsibility to keep your powers under control. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you have to use your powers for good, because truthfully, that's your choice. But what you have to do is keep yourself under control so you don't hurt yourself or anyone around you. Ryan, still processing the magnitude of his abilities, looked at Peter with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. What do you mean? He asked, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Peter took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. These powers of yours can be incredibly dangerous if you can't control them. You could accidentally hurt people, even those you care about, including your mom. After all, this is the boys' universe, so anything could happen. Accidental deaths due to unchecked superpowered individuals was a regular occurrence in this world. Ryan had to be careful or else he might just do something that he'd regret for the rest of his life. Concern flickered in Ryan's eyes as he absorbed Peter's words. The gravity of the situation began to sink in, and Peter could see the weight of responsibility settling on the young man's shoulders. I don't want to scare you, Peter continued, softening his tone. But it's crucial to understand that these powers aren't just toys for you to play around with, nor do they make you better than anyone else. You're not invincible, and your actions can have serious consequences. Ryan nodded, a mix of determination and uncertainty in his expression. I get it. But how do I control them? How do I make sure I don't accidentally hurt anyone? Peter offered a reassuring smile. Training yourself to understand and harness your powers will take time and practice. But I can help you get started. The same thing that you're currently going through happened to be when I awakened my powers. Ryan's eyes widened as his mind registered what Eder just said. You have powers too. Peter smirked as he nodded his head. Yeah, want to see something cool? He asked, receiving an excited nod in return. All right, watch this. Turning to the destroyed doorway, Peter snapped his fingers. Before Ryan's shocked and awed eyes, time seemed to reverse as the door on the floor levitated before puzzling itself back into place. But that wasn't all. Ryan watched as the door mended back together, fixing itself in a matter of seconds. Cool, huh? Peter smirked. Was that magic? Ryan exclaimed, rushing up to the door and rubbing his little hands all over it, inspecting it with a smile plasterer on his face. Yes, but even magic can be dangerous, just like your powers. But once you learn how to control them, you don't have to worry anymore. Peter said, turning serious once again. Are you ready to start learning control? As Peter spoke, he could see the wheels turning in Ryan's mind. The weight of responsibility mingled with the excitement of being a superhero. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me, Ryan admitted, a sincerity in his voice that touched Peter. I'm ready. That's the right attitude, Peter affirmed. Now, go get ready. I'll meet you downstairs for your first day of training, he said as he made his way to the door. Don't keep me waiting for too long, or else I'll have to running extra laps. As Peter left, Ryan couldn't help but shiver in fear at Peter's threat. Although running laps didn't sound too bad, especially since he has superpowers, it seemed like it would be more than just normal laps. A couple of hours later, Soldier Boy groggily stirred from his slumber, the recollection of his recent encounter with Peter echoing in his mind. As the fog of sleep slowly lifted, he couldn't shake the memory of Peter effortlessly defeating him as well as his sudden explosion. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the sounds of a commotion reached his ears. Navigating the unfamiliar household, Soldier Boy followed the clamor until he stepped into the backyard. There, he found a young boy, Ryan, maneuvering through what appeared to be a military-style obstacle course. Peter, standing on the sidelines, barked orders like a drill sergeant, urging Ryan through each challenge. Pick up the pace. We don't have all day. Do you want to do another 10 laps or what? Soldier Boy observed in surprise as the boy exhibited superhuman speed, effortlessly leaping over obstacles that would pose a challenge even to seasoned soldiers. The agility and strength displayed hinted at powers beyond the ordinary. Confusion settled in as Soldier Boy noticed peculiar markings covering Ryan's skin. Unbeknownst to him, these markings were a gravity-altering spell, enhancing Ryan's training to a level beyond the capabilities of a normal obstacle course. Peter, with his deep understanding of powers, had woven this magical element into the training regimen. Soon enough, his attention shifted to Black Noir, standing beside Peter with his mask removed. Soldier Boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Noir's face miraculously healed. The scars and burns that Soldier Boy distinctly remembered inflicting on Noir seemed to have vanished, leaving behind unblemished skin. Before Soldier Boy could unravel the mystery further, Peter blew a whistle, signaling the end of Ryan's training session. That's it for today. Good job, kid. You did far better than I thought you would. Your mom and dad will be proud. With a snap of his fingers, Peter lifted the gravity-altering spell from Ryan's body, allowing the boy to return to a normal state. Turning around, Peter waved at Soldier Boy with a casual greeting, as if he knew he was there the entire time. Yo, good morning, my little suicide bomber. Did you sleep well? Soldier Boy, still seething with anger from last night's lose, and annoyed by Peter's taunting greeting, was on the verge of charging towards him when, in a blink, Peter appeared right in front of him. A hand casually landed on Soldier Boy's shoulder, and a sudden, overwhelming force pressed down on him, threatening to buckle his knees. His muscles strained against the invisible burden as Soldier Boy found himself frozen in place, powerless to resist the weight that bore down on him. The intense pressure radiated from Peter's touch, leaving Soldier Boy gritting his teeth against the pain. As Peter's face loomed in front of him, Soldier Boy could see that demonic grin etched across his features. It was a sinister smile that hinted at the agony promised if he dared to challenge the mysterious man before him. Peter leaned in, his voice dripping with a deceptive sweetness. Best behavior, Soldier Boy, or you might find yourself in the company of Homelander, Translucent, and Stormfront in the afterlife. Soldier Boy, unable to speak, shot a glare at Peter, his eyes conveying a mixture of defiance and understanding. Peter, satisfied that his point was made, withdrew his hand, relieving Soldier Boy of the crushing force. The worn-out superhero slumped against the doorframe, gasping for breath, grateful to be released from Peter's oppressive hold. Ignoring Soldier Boy's recovery, Peter pivoted and snapped his fingers, a gesture that erased the military-style obstacle course from existence. The backyard transformed, leaving no trace of the challenging trials that had just occupied the space moments ago. Ryan, still standing beside Black Noir, watched in awe as the backyard returned to its serene state. The magical display left him wondering just how powerful his new teacher really was. Calling Ryan over, Peter gestured toward Soldier Boy, who was still catching his breath. Ryan, meet Soldier Boy, your grandfather. The shock registered on Ryan's face as he stared up at Soldier Boy, realizing exactly who he was. After all, who didn't know the very first American superhero? Why you my grandpa? Soldier Boy, just as shocked as his grandson, wanted to deny it and push the annoying kid away, but one look from Peter set him straight. Yeah. His voice carried a confused and reluctant tilt to it. Peter, satisfied with Soldier Boy's behavior this far, clapped Ryan on the back. Go get cleaned up. Your grandpa and I will start on breakfast, so don't take too long or he might eat it all. Okay. Ryan replied happily as he rushed up to Soldier Boy, wrapping him up in a quick hug. Soldier Boy stood robotically as his grandson suddenly hugged him, a scowl clear to see on his face. However, before he could even think of complaining, Ryan squeezed him a bit harder than he expected. Ugh. He groaned under the pressure of Ryan's uncontrolled power. See you soon, Grandpa. Ryan yelled as he released Soldier Boy, rushing off into the house, unaware of the damage he did. How strong is that little sh*t? Soldier Boy groaned as he held his midsection. He almost broke my ribs. Like I said, he's your grandson. Of course he'll be strong. Peter said, which actually made Sidlier Boy wonder if Ryan was his grandson. As Ryan dashed inside the house with a newfound enthusiasm, Peter strolled past the confused-looking Soldier Boy, headed straight toward the kitchen. Following in Peter's footsteps, Black Noir attempted to walk past Soldier Boy as well, but the seasoned superhero swiftly reached over, blocking the doorway with his arm. Soldier Boy, his curiosity piqued, turned to Noir. How the hell were you healed? Because I distinctly remember barbecuing that ugly mug of yours to a nice medium rare. Noir's glare shot daggers at Soldier Boy, and with a menacing tone, he uttered one word, move. A tense standoff ensued as Soldier Boy and Noir locked eyes, the air thick with unspoken threats. But before the confrontation could escalate, Peter's voice echoed from the kitchen, Noir, come set the table. Noir responded with a curt yes, sir, maintaining his gaze on Soldier Boy, waiting for him to relent. Soldier Boy, sensing the tension and the implied threat in Noir's expression, begrudgingly moved out of the doorway. After all, Peter told him to be on his best behavior, or else. Seeing Soldier Boy's compliance, Noir smirked, realizing the extent of Soldier Boy's unease in the presence of Peter. Annoyed by the smug look Noir was giving him, Soldier Boy couldn't resist a parting jab. Get going, Noir. Your new master's calling you. Suddenly, Peter's voice cut through the tension once more. Soldier Boy, help Noir set the table, and wash those dirty hands before touching anything. I don't want you getting anyone sick. Who knows what strange Russian diseases you've brought back with you. Soldier Boy seethed with rage at being ordered around, but before he could react, Noir walked past him, chuckling as he remarked, come on, your new master's calling you. As Noir headed inside, Soldier Boy reluctantly followed, contemplating whether or not he should just run away, though something told him that wouldn't be possible. In the kitchen, Soldier Boy begrudgingly followed Noir's lead as they set the table under Peter's watchful eye. Scowling, Soldier Boy kept a wary gaze on Peter, determined not to provoke the enigmatic man who had displayed powers beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, Peter skillfully worked at the stove, cooking up eggs, bacon, waffles, and much more as the enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen. As the table was set, Soldier Boy took a seat while Noir stood attentively by Peter's side, ready to assist in any way possible. Ever since Peter healed him the previous night, Noir had become Peter's devoted aide, carrying out tasks without a hint of hesitation. Gratitude emanated from Noir towards Peter. Loyalty, once dedicated to Vought, had seamlessly shifted to the mysterious man who held power beyond any he had witnessed. Originally, Noir had contemplated contacting Vought with information about Peter, but after the miraculous healing, his allegiance had shifted, and now he was like a servant, loyal to Peter even in the face of the unknown. Soldier Boy observed Noir's odd behavior, realizing that Peter must have played a role in Noir's healed face and ability to speak. Seated at the table, Soldier Boy found himself with a lot more questions than answers. But sadly, he could exactly demand answers with Peter around. Glancing back at Soldier Boy, who was stewing in his seat, Peter took a moment to break the silence. He turned to Soldier Boy, his expression more serious than the usual mischievous grin. Look, Soldier Boy, I suppose it's time for a little talk. Soldier Boy eyed Peter cautiously, still wary of what he might do. Peter continued, let's start with your new explosive disability. Do you know why you suddenly exploded last night? No, he answered, his hand gripping into fists. Not only was exploding like that not one of his powers, he also couldn't seem to control it. Peter nodded, expecting that answer. Well, when you exploded like a very dangerous firework, I analyzed the energy that you were using. You've got a surplus of radioactive energy inside you, and it seems like your body has changed somehow to keep producing this energy. As Peter detailed the potential dangers of his newfound ability, Soldier Boy listened, absorbing the information. A realization dawned on him, and he muttered under his breath, those damn Russian, they turned me into a walking nuke. Peter nodded, acknowledging Soldier Boy's understanding. Exactly. So, keep your emotions in check. Your little meltdown last night triggered the energy overload. As long as you can keep calm, you won't have to worry about exploding. After all, we don't want you going off like a suicide bomber, do we? Soldier Boy processed the gravity of the situation, realizing the extent of the experimentation that had been inflicted upon him. The weight of his own existence now felt more burdensome, a ticking time bomb of radioactive energy. Can it be fixed? He suddenly asks. What? You don't want the power to blow up anyone who annoys you? Peter asks back. No, I'd rather not risk blowing up in a crowded city. Soldier Boy replied, frowning at Peter's idiotic question. Smiling, Peter liked the answer he got. I guess he isn't a complete lost cause. At least not yet. Thinking for a moment, Peter finally answered his question. Sure, I can help you with the energy, but you're going to have to work for it. Fine. Soldier Boy begrudgingly agreed. What do you want? You're going to help me train your grandson. Peter states, hoping to use this opportunity to change Soldier Boy for the better. Reluctantly agreeing, Soldier Boy ventured to ask another pressing question. What about that kid? Who is he really? Peter's expression shifted, his tone growing somber. Ryan is Homelander's son. Homelander, being the piece of human trash that he was, ped Ryan's mother, Becca. And 9 months later, Ryan was born. He explained before warning. Of course, Ryan doesn't know who his real father is, so you'll have to keep that to yourself, or else. Soldier Boy's face twisted in a mixture of shock and disgust. Even for someone with his dubious past, the idea of being someone crossed a line he couldn't fathom. You know, I've done some pretty messed up SHT in my time, but I've never forced myself on a woman. Even my old man wouldn't have done that, and he was an even bigger a-shole than me. As Soldier Boy grappled with the disturbing revelation, the kitchen door suddenly swung open. Billy and Becca Butcher entered, their eyes widening as they laid eyes on Soldier Boy and Black Noir. On pure instinct, Billy stepped in front of Becca, a pistol materializing from his pants. What the hell are these cunts doing here? In the aftermath of the tense confrontation, Becca's piercing gaze softened as Peter, with a calm demeanor, explained the events of the previous night and the unexpected connection between Soldier Boy and Ryan. Billy, still wary, kept his pistol in hand, but the tension began to dissipate as the truth unfolded. Of course, that didn't explain Black Noir's presence, so Peter had to go into his reasoning behind sparing him as well, which Billy didn't agree with. But thankfully, he had no say in the matter. After all, Peter already allowed him to avenge his wife and even brought them back together. What more could he possibly ask for? After everyone settled down, Soldier Boy, Billy, and Becca took their seats at the table alongside MJ, Starlight, and Maeve, who had woken up shortly after them. Once again, Peter was forced to answer all sorts of questions for them as well, especially Maeve, who expected Peter to kill everyone after she betrayed Vought and the Seven. The atmosphere remained awkward, with everyone casting uneasy glances at each other. Soldier Boy, MJ, and Peter were the first to dig into the delicious spread, seemingly unfazed by the tension. As the group sat in silence, the clinking of utensils against plates filled the room. Soon, MJ's piercing gaze met Peter's, a subtle acknowledgement passing between them. Peter leaned in for a quick kiss, taking a seat next to MJ. Noir followed, sitting on Peter's left, completing the peculiar arrangement. The silence lingered until the kitchen door swung open, breaking the awkwardness. Ryan, freshly showered and clad in clean clothes, dashed in with youthful energy. Teacher, he exclaimed, addressing Peter with reverence. I'm starving after all that training. What's for breakfast? Ryan noticed his mother, Becca, and a slight smile tugged at his lips as he took a seat beside her, glancing curiously between his new father, Billy, and Soldier Boy, his newfound grandfather. The atmosphere shifted as the attention turned to Becca. She fixed Peter with a piercing stare, her concern evident. What training is he talking about? She demanded, her tone edged with disapproval. You didn't ask for my permission to train my son. Contrary to the way she was acting, Becca didn't mind Ryan training and learning how to control his powers. The problem for her was that she didn't want her son to turn out like Homelander. He needed to be treated with care and support. Peter, maintaining his composure, nodding his head, you're right, I probably should have asked before training him. Though he needs to be trained, he said before explaining. While you were all asleep, Ryan had another outburst from his powers. Thankfully, I was here to stop him before it got too bad, but that doesn't change the fact that he needs to learn control, or else he's going to end up hurting either himself or someone else. Becca, though still displeased, nodded in understanding. I see. Peter continues. Feel free to ask Ryan about my training. If you or him don't like it, then you can try to find another person to teach him, but I can tell you now that someone else might not be as experienced as I am. And let's not forget that most other people or organizations will probably try to use him for his abilities. I'm merely here to help. Both Becca and Billy couldn't help but agree with Peter's words. Turning to her son, Becca asked, do you like training with Peter? Yeah, it's hard but it's really fun too. Did you know that he can do magic? He made. Ryan ranted and raved about Peter's abilities as he explained the training he went through. Becca let out a relieved sigh as she realized that Peter didn't put her son through any crazy training. All right, then you can keep training, but I'd like to watch if that's all right with you too. Sure, that's fine. Peter shrugged as he gestured to Soldier Boy, he'll be assisting me in Ryan's training as well. Soldier Boy, nonchalant and busy stuffing bacon into his mouth, grunted in agreement. Grandpa's going to train me too. Ryan nearly jumped out of his seat in excitement. Truly, he was having a good couple of days. First, he meets his father, whom he's been dying to see his entire life. Then he awakens literal superpowers, which any child would dream of. And now, he has a cool and famous grandpa, who will be training with him. The kid was really living the dream. As breakfast drew to a close, Ryan eagerly pulled Soldier Boy and Billy away to showcase his room and his collection of superhero memorabilia. Becca, uncertain about Soldier Boy, promptly followed them, intent on keeping a watchful eye on her son. Observing the departure, Peter subtly motioned to MJ, silently instructing her to keep an eye on Soldier Boy and ensure he didn't cause any trouble. With a nod of understanding, MJ strolled after the trio, leaving Peter in the kitchen with Noir, Starlight, and Maeve. Curiosity evident on her face, Maeve turned to Noir and couldn't resist asking about the transformation in his appearance. To her surprise, Noir responded, explaining that Peter had healed him. Shocked by Noir's unexpected answer, Maeve congratulated him, expressing genuine happiness. Starlight, unfamiliar with Noir's past injuries, joined in the congratulations, pleased to see good things happening for a change. Maeve shifted her attention to Peter, her expression growing more serious. What's your plan regarding Vought? She inquired. With Homelander and the Seven gone, minus us of course, Vought is vulnerable, but their influence and army of soups still poses a significant threat. The government might try to investigate, but what can they do against superheroes? Vought still has a lot of power behind them. Peter smiled, his tone measured. I've got a meeting with the president today. I plan to level the playing field. Starlight couldn't help but ask. Does he know you're coming? Peter smirked. No, it's always more fun to show up unannounced and make an entrance. After ensuring MJ would keep a watchful eye on Soldier Boy, as he still didn't fully trust him, Peter left the Butcher family home, his thoughts swirling with the weight of the impending meeting. He had a good idea as to how he would even out the odds against Vought. All he needed was the president to agree and work with him. Stepping through a portal, he emerged in the Oval Office, catching President Robert Schaefer by surprise. Yo! He waved as the portal snapped shut behind him. As Peter gracefully took a seat across from the president, introducing himself with a friendly smile. Hello, I'm Peter. You might recognize me from the recent Vought drama going on. Hello, what can I do for you? The president replied with a fake smile, his hand discreetly moving to hit an emergency button beneath his desk. A tense moment followed as nothing happened, not a single person came rushing in as they were supposed to. The president kept glancing at the doors, his expression growing more grave by the second. If you're waiting for the Secret Service to come rushing in, then you can stop. Peter leaned back in his chair and explained. I've already sealed the room so that we can talk without any annoyances, but don't worry. I'm not here to kill you or anything. I'm only here to talk and give you an opportunity. Intrigued and wary, President Schaefer spoke. What opportunity? Peter then explained his past few days in this universe. Well, let me quickly explain what I've been up to recently. First, I've stolen and leaked all of Vaught's secrets, which I'm sure you've already seen. The president nods as Peter continues. Not only that, but I've also killed Homelander and a few other superheroes. Basically, I'm at war with Vought. Homelander is dead? You're sure of this? The president asked, still grappling with the shock. Oh yeah, I burned his body myself. Peter nodded. Why tell me all this? Are you expecting a medal? Schaefer asked curiously. I mean, I wouldn't mind rewarding you, but I doubt that's really what you want. I don't want anything, which I'm sure is hard to believe. Peter shook his head, his tone measured. I'm here to even out the playing field. With Vaught's army of heroes, it's likely they'll escape any real consequences. Let's just say I don't want that to happen. Vought and their heroes have gotten away with far more than they should have up until now, and it's about time they got a taste of their own medicine. Go on, Schaefer urged, his interest piqued. Smirking, Peter began to lay out his plan. We'll begin what I call the Sentinel program. As Peter met with President Schaefer, Stan Edgar, the shrewd leader of Vought, anxiously awaited news of his rescue team's return in Vought Tower. Expecting Homelander to be brought back after his kidnapping, Stan tried reaching out to his team, only to be met with silence. Growing uneasy, he realized that his operatives must have either perished or been captured by the formidable force now opposing Vought. Stan, never one to underestimate his adversaries, understood the gravity of the situation. If Homelander was truly incapacitated or gone, it meant that he needed to secure Vaught's valuable assets and plan for the future. One particular asset seized his attention, the son of Homelander. The potential successor to the fallen hero held significant importance. In the world of Vought, new heroes needed to be groomed and controlled. With Homelander out of the picture, the void had to be filled, and Vought needed to maintain its influence. Stan Edgar, a master tactician, swiftly moved into action, mobilizing resources to ensure the security of Vaught's future. The game had changed, and he understood that adapting quickly was Vaught's only way of survival. Whilst Peter was busy at the White House, Soldier Boy found himself ensnared in an unexpected predicament. The energetic whirlwind named Ryan, his newfound grandson, had taken it upon himself to showcase his collection of superhero action figures. Soldier Boy, clad in his iconic suit, as he hadn't had the chance to change, felt a mix of awkwardness and irritation as he sat on the floor surrounded by the array of dolls. Look, Grandpa, this is you, Ryan exclaimed, holding up a miniaturized version of Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy resisted the urge to roll his eyes, maintaining a strained smile. Yeah, kid, real impressive. As Ryan continued his enthusiastic presentation, Soldier Boy couldn't help but wonder how he ended up in this bizarre situation. He mentally lamented his lack of freedom, yearning for the battlefield over this peculiar family bonding. The dolls, in his eyes, were a mockery of his past and a waste of his grandson's time. If he could speak freely right now, Soldier Boy would tell Ryan that he shouldn't be playing with dolls, action figures, or not. How is he supposed to grow up like a man surrounded by these toys? This isn't how my grandson should be raised. Soldier Boy thought as he thought back in his own childhood, which wasn't nearly as happy and pleasant as Ryan's, but at least it made him into the man he is today. Though after thinking about it, maybe Ryan shouldn't grow up like him. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. Soldier Boy's thoughts took a conflicted turn. On one hand, he wanted Ryan to be a strong man, like him, but on the other hand, he had a lot of regrets. Maybe my way isn't the best option. Despite the inner turmoil, he dared not voice his discontent, especially with MJ's watchful gaze lingering in the background. Peter may have left, but even now Soldier Boy refused to make any moves. Something told him that he wouldn't survive if he did. After all, Peter has already spared him once. Nothing guarantees that he'd be willing to do so a second time. Soldier Boy pondered whether this was some twisted form of punishment for his past deeds. Grandpa, do you want to play with them? Ryan's innocent question snapped Soldier Boy back to the present, the request hanging in the air like an unspoken challenge. Suppressing a sigh, Soldier Boy reluctantly joined in the impromptu action figure battle, trying to act the part of the caring grandfather. Little did he know, each move he made sent shivers of amusement through MJ, who observed the entire charade with a concealed smirk. Becca and Billy, still uneasy about Soldier Boy's presence, observed their playtime with cautious curiosity. She couldn't deny the surreal nature of it all but found a strange reassurance in the fact that Peter had left MJ behind to keep an eye on them. Soldier Boy, begrudgingly caught up in the world of superheroes and dolls, felt a strange sense of vulnerability. The battlefield might have been his comfort zone, but navigating the intricate threads of familial interaction proved to be a challenge beyond his accustomed skill set. As the day unfolded, Soldier Boy's interactions with Ryan became a bit less robotic and forced. He even smiled a few times during their interactions, but he would never admit it. Nor would he ever admit to the small piece of his cold icy heart that seemed to warmed up to his grandson's presence. As Soldier Boy engaged in the makeshift superhero battle with Ryan, the echo of childlike laughter filled the room. Amidst the joyous chaos, a sudden shift occurred. Ryan's innocent question hung in the air. Grandpa, do you want to watch a movie together? I have a bunch of them about you. As Soldier Boy was about to reluctantly agree, seeing as he really had no choice in the matter, suddenly, the distant hum of approaching car engines caught his attention. Soldier Boy, trained by years of war, stilled as he heard the synchronized roar of multiple cars rolling down the street. His instincts kicked in, and he subtly glanced out the window to witness a convoy of blacked-out SUVs forming a rigid line outside. The ominous sight triggered a familiar tension in his muscles, a sensation he thought he had left behind on the battlefield. Intrigued, the other heroes in the house, Black Noir, Maeve, and Starlight, joined him by the window. Together, they observed as men and women in black tactical gear disembarking from the vehicles, creating a perimeter around the house with assault rifles at the ready. MJ, sensing everything with her spider senses, immediately assumed command. Billy, take Ryan, and Becca in the basement. What's happening? Becca exclaimed as she rushed over to Ryan's and pulled him away from the windows. Meanwhile, Billy had already pulled out his pistol as he walked over and peeked out of the window. Fucking cunts. He cursed as he caught sight of the small army outside. MJ, seeing that the normal people in the room were getting worked up, reassured them. You have nothing to worry about. From what I can tell, it's only normal people. I'd already be portaling you away if I thought that you were in any danger. Just go to the basement and wait for us to deal with them. Deal with what? Ryan asked, standing nervously alongside his mother. Nothing. MJ says as she walks over Ben's doing eye level. Just remember what Peter taught you and stay calm. We'll handle this, okay? Oh okay. Ryan nodded his head, still confused by what was happening. But he didn't get to think for too long before Billy came rushing over and picked him up, slinging him over his shoulder as he pulled Becca behind him. As you said, we'll just leave this to you guys. Don't mind us, he said as they disappeared into the basement, locking the door behind them. What *SSY? Soldier Boy muttered, expecting a lot more from the man who is supposed to be fathering his grandson. Don't judge him too soon. MJ replies, recalling everything that Peter told him about Billy Butcher. As the tension mounted, the men in black tactical gear outside approached and prepared to knock on the door, unaware of the impending storm about to unleash upon them. When suddenly, the front door exploded off its hinges, propelled by an unseen force, and crashed into the approaching soldiers, sending 4 of them sprawling to the ground. Emerging from the newly created entrance, MJ stepped forward, radiating an aura of controlled power. She was followed closely by Black Noir, Soldier Boy, Starlight, and Maeve. The heroes moved with purpose, each possessing their unique set of abilities, ready to face the threat. The air crackled with energy as the clash began. Gunfire erupted, filling the atmosphere with a constant rhythm of bullets, but the soldiers quickly realized they were outmatched. Soldier Boy moved with the precision of a seasoned warrior, efficiently incapacitating foes with well-timed strikes. Beside him, starlight unleashed bursts of blinding light, disorienting the soldiers and leaving them vulnerable. Maeve soared through the air, gracefully dodging bullets while swiftly neutralizing her targets. Black Noir, an enigmatic figure in his dark suit, moved with silent efficiency, leaving nothing but death in his wake. MJ, however, was the epitome of controlled chaos. She effortlessly weaved through the battlefield, dodging bullets with her enhanced reflexes. Her wrists fired silk strands, ensnaring and immobilizing the armed intruders. The heroes moved in tandem, a seamless dance of power and skill. Amidst the chaos, Soldier Boy found himself impressed by the coordinated efforts of his newfound allies. Not bad. They seemed to be a lot more trained than his old team, who always slacked off and overly relied on their powers. The soldiers, now disoriented and overwhelmed, attempted to regroup, but the heroes closed in with relentless determination. In one of the blacked-out SUVs, a chubby, bearded, middle-aged man sat nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Insert picture of Mesmer here. As a supe with telepathic abilities, Mesmer was brought in by Stan Edgar to ensure the safe return of Ryan, Homelander's son, which was a job that he was starting to regret accepting. After all, Stan never mentioned anything about 5 supes being here. Mesmer anxiously watched as the men accompanying him were swiftly decimated by the formidable heroes. Summoning the courage, Mesmer finally stepped out of the car, closing his eyes and concentrating. A wave of stillness spread through the chaotic scene as Mesmer took control of everyone's minds, freezing them in place. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he strained to manipulate the powerful minds of the 5 present superheroes, facing a resistance he hadn't anticipated. Just as Mesmer allowed himself a relieved smile, thinking he had accomplished his task, a voice cut through the silence. I thought there wasn't any supes with them. Whipping his body around, Mesmer saw MJ leaning casually against the car he had just exited. Mesmer's shock intensified when he realized he couldn't sense MJ's mind whatsoever. It was like she wasn't even there. MJ, unaffected by Mesmer's telepathic prowess, thanks to Peter's training and enchantments, spoke. Thanks for ending the fight. I was starting to get bored. Her nonchalant demeanor unnerved Mesmer as he began to back away, panic setting in. Please don't kill me. I have a daughter, please. He pleaded with her, but MJ only sighed in annoyance. Swiftly, she webbed up the frozen soldiers and approached the cowering telepath. I'll let my husband decide whether you deserve to live or not. He probably knows more about you than I do. With a swift and well-aimed boot to the face, MJ knocked Mesmer unconscious. Good night. As Mesmer lay defeated, the heroes, released from the telepathic hold, began to awaken, disoriented and questioning what had just occurred. What happened? They muttered, their minds still hazy. As the heroes began to regain their composure, MJ gestured to the defeated soldiers. Quickly clean this up. We're changing locations as soon as Peter gets back, she ordered as she dragged Mesmer's unconscious body into the house. Soldier Boy grunted in annoyance, unhappy at being ordered around. Who the F***ck died and put her in charge. Upon Peter's return, everyone was ready to leave, their bags packed and stacked by the door. As Peter stepped out of his portal, in a good mood after his successful meeting with the president, he couldn't help but ask, what's with the suitcases? Well, MJ efficiently explained the recent events. Peter listened intently, his gaze shifting from one hero to another as they recounted the encounter with Mesmer and the mysterious attackers. With the briefing complete, MJ led Peter to the front of the house. There, a neatly arranged pile of deceased and captured soldiers lay restrained, their fate awaiting the inevitable arrival of law enforcement. After all, this is a suburban neighborhood, so someone had to have called the police by now. MJ gestured toward the subdued group. Vought sent those guys after Ryan. I read their minds. It seems like Vought is starting to panic now that Homelander is gone, alongside the team that was sent to rescue him. Peter surveyed the scene, his eyes narrowing in concern. I guess we shouldn't stay here. I mean, we could stay and just kill anyone who comes next, but, he said as he turned to Ryan and his mother, who seemed shaken from everything that's happened. Yeah, it's probably better if we just change locations. MJ nodded in agreement. As if on cue, the distant wail of police sirens grew louder, signaling the approaching authorities. Seeing that it was time to leave, Peter waved his hand and conjured a portal, which everyone stepped through, more than ready to avoid the police, as they would be nothing but a headache. Before leaving, MJ gestured to Mesmer, who was passed out in the floor. What about him? Staring down at the sleeping telepath, Peter recalled his story from the show. In The Boys, Mesmer's telepathic superpowers launched him to stardom at a young age, allowing him to become a celebrity for Vought. In the 1990s, Mesmer starred in the hit television series The Mesmerizer, where he portrayed a psychic detective. But unfortunately, just like all child stars, Mesmer's career didn't last long as he succumbed to the temptations of his powers. Engaging in illegal activities, he misused his telepathic abilities for insider trading, resulting in his termination from Vought and subsequent conviction. Throughout his troubled past, Mesmer had a daughter named Cleo. However, his criminal record and drug abuse led to him losing custody of her. While part of him yearned for a reunion with Cleo, his primary focus shifted towards reclaiming his former fame. Consequently, Mesmer resorted to sustaining himself by attending conventions, where he would sign DVD copies of his old show, a stark reminder of his faded stardom. Feeling a small bit of pity for the child star, Peter shook his head. Let's just leave him here. It's not like he did anything worth killing him over. he says as he walks over and kneels down beside Mesmer. But first let's seal his power. After all, he's a little too useful to Vought right now. After all, Mesmer's mind control could easily be used to help Vought regain some of their lost influence. All he would have to do is mind control the right people to say the right things and boom, problem solved. MJ shrugged uncaringly as she stepped through the portal. Peter stayed behind long enough to cast a quick enchantment on him, completely sealing his powers before following after her, closing the portal behind them. As the house emptied, leaving only Mesmer sleeping on the floor, suddenly, a stream of police cars arrived outside, lights and sirens blaring. Stepping out of the portal, the group found themselves in a vast, windowless room filled with an assortment of machinery, resembling a secret underground workshop or factory. Where the hell are we? Starlight questioned, her gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar setting. Peter, wearing a confident grin, stepped forward, the portal closing behind him. This is our new base. A secret underground bunker, known only to the president's closest allies. We'll be safe here. Billy, ever the skeptic, raised an eyebrow. And how the bloody hell did you manage that? Peter chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief. I made a little deal with the president. Now, let me show you around. As Peter guided them through the underground facility, Starlight couldn't help but voice her curiosity. What kind of deal did you make? Peter's smirk widened. I'm going to create an army that will police the soups, keeping them in check, arresting them, and killing them if need be. The room fell silent as the weight of Peter's words sank in. Billy spoke up. How do you plan on doing that? Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. You will see soon enough. Perplexed, the group exchanged puzzled glances. Without revealing any specifics, Peter's vague assurance left them extremely skeptical. Maybe he plans to reproduce Compound V, they thought, thinking his army would be made up of more superpowered individuals. Eager for answers, they prodded Peter for details, only to be met with his persistent smirk. Why don't you guys go find rooms for yourselves and settle in, he said, I'll start working in the meantime. As the group reluctantly walked off, leaving Peter and MJ alone in the workshop, Peter couldn't help but smirk as he turned to his beautiful wife. You down to help make my first robot army? MJ couldn't help but laugh, amused by how excited Peter seemed to be. Sure, just tell me what to do. In the dimly lit workshop, Peter stood amidst a sea of holographic blueprints and schematics, his mind consumed by the intricate details of his ambitious plan. MJ approached him with an excited smile. So, where do we start? Peter pointed to the meticulously drawn designs. Okay, first off, these babies are going to be specifically engineered to hunt down soups. Of course, we'll make it so they don't just indiscriminately kill all of them since there are still many good heroes out there, however little they may be. MJ raised an eyebrow. How are they supposed to tell the difference between a normal human and a person with superpowers? Our sentinels will be outfitted with a Compound V detection device which will allow them to target soups by detecting the lingering traces of Compound V in their systems. Peter explained as he pulled out his laptop and showed the ingredients for the serum, which they stole from Vought, but never released. But I still have to figure out how that's going to work, but it shouldn't take me long. I already know how to make the device, I just don't know how it will detect Compound V yet. Putting that idea to the side for now, Peter gestured towards the blueprints displaying the colossal Sentinel Mark I model that he designed. These bad boys will stand 18 feet tall, weigh around 4,800 pounds, and boast energy thrusters on their hands and feet. Imagine Iron Man, just bigger and badder. MJ looked at Peter curiously. Are they all getting an arc reactor as well? No, that's a bit too much power, I think. Peter shook his head side to side. We'll have to make them chargeable, since I'd rather not give this world infinite energy. As he spoke, Peter's fingers danced across holographic displays, adjusting specifications and fine-tuning the Sentinel's design. And of course, turrets for added firepower. No hero will stand a chance, especially now that Homelander is dead. MJ leaned against a work table, watching Peter with a mix of admiration and amusement. So, you're basically building an army of superhero-killing robots, she said, finding their situation quite odd. You know, if we were still back home, we'd be considered pretty evil for doing something like this. Peter grinned, his excitement infectious. Well, here, we get to be the villains. Isn't it fun? MJ's eyes sparkled with mischief. Maybe a little bit. With that, Peter and MJ dove into the nitty-gritty of converting the secret underground bunker into a state-of-the-art Sentinel production facility. They tinkered with machines, programmed assembly lines, and utilized Peter's ingenuity and magic to streamline and quicken the process. Meanwhile, at Vought Tower, Stan Edgar's normally composed demeanor turned stormy as he received the unsettling news about the failed retrieval of Homelander's son. His eyes narrowed, and he clenched his jaw, displeasure etched across his face. What do you mean, he's gone? Stan barked at his subordinate, who nervously relayed the unfortunate information. The subordinate stammered, I apologize, sir. But we didn't stand a chance. Soldier Boy, Black Noir, Starlight, and Queen Maeve seemed to be protecting him for some reason. Stan Edgar sighed deeply, his frustration evident. Find him. Now. We can't afford any more setbacks, especially with Homelander out of the picture. As the subordinate hastily left the room to execute Stan's orders, the ominous air in the room thickened. However, Stan's attention was quickly diverted to another troubling matter. Mesmer's sudden loss of his telepathic abilities. Annoyance and curiosity mingled in Stan's expression. Mesmer, once a valuable asset for Vought, stood nervously in front of Stan's imposing desk, clearly scared and upset. I don't understand. My powers just vanished. How could they disappear like this? Stan studied Mesmer with a calculating gaze. Useless, he muttered under his breath. Take him to Facility 5722, Stan ordered his subordinates, his tone cold and unforgiving. Mesmer's eyes widened in fear as realization struck him. No, please, you can't do this. I've been loyal to Vought. Ignoring Mesmer's pleas, Stan motioned to his subordinates. Thoroughly test him. Find out why his powers are gone, and if there's any way to restore them. As the subordinates closed in on Mesmer, his attempts at bargaining and pleading fell on deaf ears. Please, don't send me there. I'm loyal, I swear. You can't just do this to me. But the subordinates, unmoved by Mesmer's desperate words, surrounded him and forcefully dragged him out of Stan's office, his protests echoing through the hallways. Stan Edgar, left alone in his office, watched the scene unfold with a calculating gaze. Mesmer's unexpected loss of power was both worrying and intriguing, though he wouldn't know much until they're done dissecting him. Days passed within the secret government bunker, and the atmosphere settled into a routine. Ryan and his mother, still adjusting to their new surroundings, eventually found solace in the secure environment. The transition from a normal loving home to a dark and dusty bunker hit Ryan's mother the hardest, her worries etched on her face, but the safety of the bunker eased her anxieties. Peter and MJ, amidst building the Sentinel production factory, encountered setbacks. Tuning the sensors for the Sentinels required a deep dive into the study of Compound V. But despite a few challenges here and there, the project ultimately progressed smoothly, and the automated factory neared completion. In the midst of constructing the Sentinels, Peter dedicated significant time to training Ryan. Each day, before breakfast, Peter put Ryan through intense training, honing the young boy's powers little by little. Ryan's mother, ever watchful, supervised the training sessions, ensuring her son's well-being. As days passed, Ryan's progress became evident. His strength no longer led to accidental destruction, and he gained greater control over his blossoming abilities. The transformation from potential danger to controlled power marked a significant achievement for the young man. During these training sessions, Soldier Boy, acting as Peter's assistant, played the role of demonstrator and test dummy for Ryan's exercises. Through this position, he became much closer to his grandson, seeing him as his true family. Peter even caught him smiling proudly every time Ryan achieved something in his training, whether that be a new lap record in the obstacle course, or landing a hit in their sparring matches. However, challenges emerged when Soldier Boy attempted to impart life lessons, inadvertently conveying outdated and sewed beliefs on things like manhood. A conversation with Ryan's mother ensued, urging Soldier Boy to refrain from imposing antiquated notions of masculinity on her son. Soldier Boy, grappling with the clash of eras, reluctantly decided to keep his mouth shut. He began to realize that he was an old fossil from a distant time, and maybe his and his father's way of parenting weren't the way of this era. Though he retained some traditional values, he recognized the fact that he wasn't Ryan's parent, so his upbringing wasn't his responsibility. Ryan's mother, wary of Soldier Boy's influence, had a heart-to-heart with her son. She revealed the history of his grandfather, which Peter found in the data stolen from Vought, explaining that he should take Soldier Boy's words with a grain of salt. Although the lessons of the past clashed with the present, eventually, everything smoothed over as everyone came to an understanding. Finally, the anticipated day arrived, the completion of the Sentinel production factory. The vast underground bunker echoed with the hum of machinery, signaling the realization of Peter's ambitious plan. Gathering everyone together, Peter and MJ unveiled the completed Sentinel production factory. The group, including Becca, Billy, Ryan, Soldier Boy, Black Noir, Starlight, and Maeve, stood in anticipation before the impressive machinery. Do we finally get to know what you guys are working on? Billy asked, annoyed that they were being so tight-lipped about their little project. Smirking, Peter nodded his head. Oh, yeah, today is the day, he says as his hand hovered over a lever. I would like to introduce all of you to the Sentinels. With a dramatic flourish, Peter initiated the assembly line, and before their eyes, the first Sentinel emerged. The automated process began crafting a metal army, each Sentinel taking form with precision and efficiency. The rhythmic hum of machinery filled the cavernous space. Ryan, wide-eyed with amazement, watched the Sentinels come to life. To him, they were like something out of a cartoon, and the awe on his face mirrored the sentiment of the others. The transformation from an idea to tangible, towering robots unfolded before them. As the assembly line continued its work, more than 10 Sentinels stood in clean rows, a formidable display of technological prowess. They saluted Peter as if acknowledging him as their creator, their metallic bodies gleaming in the artificial light. It was a sight that left everyone, especially Ryan, in a state of shock and awe. Insert picture of Sentinels here. Peter couldn't contain his satisfaction, and a smirk played on his lips. Hee hee ha 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 ha. A maniacal laugh bubbled up, echoing through the underground chamber. He reveled in the realization of his ambitious plan, basking in the success of creating a robot army. However, the reaction from the group was not what he expected. Wide-eyed stares and exchanged glances met Peter's triumphant laughter. His attempt at a villainous persona left the group bewildered, and it was Ryan who voiced the collective sentiment. Is teacher okay? Did he hit his head or something? Before the awkwardness could linger, MJ, with a roll of her eyes, intervened. She delivered a swift smack to the back of Peter's head, her no-nonsense demeanor shining through. Quit it, Peter. You're scaring Ryan, and everyone else, for that matter. Why do you always have to laugh like a villain at times like this? Can't you be normal for once? The laughter subsided as Peter rubbed the back of his head, realizing the unintended effect of his theatrics. Normal is boring. He couldn't help but smirk. Besides, if I'm not supposed to laugh like a maniacal villain after creating a robot army, then when am I supposed to? MJ just sighed as she asked. Why do it in the first place? Though she ultimately gave up, defeated by her husband's idiotic mindset. The Sentinels, who were constantly growing in number, all stood at attention, adding an eerie ambience to the bunker. But despite the initial discomfort, the group couldn't deny the impressive sight before them. Before they even knew what happened, almost 100 Sentinels were created, and that number was rising with every passing minute. Peter couldn't keep the smirk off of his face. It's time to show off and test out my babies. Without alerting the president, Peter, accompanied by the first batch of 100 Sentinels, soared over to the White House. The agreement he made with the president was about to be showcased, and Peter couldn't wait to see the look on his face. As they approached, Peter surveyed the scene unfolding in the Oval Office. With his enhanced senses he felt and heard everything that was happening inside the Oval Office. President Schaefer sat surrounded by a few Vought superheroes, who seemed to be trying to intimidate him. The situation looked dire, with the president facing pressure to support Vought during its tumultuous period. Why are you making this so hard? A man whose hands were covered in fire exclaimed, menacingly staring down at the president. We're the good guys for F***'s sake? Just help us out already. No. The president responded resolutely, his suit charred in a few places and his face bruised. All over the floor around them, men in black suits lay either dead or unconscious, showing that this wasn't just some ordinary meeting. Beside the Vought heroes stood Victor K. Newman, the vice president and a staunch Vought supporter. His alignment against the president hinted at the internal turmoil within the government. You have to give up some time, Robert. The vice president spoke, a smug look on his face. After all, you have a family at home to worry about. Don't let this put them in danger. Just agree to the deal, and this can all be over. F***CKU, traitor. The president responded by spitting in his second-in-command's face. Ugh, disgusting. The vice president muttered as he wiped his face. Turning back to the soups, he yells, what are you waiting for? Kick the sh**t out of him. Seeing an opportunity to make a grand entrance, Peter grinned. He issued a swift command, and the Sentinels sprang into action. The metallic army descended upon the White House, their imposing figures casting shadows across the grounds. In the Oval Office, tensions peaked as the Vought superheroes loomed over the vulnerable head of state. The president, unwilling to succumb to Vought's demands, waited for the beating that was to come. Crash! Suddenly, the Sentinels burst into the Oval Office, destroying the walls and windows with their metal frames. Without wasting a moment, they swiftly assessed the situation and engaged the Vought superheroes. The unexpected intrusion shocked everyone in the room. The president and vice president watched in astonishment as the Sentinels efficiently and ruthlessly neutralized the Vought superheroes, turrets appearing on their backs, which unloaded a sea of laser-precise bullets. Before the heroes could even react to the sudden intrusion, a wall of lead came flying their way, ripping through their bodies and killing them in a matter of seconds. As their bodies fell to the floor, pooling in crimson blood, Peter came walking in behind them, his hands casually in his pockets. Yo! As the Sentinels finished executing their task, they seemed to register Peter's presence as they all stood at attention, awaiting further commands. Good work, boys. Now go and secure the perimeter. Peter ordered, his smirk never faded as the Sentinels rushed to fulfill his command. The president, now realizing where these robots came from, couldn't help but smile. He never thought Peter would actually be able to deliver on his promise, let alone do it so soon, but after witnessing the capabilities of the Sentinels firsthand, he knew that he made the right choice. The once intimidating Vought superheroes now seemed like nothing compared to the Sentinels, who stood as a symbol of power against those who sought to manipulate the government. Across the room, the vice president stared at the Sentinels in fear, dropping to his knees and wetting his pants as he muttered, What's happening? With the threat neutralized, the president, still processing the swift turn of events, turned to his former second-in-command, a triumphant smirk in his face. Oh, you'll find out soon enough, and so will Vought. In the aftermath of the Sentinels' intervention at the White House, the metallic army efficiently securing the area, Peter sat casually on the president's desk. The vice president, still in shock and soaked in his own urine, could do nothing but watch in horror. Ignoring the trembling figure on the floor, Peter eyed the president, a curious look in his eyes. Well, care to explain what happened? President Schaefer, dusting off his suit as he stood to his feet, began to recount the recent events. Vought's on the move. They've been deploying all their resources to fight against the evidence you released and clear their name. They're pulling out all the stops, trying to manipulate public opinion, paying off influencers, silencing whistleblowers, you name it. They're desperately trying to salvage whatever they can from the mess you stirred up. As Peter listened, his eyes flickered with a mix of curiosity and amusement. And what exactly was that little meeting about? He asked, gesturing to the bloody remnants of the heroes on the floor. The president sighed, fatigue evident in his eyes. Vought wanted me to halt all investigations against them. He revealed as he went in to explain. Currently, I have around 10 separate investigations underway, all focused on Vought. They must have heard about it from this idiot. The president motioned to the vice president, who was still on his knees, attempting to speak but found his voice choked by fear. Peter, glancing over, couldn't resist a taunt. Dude, did you seriously P*SS yourself? That's just sad. The vice president's eyes widened, his trembling form unable to muster any coherent response. Peter turned back to the president, ignoring the vice president once again. Well, since you have all of the proof already, how about we go and serve some arrest warrants? He asked, gesturing to the metal army outside. Of course, many of the investigations were already completed. The only thing holding them back from actually punishing Vought and its people were the many superpowered individuals they have on the payroll. Even without counting soups like Homelander, who's thankfully dead now, Vought has more than 200 heroes under employment. That's more than enough to take over the United States of America. How could the CIA, NSA, FBI, or any other law enforcement agency handle such an army? But now, they would have the Sentinels at their back. President Schaefer nodded, a smirk forming in his face. That sounds like a wonderful idea. In the heart of Manhattan, within the towering structure of Vought Tower, Stan Edgar found a glimmer of hope amid the chaos he's had to endure recently. The atmosphere in the high-rise building was changing, with assets secured and a steady restoration of Vaught's tarnished reputation. Retired heroes and loyal supporters rallied under the rejuvenated banner of Vought, creating a semblance of stability. As Stan observed the progress from his office, his mind focused on the critical move he had made. Sending a team to influence the president had been a calculated gamble, one that aimed to secure a powerful ally, while also protecting the company and its people from any investigations. If unsuccessful, the backup plan involved the vice president, a long-standing supporter of Vought, taking the reins after the president's untimely death. Either way, Stan anticipated a favorable outcome. Just as the executive began to revel in the illusion of control, a sudden disturbance caught his attention. Glancing out of his floor-to-ceiling windows, Stan's eyes widened at the sight of a swarm of metallic robots hovering around Vought Tower. A sense of foreboding crept over him as the robots efficiently secured the perimeter, their presence an unwelcome intrusion. Walking over to the window, Stan tried to discern the nature of this unexpected development. The sleek, metallic figures moved with precision, encircling the building like bugs. It became apparent to Stan that this was no ordinary security detail. A sense of unease settled in as he realized the gravity of the situation unfolding outside. As if to strengthen his growing anxiety, the blare of sirens and flashing lights from police cars and blacked-out government vehicles became visible on the streets below. The sound of emergency vehicles converging on Vought Tower created a spectacle that further heightened Stan's apprehension. A single bead of sweat formed on Stan's forehead as he comprehended the severity of the moment. Instantly, the illusion of Vaught's upward trajectory crumbled, replaced by the stark reality that the tides had turned against them. Just as Stan was about to reach for his phone, a nonchalant voice disrupted his thoughts, asking, "How do you sit in this chair all day? It's not very comfortable, is it?" Turning around, Stan's eyes barely widened as he found Peter, the orchestrator of this unexpected turmoil, reclining in his chair with a smirk on his face and his feet disrespectfully propped on the desk, tarnishing the paperwork beneath his dirt-covered shoes. Intrigued, Stan questioned, "This is your doing, I presume? I take it the president is safe." Peter, maintaining his casual posture, nodded with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Oh, he's safe and sound. But sadly, the same can't be said about the team you sent after him. Though they did make good target practice for my sentinels." He motioned towards the imposing figures surrounding Vought Tower. Stan, aware of the magnitude of the situation, tried to regain control of the conversation. "Are these sentinels under your control?" Peter, with a smirk, confirmed, "Absolutely. Think of them as my superhero police force. A failsafe for when heroes or companies employing them step out of line." "Cool, huh?" Stan, realizing the power dynamics at play, attempted to negotiate. "Listen, maybe we can work something out. You send these sentinels away, and Vought can offer you something substantial. Money? Property? Compound V, perhaps." Cutting him off, Peter chuckled, "Sorry, Stan, but Vaught's a bit too poor to afford my going rate. Plus, I already have the recipe for Compound V, stole it last week. Nice try, though." As Stan calculated his next move, a sudden amplified voice was echoed from the speakers on every sentinel in the vicinity. The voice, unmistakably that of the president, declared, "This is President Robert Schaefer. We have a search warrant for this property and arrest warrants for every employee inside. Please surrender peacefully to avoid harming yourselves and any nearby civilians." The announcement reverberated through Vought Tower, sending shockwaves through its occupants. But that wasn't all. The message was also heard by everyone within a 6-block radius around the tower. Stan, now facing the stark reality of the situation, locked eyes with Peter, who wore a confident smirk. "So, what are you going to do? Because I'd really like to test out my sentinels some more. Though I can tell you right now, the odds of you turning this situation around are slim to none. Even if you have another Homelander or two locked away somewhere, I can just step in and kill them myself. But I would like to see how my sentinels would fare against him." Stan Edgar, the shrewd and logical mastermind behind Vought, couldn't dismiss the undeniable truth presented by Peter. The sentinels were an overwhelming force, outnumbering Vaught's heroes. Assessing the situation, he acknowledged that only about 50 of his heroes were currently in the building, not nearly enough to combat both Peter and the metallic army outside. Pulling his phone from his pocket, Stan pondered his next move, contemplating the consequences of a futile battle. After a moment's consideration, he dialed a number. As someone on the other end picked up, Stan's authoritative voice issued a directive: order everyone to surrender peacefully. There's no use fighting a battle we can't win. Hanging up the phone, Stan took a seat across from Peter, accepting the inevitability of the situation. The impending arrival of the government and police signaled the end of Vought's unchecked dominance. The atmosphere in the room shifted as both men waited in silence for the inevitable reckoning. Peter, though seemingly disappointed by the lack of confrontation, shrugged nonchalantly. Boring choice, but the right one, he remarked, acknowledging the pragmatic decision Stan had made. He was always like that in the show too. Stan nodded in agreement. Let's just hope they'll listen to me. He knew the challenging part lay in convincing Vought's arrogant and willful superheroes to surrender peacefully. As the words left Stan's mouth, the tranquility of the office was shattered by the explosive sound of windows breaking. All across the building, heroes leaped out, unwilling to yield to the approaching authorities. Their defiance echoed through the floors, a symphony of shattering glass followed by lone figures, trying to make a run for it. Vought's superpowered individuals, aware of their guilt and the insurmountable evidence against them, chose not to face the consequences of their actions. With powers ranging from super strength to telekinesis, they believed they could escape justice. Stan, watching the chaotic exodus, couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and resignation. Peter smirked as he glanced down at the fleeing heroes. Well, at least they're making it interesting, he commented as he watched the swarm of sentinels begin to move. The sentinels, their metallic frames moving with precision, swiftly descended upon the fleeing superheroes. Panic gripped the heroes as they attempted to escape, but the mechanical guardians were relentless, chasing them with a clear speed and numerical advantage. In the midst of the chaotic scene, some heroes resorted to desperate measures, taking hostages in a futile attempt to shield themselves from capture. Stay back, a woman with super strength exclaimed as she held a man by the throat, threatening to squeeze the life out of him. However, the masterfully accurate turrets mounted on the sentinels' shoulders proved to be ruthless executioners. In a grisly spectacle, the turrets unleashed large-caliber rounds, instantly ending the lives of those using hostages as shields. The air echoed with the terrified screams of the hostages as they witnessed their captors' heads explode in a gruesome display. Stan Edgar, seated beside Peter, watched the events unfold with a mix of relief and grim acceptance. The sentinels efficiently neutralized any resistance, ensuring that the fleeing superheroes faced the consequences of their actions. The remaining heroes who had chosen not to attempt an escape seemed to share a collective acknowledgement that they had made the right choice in surrendering peacefully. As the sentinels completed their mission, capturing the heroes, both living and otherwise, they ascended to the sky. Flying up to the police barricade surrounding Vought Tower, the robotic enforcers delivered the captured individuals to the waiting authorities. The authorities, a mix of government agents and law enforcement officers, looked on with a combination of awe and trepidation as the sentinels unloaded their cargo. The towering robots, seemingly indifferent to the chaos they had wrought, fulfilled their programmed duty without hesitation. Stan Edgar, despite the grim nature of the situation, couldn't help but feel thankful for the resolution. The swift and decisive action of the sentinels had averted a potentially catastrophic confrontation, ensuring that Vought wouldn't take too much of a blow. Peter, observing the scene with a casual demeanor, remarked, "Looks like things are coming to an end. At least for this branch of Vought," Peter said, hinting at the fact that, soon enough, situations like this would repeat all across the world. Stan nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "It's over," he said with a sense of finality. In the aftermath of the Sentinels' raid on Vought-owned properties worldwide, a meticulously executed plan unfolded. Across the globe, the metallic army descended upon Vought installations, systematically dismantling the company's reign. The Sentinels, under Peter's control, became an unstoppable force, ensuring that justice was served. At each location, a portion of Vought soups attempted desperate escapes or futile resistances, but in the end, the Sentinel army proved too strong for them. The Sentinels, with their numerical advantage, overwhelming strength, and precision, swiftly neutralized those who posed a threat to others. The casualties among Vought's superpowered individuals was a grim sight for the executives watching. After all, each one of them was worth millions or even billions of dollars. Though they didn't have much time to think, as these executives soon found themselves in handcuffs. Among the notable properties that the Sentinels visited was the Sage Grove Center, a psychiatric hospital in Pennsylvania, exposed as a sinister Vought subsidiary, which experimented on the civilian patients. The Sentinels, accompanied by Peter, who did nothing but sit back and watch his army at work, faced a group of soups who refused to surrender. And why would they? These people were involved in torturing and experimenting on civilians, so why give up when you know a heavy punishment is on the horizon? Lamplighter, a former member of the Seven, attempted to use his flames to cover his escape by burning down the hospital, but sadly for him, the Sentinel's Compound V detection system picked up his fluctuating powers before busting in, ending his life with a hail of large-caliber bullets. As the Sentinels continued their operation, uncovering corruption and illegal practices committed by Vought, the number of captured heroes reached 146 out of the 237 employed by the company. The rest met their demise during the operation, a harsh consequence of their unwillingness to give themselves up peacefully. Throughout the operation, the world witnessed a noticeable dip in the number of superheroes. Vought's influence, once pervasive, crumbled under the weight of a robot army and the exposed truth behind their facade. The Sentinels, acting as a symbol of justice, had reshaped the landscape of the superhero community. With Vought in a downward spiral, which would most likely end in the company's demise, and the Sentinels to punish those who step out of line, the world would never be the same again, nor would its heroes. As Peter traversed through the last Vought facility on the list, his Sentinels doing all of the work as he strolls around, he suddenly stopped and looked at a blank wall. Hearing the sound of air flowing on the other side, he wasted no time in punching open a concealed metal door, discovering a dark staircase leading downward. Ordering his Sentinel army to complete their tasks above, Peter descended alone. In the dimly lit depths, he stumbled upon a reinforced prison-like door. This isn't a good sign, he thought as he ripped it off its hinges. Tossing the door aside, Peter entered a gloomy chamber where a child, no older than 3 or 4, sat in the corner, staring up at him with piercing blue eyes. The boy, rocking back and forth in the fetal position, as if hugging and soothing himself, regarded Peter with a mix of fear and appraisal. His gaze shifted toward the open door, hinting at a fleeting thought of escape. Called it. Why does it always have to be kids? Can't evil organizations just limit their experiments to murderers or something? Peter thought, feeling bad for the poor kid. Maintaining a safe distance to avoid frightening the child, Peter knelt down and gently introduced himself. Hello, I'm Peter. What's your name? The boy, however, remained silent, his eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and wariness. Can you talk? Without responding in any way, the child's eyes turned to the door once again before he shot off the ground with superhuman speed, attempting to attack Peter and break free. With ease, Peter extended his arms, catching the child mid-air by grasping him under his armpits, holding him up in front of him. That's not very nice. You shouldn't attack people like that. It's rude, you know. The boy's eyes widened in realization of Peter's strength as he struggled in vain. Even with his own super strength, he couldn't wrench himself out of Peter's hold, which only fueled the fear that was already radiating through his entire body. Closer now, Peter could scrutinize the child's appearance. Dressed in tiny white hospital-type scrubs, his unkempt blonde hair flowed long. Even his fingernails bore the signs of neglect. Although not visibly malnourished, the child seemed abandoned and uncared for. Insert picture of child Homelander here. A particular detail, however, drew Peter's attention, and that was the striking resemblance to Homelander. The blonde hair, the piercing blue eyes. This is definitely a Homelander clone. As if to prove his growing suspicion, the child's eyes began to emit an ominous red glow, charging up his heat vision in order to escape. Immediately, it became evident that this was a clone, a creation of Vought, echoing the powerful superhero it sought to replicate. Sigh. Seeing the attack charging up, Peter let out an exasperated breath before setting the kid back on his feet and flicking him on the forehead. Ouch! The kid exclaimed as he rubbed his reddening forehead, his eyes dimming back to their normal blue. Kneeling down again, Peter spoke with a calming tone, trying to reach the frightened child. Hey there, I've already introduced myself. It's your turn now. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. The child, still displaying a mix of fear and defiance, remained silent. Do you have a name? Instantly, the child averted his eyes to the side, almost ashamed to answer. So, they didn't even give him a name. Peter thought sadly. Would you like one? A name, I mean. Whipping his head back to Peter, the boy seemed both eager and hesitant, though he still didn't speak, which worried Peter. Should I take that as a yes? Peter smiled as the kid reluctantly nodded his head. How about I take you out of here and we can think of a good name for you? After all, it's not every day that you get to pick your own name. You're pretty lucky, you know that. Refuting Peter's words, the kid looked around the room, as if to say, does this look lucky to you? That's not what I meant. Peter shook his head. I mean, you have the chance to pick your own name. If I could do that, I'd name myself something cool, like Dante King, he said, his eyes suddenly widening. Oh, that's a good name. Do you want it? Unimpressed, the kid shook his head side to side. Okay, picky kid, I guess. Peter muttered as he stood up and picked the kid up with him. How about Axel Blaze? That one's pretty cool. At first, the kid's eyes widened as he froze, unused to being carried like this. He wonders whether he should struggle out of Peter's hold, but before he could, Peter started walking out of the room and up the stairs. What about Kane Hendricks? As Peter carried the child out of the Vought facility, he continued suggesting names, trying to lighten the somber atmosphere that clung to the kid. Stepping into the sunlight, Axel's eyes adjusted, tears welling up as he stared at the world beyond his prison cell. Peter gently stopped him from looking directly at the sun as he cried, finally free. Frowning at the kid's silent anguish, Peter realized he needed to uncover the child's story. I also need to check if he's a psycho, like Homelander. Unable to communicate verbally, Peter decided to use his telepathy to delve into the child's mind without his awareness. Images flashed before him as Peter witnessed the kid's entire life unfold. Surprisingly, he was born to a mother in a normal hospital, and even lived in an apartment with her afterward, but Vought intervened after a year, killing his mother and taking him away. Scientists casually discussed this around the unaware toddler, revealing that his mother was merely an incubator paid to birth a Homelander clone. But she had grown attached and tried to escape with him. Of course, Vought eventually found them and reclaimed their asset, ending her life in the process. Since then, the kid lived alone and neglected in the lab, clinging to fading memories of the days spent with his loving mother. Exiting the child's mind, a few tears rolled down Peter's cheeks. Although he was happy that the kid wasn't a psychopath like Homelander, he felt a profound sadness for the life the child could have had if he hadn't been separated from his mother. As they walked away from the facility, Peter spoke gently, "Kid, I know it's tough, but you're free now. We'll find a better life for you." The child, still teary-eyed, looked up at Peter, a small glimmer of trust in his eyes. Suddenly, Peter smirked as he thought of another name. "How about Alexander Storm?" he proposed, but the kid shook his head. "All right, you're way too picky, you know that." The silent kid just shrugged his shoulder as if to say, "It's not my fault your names suck." Rolling his eyes, Peter yells some orders to his sentinels, which the kid in his arms seemed to finally notice, before waving his hand and opening a shimmering golden portal. "Fine, let's just ask MJ. Hopefully, she'll have a name that you'll like." As Peter left, the sentinels continued their word. And before the day was over, every Vought property was raided, and every employee, including superheroes, were in custody. With Vaught's systematic takedown complete, the extent of their illicit activities came to light. The investigations revealed a web of deception, from manipulating public opinion to conducting unethical experiments. The company, once a formidable force, now faced insurmountable challenges in rebuilding its tarnished reputation. No, it was better to say that they would never be able to come back from this. It wasn't just insurmountable, it was impossible for Vought to rebuild. If Peter's leaked evidence was the coffin, then these raids were the nails in that coffin. Vought was officially dead, and there was no coming back. Returning to the Butcher residence, sentinels standing guard outside, Peter stepped out of a portal, which quickly snapped shut behind him. Carrying the nameless kid, he strolled past the sentinel guards, who saluted him as he passed by before stepping into the house. The neighbors, peering out from the safety of their homes, witnessed Peter's arrival, accompanied by the unusual sight of saluting robots. Confused and concerned, they had already called the police multiple times, but with the president backing Peter, any interference was deterred. Before the whole Sentinel operation started, Peter moved everyone out of the government bunker and back here. After all, Vought has a lot more to worry about right now than capturing the son of Homelander. Inside the house, Peter closed the door behind him, ignoring the curious glances from the neighbors. "Honey, I'm home." He called out as a shotgun appeared, aimed at his face. Billy Butcher, gripping the shotgun, guarding the door, skeptical of the robotic protectors. The kid in Peter's arms flinched at the sight of the gun, prompting Peter to disarm Billy with a swift motion. A glare from Peter conveyed the gravity of the situation, and Billy, realizing his mistake, sorry about that. He apologized. The noise drew the attention of everyone in the house. MJ, Becca, and Ryan gathered, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and concern, especially when they saw the unkempt, filthy child in Peter's arms. Before they could ask any questions, Peter spoke up, "I'll explain in a minute. First, can one of you go and start the bath? This kid smells like a wet dog." He scrunched his nose as the kid turned to him, glaring silently as if to say, "I don't smell." Of course, Peter completely ignored him. His nose wasn't lying after all. It was obvious that the kid just didn't want to take a bath. Peter, sensing his reluctance, chose to ignore it, which seemed to only annoy the child even more. Their silent communication brought smiles to those witnessing the unique bind. Peter and the kid seemed to have some sort of unspoken understanding between them. Becca hurried off to prepare the bath, and Peter directed Ryan to find some of his old clothes for the kid. As Ryan rushed away, Peter turned to eye the kid's long fingernails and unkempt hair, potentially hindering the bath. With a snap of his fingers, a golden energy surrounded the child, trimming his hair and nails to perfection. The sudden transformation surprised everyone, and the kid, now with a groomed appearance, began to struggle in Peter's arms. In response, Peter conjured a mirror, revealing the child's new look, short, well-trimmed hair and neatly manicured nails. Although the kid wasn't thrilled with the change, he didn't voice any complaints. Soon enough, the bath was ready, and Peter handed the kid over to Becca, who volunteered to bathe him. As Peter left the bathroom, intending to speak with MJ, the kid floated out of Becca's arms, shooting towards him. Wrapping his tiny arms tightly around Peter's neck, fear evident in his eyes, the child clung to Peter, terrified that he might be left alone again. Witnessing this, everyone in the room realized exactly where Peter found this kid, Vought. After all, where else would he find a kid that could fly? Their minds instantly wandered to thoughts of cruel experimentation. Sad and pitying looks exchanged among them as they eyed the boy, only guessing at the pain he carried. "Hey, little buddy," Peter said gently, feeling the level of fear that the kid was radiating as he stuck to him like a glue. "I'll just be outside talking to my wife, okay? I'm not going anywhere. I'm not even leaving the house, okay?" The kid pulled back, searching Peter's eyes for any signs of lying. Satisfied, yet reluctantly, he floated back into Becca's arms, unhappy with the entire situation. As Peter left with promises of returning soon, the bathroom door closed behind him. In the kitchen, Peter and MJ took refuge. A quick spell ensured privacy, considering the kid's Homelander origins and potential super hearing ability. As Peter started cooking, knowing the kid will be hungry after his bath, MJ's questions flowed, probing into the mysterious child's backstory. "He's a clone of Homelander. I found him during the whole Vought mess," Peter explained, pouring a small amount of olive oil into a pan. "The kid's got issues, though. Neglect and abandoned being the top two, as you saw in the bathroom just now. Initially wary, MJ voiced her concern, but, didn't you say he's a clone of Homelander? Is it safe for him to be here? Of course, she was hinting at Homelander's psychotic tendencies. Peter reassured her, he's not like that. I read his mind to make sure of it. He's just a scared kid with a sad and messed up past. As the aroma of the cooked food filled the air, MJ broached the inevitable question, what are we gonna do with him? He seems pretty attached to you. She didn't mention it, but that attachment seemed to be a two-way street. Are we? After observing the clear attachment between Peter and the child, she hinted at the possibility of adoption, which Peter was reluctant to do again. After all, they already have 2 children. America was still newly adopted, so it might not be the best idea to bring back another child. But MJ didn't seem to mind. The idea having another superpowered child running around the house seemed like a splendid idea to her. Seeing the look on his wife's face, Peter couldn't help but wonder if she's become addicted to adopting wayward children. Peter sighed, glancing toward the direction of the bathroom with a conflicted expression. I don't know, MJ. I'd have to think about it. The weight of responsibility and the complexity of the situation lingered in the air as they pondered the uncertain future for the nameless, traumatized child. As the bathroom door flung open, a transformed golden-haired child sped down the steps, clad in Ryan's old clothes. His once unkempt appearance had given way to a cleaner, more presentable version. Frantically searching for Peter, he soon spotted him in the kitchen. The mere sight of Peter seemed to calm him immensely, and he approached, sticking close as Peter finished cooking. Look at you, Peter remarked with a grin, glancing at the child's now groomed appearance. You don't smell like a dumpster anymore. Leo didn't voice his thoughts, but a subtle shift in his expression indicated his annoyance at Peter's comment. Of course, he didn't let it stop him from hovering over Peter, constantly following his every move like a lost duckling. MJ watched this scene unfold with a small, adoring smile on her face. Cute. Once the food was ready, Peter sat Leo down, filling his plate with care. Eat, he said, watching as the kid eyed his food warily. I didn't put anything in it. It's just normal food. Of course, he knew why the kid was wary. After all, he saw his memories. One of which was when the scientists at the facility would put things into his food, like poison or other chemicals to test his body's reaction. Obviously, these were painful memories, which is why he's always wary of any food that he eats. Hesitantly nodding, he started eating, happy to find no odd tastes in the food. MJ and Peter joined him at the table. As they ate, Peter began suggesting names again, Dean Atlas, Jeremiah Ambrose, James Bond, Bart Simpson. But no matter what he suggested, the kid would always shake his head, clearly dissatisfied with anything Peter said. Frustrated, Peter turned to MJ for help. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, why don't we stick to a first name for now? She said, receiving zero disagreement. How about Leo? It means Lionheart, and you certainly looked like a lion when you arrived with your hair and claws. Peter scoffed. And he smelled like one too, he commented, though unlike usual, the kid didn't glare at him in displeasure. Pausing, Peter looking down at him, surprised to see him considered the name before nodding in agreement and pointing at himself. Elio, he stuttered in a broken voice, unused to talking. Peter's eyes widened. This was the first time he heard Leo speak. A warm smile spread across his face as he patted Leo's head. It's decided then. You're Leo from now on. Leo looked up at Peter, a bright smile breaking across his face, revealing bits of food in his teeth. The unexpected display of happiness left both MJ and Peter momentarily stunned, soon replaced by their own smiles. They had witnessed 2 firsts today. Leo's first word and his first smile. MJ glanced at Peter, noting the doting look he had while watching Leo eat. She instantly knew then and there that they would be taking Leo back with them. It was inevitable at this point. Leo had somehow found his way into Peter's heart, and the path to adoption seemed all but certain. Maybe we should make a baby next time, MJ thought, her mind drifting off to thoughts of pregnancy, and the process it takes to get there. He. Sensing something off, Peter looked up at MJ, seeing her smiling with her eyes glazed over in bliss. He didn't know what she was daydreaming about, but he felt that it was going to give him a headache. Days rolled on in the unfamiliar universe, where Peter found himself embracing the role of a mentor to Ryan, guiding him through the intricacies of controlling his burgeoning powers. As training sessions progressed, Ryan exhibited remarkable progress in gaining mastery over his abilities. The suburban upbringing may have shielded him, but Peter's guidance was proving instrumental in honing those latent powers. Even Leo, despite the trauma of his past, joined their sessions and showcased an innate control, which Peter already knew about. After all, he saw all of the harsh tests that Vought put him through when he read his mind. Other than training, Peter, MJ, and Leo formed an unconventional family, with Leo proving inseparable from Peter, refusing to stray far from his newfound protector. Nights, however, presented an unexpected challenge for the newlyweds. Leo's insistence on sharing the same room disrupted any semblance of intimacy between Peter and MJ. The delicate dance of a young marriage was interrupted by the presence of a scared but clingy child. The bedroom became a sanctuary for comforting Leo's nightmares rather than the sanctuary of Peter and MJ's shared moments. This little bastard, Peter thought right after Leo came barging into their room, completely CK blocking him. Sigh. He let out an annoyed breath as he watched Leo snuggle up to MJ with a relieved smile on his face. Peter couldn't shake the feeling that Ryan and Leo were part of some twisted experiment, two sides of a coin tested to see which life would yield the perfect weapon. The contrast in their upbringing, one surrounded by love and the other marred by cruelty, fueled suspicions that Vought had been manipulating them from the start. Questions lingered, but with Vought's demise, the answers didn't really matter anymore. With each passing day, Leo's past, marred by experiments and neglect, was slowly replaced by a present where he was cared for, protected, and given the chance to be a kid again. The living room became a hub of activity where Peter and Leo shared moments of laughter while watching cartoons. Despite everything, Peter felt a sense of responsibility for the boy. He began to realize that he couldn't abandon Leo, especially not after the past few days spent with him. Sigh. MJ is going to rub this in my face, isn't she? Peter could already hear her voice, telling him I told you so over and over again. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting hues of orange and pink across the sky, Peter knew it was time to bid farewell to this universe. But before doing so, he had two crucial tasks to complete. But before that, Peter took Ryan aside for a final session of guidance, ensuring the young man was equipped to handle his powers responsibly. With Leo observing, a sense of camaraderie developed among the trio, an unspoken acknowledgement that they had become a family of sorts. As the training session concluded, Peter watched with pride as Ryan exhibited mastery over his powers, passing the test he set up with flying colors. It was a moment of accomplishment, a testament to the guidance and effort put into honing the young man's abilities. Great job, Ryan, Peter commended, a genuine smile on his face. Your control is impressive now. Your training is officially over. You've come a long way and I'm very proud of you. Ryan, initially smiling in pride and accomplishment, suddenly realized what Peter just said, his face morphing into a mix of shock and sadness. That's it, he asked, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. You won't train me anymore. Peter's smile turned bittersweet. I wish I could, Ryan, but I'll be leaving soon. However, if you want to continue your training, I can leave behind some manuals and resources. You've got the hang of it, and I believe you can carry on without me. I'm sure your dad would love to teach you as well. After all, he used to be in the military. The disappointment in Ryan's eyes was palpable. You're leaving? He questioned, a hint of sadness creeping into his voice. Peter nodded solemnly. Yeah, it's time for me to move on. But I have faith in you, Ryan. You can handle this. Without another word, Ryan ran off, a whirlwind of emotions clouding his usually composed demeanor. Peter sighed, realizing the impact of his departure on the young man. But duty called, and he had other matters to attend to. Turning to Leo, Peter gestured toward the house. Leo, I need you to go check on Ryan. He might need someone right now, and I need to go out and deal with a couple things. Peter instructed, the weight of responsibility evident in his eyes. Leo reluctantly nodded, hesitant to leave Peter's side, but willing to do as he's told. Of course, Leo didn't think for a second that Peter leaving would affect him. In his perspective, he would be leaving with Peter, as no other possibility could formulate in his young, dependent mind. As Leo hurried off to find Ryan, Peter took a moment to reflect on the transient nature of his existence in this universe. The bonds he had formed with these individuals made parting difficult, yet it was a necessary step. Entering the living room, Peter wrote up some training manuals for Ryan's continued training. His departure would leave a void, but empowering Ryan to navigate his abilities independently was the best Peter could offer. Once he was done, Peter left the manuals on a table in the living room before opening a portal and disappearing from the house. Okay, it's time to fulfill my promise to Huey. Meanwhile, Leo found Ryan in his room, sitting on the edge of the bed, a mixture of sadness and frustration etched on his face. Without a word, Leo sat beside him, offering silent support. Ryan, unable to contain his emotions, looked at Leo, tears glistening in his eyes. I can't believe he's leaving, Ryan muttered, his voice a mix of frustration and sadness. I thought he'd stay here with us forever. Leo, usually reserved, glanced at Ryan, a questioning expression in his eyes. Ryan, caught in the swirl of emotions, continued, I mean, he taught us so much. And now he's just going to disappear. Leo, still processing the situation, felt a wave of panic washing over him. Leaving us. Leo stuttered, Ryan's words unintentionally planting a seed of fear in his mind. Well, yeah, I guess, Ryan nodded sadly, not realizing how impactful his words are right now. Maybe he'll come back and visit though. Leo, however, wasn't easily reassured. The fear of abandonment triggered a deep-rooted anxiety within him. His eyes widened, and he clutched onto Ryan's arm, his silent demeanor disrupted by an unspoken panic. Hey, it's okay, Ryan said, realizing what was happening as he attempted to soothe Leo's concerns. Peter will come back. I'm sure we'll see him again. Leo, still not entirely convinced, looked at Ryan with a mix of worry and uncertainty. In his limited vocabulary, he managed to utter a few words, Peter, come back. Ryan nodded. Yes, he'll come back. I think. But he wasn't too sure, which Leo seemed to pick up on. Ryan's attempt to reassure Leo instantly fell short as the young child, overwhelmed by the fear of abandonment, abruptly stood up and darted through the house. His small footsteps echoed all over the place as he desperately searched for Peter, his panicked cries filling the air. Leo, wait. Ryan called out, chasing after him. But Leo's distress fueled his determination to find Peter, and he seemed oblivious to Ryan's pleas. In the absence of their mentor, Leo's silent world unraveled. Tears streamed down his face as he frantically checked every room, calling out for Peter's name. His small hands gripped doorknobs, his eyes darting around, seeking a familiar face that had temporarily left his world. The living room, once a place of joy, became a maze of uncertainty for the distressed child. As Leo rounded a corner, MJ, sensing the distress, emerged from another room. She saw Leo's tear-stained face and the evident panic in his eyes. Without hesitation, she rushed to his side, kneeling down to his level. Leo, what's wrong? What happened? MJ asked, concern etched on her face. Leo, unable to articulate his feelings, could only sob in response. MJ pulled him into a comforting hug, whispering reassurances as she tried to decipher the cause of Leo's distress. SHH, it's okay, Leo. You're safe here, MJ murmured, gently rubbing his back. Leo, in the embrace of someone who cared, began to slowly calm down. His cries softened to sniffles as MJ held him close. As Leo gradually composed himself, MJ continued to offer comfort. Now, tell me, what happened? Why are you so upset? She inquired, hoping to unravel the mystery behind Leo's sudden outburst. Leo, still processing the overwhelming emotions, spoke, Peter. Leaving. His limited vocabulary couldn't convey the complexity of his feelings. MJ, piecing together the situation, understood that Leo was looking for Peter, but nothing more than that. Did Peter go out? You don't have to worry, he'll be back soon, I'm sure of it, she said, though her words didn't seem to help. Suddenly, Ryan stepped forward. I think, I can explain. Meanwhile, Peter, unaware of the turmoil and chaos unfolding upon his departure from the Butcher residence, stepped out of a portal into a dark hospital room. On the bed before him lay the familiar hero, A-Train, sleeping like a baby thanks to the painkillers and muscle relaxers they've given him. Both of his legs are broken in multiple places and bound in hard casts, leaving him trapped in this hospital bed ever since his encounter with Peter. Wakey wakey. Peter called out as he walked over to his bedside. A-Train stirred from his sleep and the first thing he saw was Peter standing over him, staring down at him with a demonic smile on his face. In a small, dimly lit living room, Huey slouched on the couch, his thoughts consumed by a mix of frustration and yearning. The days had drifted by, and the news of Peter's heroic exploits echoed throughout the world. Yet, Huey felt a lingering sense of exclusion, a bitter taste in his mouth. His attempts to reach out to Billy went unanswered, leaving him in the shadows of Peter's grand actions. His father, sitting across from him, sighed, trying to console his despondent son. Huey, Vaught is falling, justice is being served. You should be grateful for that? But Huey couldn't find solace in the broader victory. His focus remained fixed on one target, A-Train. The man who had stolen the love of his life. The man who had shattered his world. Huey couldn't let go of the burning desire for personal retribution, a need to make A-Train pay for the pain he had caused with his own hands. As the days passed, the realization dawned on Huey that Peter might not fulfill his promise to let him take down A-Train personally. The frustration gnawed at him, and he grappled with the inner turmoil of unfulfilled vengeance. His father's attempts to pacify him fell on deaf ears, as Huey yearned for closure on his own terms. In the dimly lit room, Huey's phone lay silent, his repeated calls to Billy unanswered. The once hopeful connection now felt severed, leaving Huey with a sense of abandonment. The camaraderie he thought he had with Billy seemed distant, and the isolation fueled his determination to take matters into his own hands. One evening, as the shadows grew longer and the room echoed with silence, Huey made a decision. Ignoring his father's advice to let the authorities handle it, he stood up with a newfound determination. The quest for justice, as he saw it, demanded personal involvement. Without a word, Huey grabbed the largest knife in the kitchen and left the confines of his home, stepping into the cool night air. He knew exactly which hospital A-Train was admitted to, so his destination was clear. He would confront A-Train and exact the revenge that had eluded him for far too long. Just as Huey took a step towards his car to embark on his mission, a sudden golden portal materialized before him, and an unexpected figure tumbled out, landing at his feet. It was A-Train, clad in a hospital gown, his legs encased in hard casts. He let out a pained grunt as he hit the ground, confusion and fear etched on his face. Huey stared dumbfounded at the unexpected twist of fate, his grip loosening, nearly dropping the knife. Seconds later, behind the crippled hero, Peter stepped out of the portal, hands in his pockets. Yo, he strolled casually towards Huey, glancing down at the knife in his hands with a look of realization. Good timing, Peter remarked, unfazed and rather causal. I brought him as promised. Huey's shock was palpable, his gaze shifting between Peter and A-Train. The gravity of the situation sank in as Leader kicked A-Train towards Huey. A-Train, now fully conscious, began to crawl away in a desperate attempt to escape, his broken legs hindering his progress. Why are you doing this? A-Train pleaded as looked between Peter and Huey, his voice a mixture of pain and confusion. My legs are already broken? I'm AF*ing cripple? What more do you want from me? Huey, his rage boiling beneath the surface, felt a surge of frustration. A-Train didn't recognize him, didn't remember the one he had taken everything from. As A-Train begged for mercy, Huey's resentment burned hotter. Just as Huey was about to confront A-Train, Peter intervened, motioning towards the house. Maybe we should do this inside, he suggested calmly. Drawing attention out here won't help anyone. A-Train, seizing an opportunity, screamed, Help! Someone! They're trying to kill me! Panic etched across his face, but before the sound could continue, Peter snapped his fingers, silencing him with a mystical force. A-Train's eyes widened in realization, his voice completely muted no matter how much he screamed, a terrifying predicament. Dragging the thrashing and terrified A-Train inside, Peter led the way, followed closely by Huey, who clutched the knife with a determined grip. Tossing A-Train onto the floor of the dimly lit living room, Peter casually stepped back, creating space for Huey, who approached with a determined stride, the knife glinting in his hand. A-Train, terrified and unable to escape, looked up at Huey, attempting to beg for his life, but his voice remained stifled by the mystical force that bound him. As Huey prepared to unleash his revenge, a sadistic smile playing on his lips, he paused. Something in him demanded more than a silent demise for A-Train. Turning to Peter, he requested, "Unmute him, please." "Why?" Peter asked curiously. "Thankfully, she got a fast and quiet death, but he won't get that sort of luxury." Huey wanted the man who had stolen his love to suffer loudly and painfully. And thankfully, his father was at work at the moment, which meant he didn't have to hold back or worry about anyone walking in. Peter, feeling a bit of respect for Huey's intensity, shrugged indifferently and snapped his fingers once more, unmuting A-Train. Please, don't kill me, I'll do anything." The room echoed with the desperate pleas of the broken hero, his attempts to beg for mercy falling on unwilling ears. Ignoring A-Train's cries, Huey leaned in, asking, "Do you remember Robin Ward?" A-Train, confused and seemingly ignorant, shook his head. "No, see, you have the wrong person. I don't even know who that is." The denial only fueled Huey's rage. A-Train's lack of recognition added another layer of torment to an already tortured soul. Without hesitation, Huey inched closer to A-Train, looming over him menacingly. He unleashed a torrent of anger, jumping on the fallen hero and stabbing relentlessly. Blood spattered across the room, creating a gruesome painting of vengeance. A-Train's screams of pain and agony filled the air, mingling with the sickening sound of steel slicing against flesh and bone. As the minutes passed, Huey showed no signs of relenting. Each stab was a manifestation of his pent-up grief and fury. A-Train's desperate cries transformed into choking on his own blood, the life slowly draining from him. Yet, Huey persisted, a man possessed by a relentless need for retribution. Asterisk stab, 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 asterisk. Finally, exhausted and panting, Huey fell backward, the knife slipping from his grasp. He stared up at the ceiling, a mixture of satisfaction and emptiness etched on his face. "I avenged you, Robin," Huey thought over and over again, the weight of her death ascending off his shoulders. After cleaning up any traces of the gruesome encounter and incinerating A-Train's body, Peter stood in the dimly lit living room, the air thick with the residue of violence. Huey, a conflicted mix of emotions etched on his face, looked at the now clean room with both horror and a strange sense of closure. "Thanks, Peter," Huey mumbled, his voice tinged with a weary gratitude. I don't know how to feel about this, but it had to be done." Peter nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of the moment. "You did what you needed to do. That's all that matters." As Peter prepared to leave, Huey extended a hesitant hand, gripping Peter's shoulder. "I don't think I'll ever forget this," he said, looking up at Peter, a weak smile on his face. "Thank you, no problem. Take care, Huey." Peter offered a small, reassuring smile before stepping into a swirling golden portal, leaving Huey to grapple with the aftermath of his choices. Stepping out of his portal and into the Oval Office, Peter faced the president, who nearly jumped out of his seat as Peter appeared out of nowhere. Even now, he wasn't used to how Peter just appearing whenever he wanted. Handing over the controls for the Sentinels, as he won't be here to command them as he is now, Peter explained, "The Sentinels are powerful tools, but they're not meant for personal agendas. I've implemented fail-safes to ensure they stay within their intended purpose, which is the policing of superheroes, nothing more." The president, uneasy at the implications, stammered, "What if we need them for national security?" Peter's gaze hardened. Any attempt to misuse them or alter their protocols will have severe consequences. "They're not here to enable wars or power plays," he threatened before giving a quick explanation. "The Sentinels will not respond to any orders that stray outside of their programming. And before you try, please know that any attempts to tamper with the Sentinels or their factory will result in the swift deaths of anyone involved." Peter pauses for a moment before staring straight into the president's eyes. Simply put, be good and you'll be fine. The president swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of Peter's warning. With a stern nod, Peter stood up and opened one last portal, returning to the Butcher residence, his involvement in this universe's affairs officially closed. As the portal sealed behind him, a sudden gust of wind tore through the house. A child-sized figure with golden hair and bright blue eyes shot around the corner, tackling Peter to the floor. "Leo." Peter chuckled, embracing the 3-year-old. "You sure know how to make an entrance." Expecting a reply, Peter looked down and noticed that Leo was shaking and gripped Peter as if his life depended on it. "What's going on? What happened?"
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.